number 124 car, which is heading down towards the final corner now. A little bit temperamental, that car looks, from the onboard anyway. Harold Retish at the wheel of the pit lane entered Toyota GT86. Pit lane is the name of the team. Waiting for it to exit turn 16 now and head over the line.
Also an indication on that onboard shot, Johnny, of how difficult the visibility is, because that wasn't just darkness ruining the view from the GT86, but a fair bit of oil and grime on the screen as well, which makes life difficult for the driver.
Actually just a bit further earlier in the lap than I thought, because it was making its way through turn 7, which looked a little bit like turn 16 in the darkness, so it's still going well up towards the BRM watches hairpin now, with traffic ahead of it, but much of that traffic has just actually lapped it, rather than Harold the driver needing to worry about dealing with that. Tucking into line there through turn 14.
Just wondering how long it's going to be before we see the number 33 Mercedes coming in for a routine pit stop. As I say, not because we need to change the driver because of the time, but more for the fuel. I think at most 5 laps, and probably something less than that. So something like within the next 10 minutes or so, that 33 SPS Mercedes will be in for more fuel at least. And that will lose it second place in the race and promote Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin back to second place in this. Well, it'll drop him right the way down to 5th, won't it? Because there's still so little gap between those 4 cars in 2nd to 5th places. Mohamed Jawa in the 88, the 5th of them, and losing ground to the other 3, but still very close.
Worth bigging up Jawa, actually. He stuck very well with those guys, despite the fact, of course, he's got the handicap off his bracket time, the 2:04. He's still within, 15 seconds of Johnny Adam, despite the fact that both the cars ahead of him have been pushing very hard to catch Alex Muller. So it's been a good part to the stint for Mohamed Jawa in the number 88 Dragon Racing car. Still convincing lead for the 88 in the A6AM category. Something like, was it 4.5 laps to the good ahead of the 67 Mercedes. It's now Ricardo Sanchez in the Nissan that's left to chase the 67 car, with the stop for Jamie Campbell-Walter. Stuart Hall has climbed aboard the Lamborghini.
It's quite interesting, that gap between 5th and 6th built itself up. I can't remember when now, but I'll say 5 hours ago. It seemed like it was around midnight or so, when that you suddenly get some gaps that kind of suddenly appear in the leaderboard, and that one built up fairly early on, and we were talking about this group at the top 5 and then best of the rest, as I say, it's been a gap that's been there. It's growing, but it's growing more slowly than when it suddenly appeared for the first time.
The next action we're going to see on pit lane is going to be at the Ram Racing pits. 1 hour and 57.5 minutes now on the driving stint of Thomas Jaeger. And the 30 car therefore should pit within the next 2 laps, Paul. And indeed the crew are ready for Thomas.
For the Thomas Jaeger car,
yep.
Yes. So it's going to be a battle on to see whether... Well, Jaeger has to come in because his time's expiring, and Muller has to come in because his...
out of fuel.
Fuel's expiring.
Here comes Farhad Al-Ghasaibi, by the way, who is currently 2nd in the Carrera Cup class, the 997 class as it's coined. This is the Lechner Rating entered number 7 car. And there's also the 69, which I see. It's a similar paint job. It's not the 7, is it?
No, it's the 60.
Okay. See, I thought I knew my paint schemes by this point of the race. Vincent Spirit, it is, in fact, for the 60 car. 13th in the 997 class. I assure you that the 7 has actually a very similar paint job, but it's one of the 2 Speed Lover Belgian squad 991s that trundles its way down pit lane, car number 60.
The Attempter racing car, by the way, that's 5th place in A6AM and 10th overall, has just, I'm afraid, burned one of its jokers to the tune of 26 thousandths of a second, the 203.974. Not the best way to do it, as we see the number 30 car appear on pit lane now. Thomas Jaeger will decamp.
That will put him as the first car to move into the second row, as it were. The 6 to 10 jokers come up in a second row of jokers.
So, with very nearly 9 hours to go, we are 2 minutes short of the 9-hour marker. This is how we stand as far as the overall classification is concerned. It's the Black Falcon number 2 Mercedes that leads, ahead of the 33 Mercedes from SPS Automotive Performance, with Alex Muller at the wheel. Johnny Adam in the KPM Racing Aston is currently in third position. A little bit further down the order, there is the car in second position in the 997 division, the Lechner Racing Middle East car. The one I thought just come into pit lane, but the 7 car still out on track. Further down the order, well, A6 AM is headed by Mohamed Jawa. We've talked a lot about the 88 Ferrari. That's still within the top 5. Class SP2 headed by James Kay, just about, despite his trials and tribulations in the number 92 car. SP3 headed by the 163 machine of Optimum Motorsport. There, Ginetta G55 going strongly in the hands of Sally Golic. Class 997 headed by Andreas Weishaupt. Still, it's Sarah Tonyuti who leads Class A5 for the Hoffer Kupen Racing squad and their BMW E46 M3 Coupe. The Cup 1 division, which is exclusively for BMW M235i racing cars, is headed now by Maximilian Partel in car number 76. Jose Closer heads Class A2 in the 117 Honda Civic Type R from VDS Racing Adventures. Ramsey Moutron in number 95, which is the class leader in A3T, still out front for Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing, the Seat Leon Super Copa LR. And I think that pretty much winds up the classes. There are 9 in total once you take into account that the A6 division is split into 2, the Pro and the AMS.
Car number 61, Johnny, has come to a halt at turn 14. The bowl, the outside of the bowl, he's sort of fallen off the edge of the rim of the bowl somehow, and there's a flatbed trailer there onto which the car is being loaded. It's not going to be a tow-in, it's going to be a loaded onto the flatbed and then bring it home that way. This is the number 61 997 class car for Philip de Krene, John de Wilde, Serge Ludwig and Patrick van Gleibeek. That car will be recovered, and it won't, I don't think, be a code 60. It will just be covered with local yellows.
Meanwhile, 10th position, we said it a little while ago, just a couple of laps ago, I think, the number 99 car had burned one of its joker laps. It's burned another, and it's another 203.9, I'm afraid, for Philip Vlasic.
Yeah, good point you make there. That's Philippe Vlasic that is at the wheel of the Attempto racing car, Graham, and well below, well, not well below, but has broken the joker marker anyway.
And that's the problem. It's not well below.
No,
it's a tenth below, and that's its seventh joker then used by the Attempto racing car. They're probably going to get through their 10. If they do get through their 10 and still go over, then it's a 30-second stop and go. And if they do it again, it's another 30-second stop and go.
Nissan on pit lane.
Ricardo Sanchez bringing the big Nissan GT Academy Team RJN GTR down through the fast lane, and in a moment it will turn right towards its pit garage. Well, potentially it will. Yes, it will indeed, because the stop board is there, set up ready. And Team RJN, headed by Bob and Liz Neville, will step into action. So it's come in from third position in class, 7th in the overall standings. And the very smartly turned out overalls for Ricardo Sanchez displayed there as he steps out with Nissan GT Academy on the backs of these overalls. Lots of frenetic activity, running around, making sure that tyres are in the correct place.
Great example here, as we watch the tyres going on, Johnny, of just how the various bracket times are working through here, because neither Jamie Campbell-Walter nor Ricardo Sanchez could challenge ultimately the 67 car, which is operating to a slower bracket time but has got more fuel. So they're able to stretch out that stint longer, which means that despite the fact they can get closer and closer, they can't run as long. So it's a fascinating part of the kind of, 200 mile an hour chess game we've got here in A6 Am.
Still half a minute separating the cars in third and fourth overall. It's a lot less than that actually now, 22.5 seconds separating Johnny Adam and Mohamed Jawar. There's half a minute between Max Brahms and Ricardo Sanchez. That will change though ever since Sanchez came in. The 23, the big Nissan, now in the fueling area behind Max Brahms. We're still live, we're still here at the Dubai Autodrome for the 10th running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai in sound and vision via the RadioLeMans.com website and on Motors TV for the full 24 hours. It's Johnny Palmer, Graham Goodwin and Paul Truswell high in the main grandstand overlooking the pit garages, the pit complex and the start and finish line. And Abdulaziz Al Faisal continues this metronomic run for the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. Having just posted a 2:02.2, it leads by, it's not quite 3 laps, is it, Paul Truswell? But it must be getting close to that.
Yeah, it's 2 and then some. Let's see how much of the lap he's actually got on top of that. Of course, the problem, well, not the problem for everyone else is that Alex Muller, who's the next one through, is going to be the first one of the group to actually do a pit stop. So Muller is, let's say, he may be closing now. In fact, it is very nearly 3 laps, isn't it? Because they're just coming down into the bowl at the moment. If you look over the bowl, you'll see the number 33 coming through, and Al Faisal is right behind him. So it is going to be 3 laps, not this time around, but maybe in a couple of laps. And if not, then as soon as Muller makes his pit stop, then it will be.
Paul, did we see a couple of cars have to run down pit lane to reset their transponder, did we think?
Well, we saw them run down pit lane and we weren't quite sure for why.
There was, certainly the 88 was one of them, because the Ram Racing car is still showing, despite the fact we know it's not Thomas Yeager at the wheel, and in excess of 2 hours. And I wonder whether or not we might see that happen again.
Yes, I wonder as well, because I wasn't sure when it went up to that 2 hours, because it was Adam Christodoulou, but it didn't actually run. It was showing Adam Christodoulou when it was Thomas Yeager, and it didn't actually go down the pit lane in order to reset itself, because the system can be reset from the timekeeper's box. I know that for a fact.
Let's wait and see.
But it needs somebody to do it, and in order for somebody to do it, they need to be told to do it by the team themselves. So there's a kind of protocol, I suppose is the word, of how it should be done.
That's Paul Truswell and Graham Goodwin. Let's bring into the mix Bruce Jones, who's down in the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Bruce, what you got?
Powered by Enthuse. I have Ricardo Sanchez looking actually quite fresh after your night stint there. How's it been going for the number 23 Nissan?
Yeah, it's at the beginning was easy, but then I came to refuel the car, and with more weight it was more difficult to keep the pace. More traffic, I don't know why, and after going after fuel I got a lot of traffic. I got hit from behind from another car. It was slightly touched. Now we are currently running on P3 in our class, so it's quite good. Let's keep finger crossed and get into the podium at the end. The car is running really good. The tire wear is perfect, the fuel consumption is perfect, so we just need to be out of trouble and keep pushing.
Now that you finish your stint, do you think you'll be able to sleep, or are you still so sort of keyed up that you'll just be sitting there with your head spinning?
I hopefully I will get some rest and get ready for the next stint.
Who's just taken over from you?
Nick Hammond just take the wheel, so he's a good driver. We have faith in each other. He's going to do a perfect job.
Ricardo Sanchez, thank you. Congratulations.
So Ricardo speaking to Bruce Jones. Good to get that little update from Nissan GT Academy and Team RJN. The 23 car is back out into the race. So one thing that we're potentially looking out for then is the 30 car coming back in, or did we decide that even though it says 2 hours and 9 minutes on there, that's not necessarily the stint length?
It's not the stint length, because Thomas Jaeger got out the car, definitely at that last stop.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
And of course, it was the number 30 car right at the beginning of the race. It had a dodgy transponder anyway. Now, the transponder has to attach to the driver identification system, so I wonder if that is linked to the problem. When they replaced the transponder, they didn't attach it to the driver ID system. So whatever the driver does to his ID switch in the cockpit, it doesn't actually connect to the new transponder because it connects to the old transponder, which broke. Don't know, that's my suggestion as to what might be going on there.
Okay, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for maybe the 30 car having to come in to kind of reset that driver tag.
And I think the other thing that's not going to happen at the moment is that Attempto Racing aren't going to use up any more jokers, because we've got yellow flags still being shown over at turn 9, turn 8 and turn 9. And the recovery of this number 61 Porsche, again, seeming to take quite a long time. The trouble is, I think, when you have gearbox problems, the transmission locks, and nothing else then happens, and you can't pick the car up because the cranes aren't equipped to do that. So you have to somehow slide it up onto the flatbed trailer, and that work, as I say, has been going on now for quite a little while. The car has been there for some 10 minutes now. In fact, a little bit longer than 10 minutes out there on the track, and causing yellow flags to be shown.
Back down to the pit lane, and Bruce Jones, who can give us an update on the 162 car, Bruce.
162, yeah, I'm afraid it's come into the pit lane and left a huge trail of oil, leaving all of us with it, and there's so much smoke, we've all got a foul taste in our mouth. It's been pushed into the garage, it's still steaming away like a kettle at full speed, but the amount of oil it's dropped here, that's one thing in the pit lane. The other thing is if it's doing the same out on the track at night, it could lead to a mishap or two for those behind.
Graham Goodwin spotted that trundling down the pit lane, looking very, very smoky, and by the sense of things, Bruce Jones has had a mouthful of it, which is one of the occupational hazards, I suppose, of being a pit lane reporter.
Yeah, but at least for Bruce, he's sort of fairly high up.
That's
so
true, actually,
he doesn't get it quite as much as some of the short...
the more vertically challenged.
The Attempto Racing Porsche is in the pits. Philippe Lazic bringing in to hand over his jokers, and also into the pits, Graham.
Well, the 216 Clio, but came in very, very slowly. Looked to actually have no power, but then all of a sudden seemed to find its four ponies under the bonnet again. And away it goes at not entirely high speed into the loving arms of its pit crew.
Medina Motorsport run Renault X85 Cup car driven by Wayne Shen, and the 61 machine on the back of a flatbed, which is the Patrick Van Glabeck driven speed lover Porsche 991.
Yes, that's the one that they've taken 15 minutes to actually get onto the back of the flatbed, and I can see why, because the suspension is all akimbo, isn't it?
It's not looking a very well Porsche, is it? That's certainly not going to be out in the work of a moment for that 61 car. So that, I'm afraid, will drop down the order. Currently shown in 25th position and 8th position in the 997 class. It's not going to emerge from the pits in that position, that's for sure.
Abdelaziz Al Faisal leads after 378 laps, just going through now as we speak about him. In fact, Alex Muller is in second position in the number 33 SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. So it's Benz from Aston Martin, Johnny Adam driving the KPM Racing British car, and then in fourth position the first of the A6 AM machines, that's Mohamed Jawar for Dragon Racing, an Italian Ferrari number 88. So they're kind of loitering on the very edge of these two Mercedes, but at the moment you can't see beyond another German car winning this race.
Oh, anything could happen yet, Johnny.
I know, but in the situation that we're in right now, it's going to take something major, perhaps, for the number 2 car.
But it only takes it for the number 2 car. That's the point. I think, as Paul was saying, if they do have a bit of a whoopsie, and OK, it's 3 laps to the good, but that's 6 minutes. that doesn't mean much. I mean, Poacher would do it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you've got that kind of baying horde of 4 or 5 cars that are there duking it out with lap times and strategy, and in amongst them are not just another Mercedes, in fact another 2 Mercedes, but a Ferrari, and albeit an A6 AM Ferrari, and an Aston Martin. So it's a long time to go until we see even daylight, let alone the checkered flag, and well, there could well be dramas ahead. There have been plenty of drama so far, in no small part. That's why we've got that 3-lap gap in the A6 Pro class for Black Falcon. It could and should have been 2 Black Falcon Mercedes leading.
Could and should, and for my money, it would have been. But there we are. As I say, things happen. The number 33 Alex Müller car is out now, and it's on its 33rd or 32nd lap of the stint. And at this rate, Al Faisal will be coming in before Alex Müller does. So both of them have been out there for more than an hour. And the Aston Martin is due in as well, round about lap 376. So, as I said, we had the last code 60, and everybody made pit stops, and that means that everybody else is going to come in pretty much at the same time. Here's the 33, that's Alex Müller coming in the SPS Mercedes.
Together with the Mike Schmidt-driven 70 BMW, the Mission Possible by Sorg Rennsports M235i Racing Cup. All the drivers in that car are differently abled, and the car set up purely for their capability with hand controls, and you can see the next driver lined up for the M235, the number 70 car.
Fuel only for number 33, straight up to the fueling zone. I said it didn't need to come in from the point of view of driver. It was a fuel stop, and so Alex Müller, having done a long stint using up a lot of the fuel of that Mercedes, is now going up to take on board pretty much, I would think, all the fuel that he's allowed to take on that car, which is 100 litres. So he'll be taking on, I would think, the whole of the 100 litres, and then coming in again in around about another 40 minutes or so to complete the stint, when he'll be constrained by the 2 hours.
So we're now waiting for Johnny Adam to appear in the 3rd sector, still 3rd on the road at the moment, but with Alex Müller in the fueling area in car number 33. Johnny Adam should edge into 2nd position, but it'll be close stuff, won't it?
It will be, and Johnny will be probably coming in for his own pit stop, as will the race leader, all within a couple of laps. And whether it's on this lap or the next one around, I'm not quite sure just yet, but it's certainly going to be quite soon. There is an SLS in the pit lane, but it's the number 6 car, the Gravity Racing International car.
Just looking out for the Aston of Johnny Adam, which is in the 3rd sector now, so we're expecting him to head into turn 16 very shortly indeed. Also the 88 car of Mohamed Jawar, one to look out for, a further 30 seconds behind Johnny Adam. So over the line goes Johnny now, and does go up to 2nd position with Alex Müller still in the fueling area. So the 28 KPM Racing Aston gains a spot, 33 down to 3rd, but Mohamed Jawar may well edge in front as well in the Dragon Racing Ferrari in his A6 AM entered car. Meanwhile, Thomas Jaeger is starting his 376th lap. Still no indication that that car needs to come in to reset the driver identification transponder. So it's not Thomas Jaeger in the car anymore, do we think? Who is in the 30 then?
Is that Adam Christodoulou on rotation?
No, it's probably Tom Onzo Cole on rotation, because I would imagine they'll leave Chirag Aria in for daytime running. So for my money, it'll be Tom Onzo Cole in that car now. Mm-hmm. And as I say, if it's to do with the way the transponder's been configured, then certainly no fault of the team. And as I say, it just needs for somebody in the timekeepers to be told that they have to change it, and they will go and change it. But even if they're listening to us, they're not going to change it just based on our say-so. Protocol, you know. There's the Aston.
Same old, same old.
We mentioned the car 78 stopped at turn 11 while I've been typing away. Because it is, and is going to be towed back. It does seem that turn 11 at the moment is a kind of Bermuda Triangle for some of these cars. The number 78 car is which?
78 is one of the JR Motorsport. Yes, it's the JR Motorsport BMW E46 out of the A5 class. Currently third in that class and being driven by Gijs Bessem.
Meanwhile, the car 152 has had a bit of a spin at turn 1 and has continued. And that car is the Boots and Ginion. That's the Maserati. So the Maserati that came in earlier with what did he tell us it was? It was gear shift, wasn't it?
Yeah, no gearbox.
No gearbox.
Gearbox, yes.
So it's obviously rejoined.
A screwdriver, but no gearbox.
Screwdriver being wielded by the driver.
But a professional Maserati mechanic on the job, so you couldn't really be in better hands. Let's head down to the pit lane and to Bruce Jones, who is with the 162 squad once more.
162 is the Niederscheider Racing Ginetta, and I have Martin Niederscheider, who drives it and manages the team. You got a long face now. Is this the end of the race?
Yes, it seems so. We had a problem in midnight. We changed our diff. So 3-4 hours later we had the same problem. I think it's over now. It's not easy. Maybe we find an idea, but I think it's over.
But looking back at the race you have you been pleased with the performance of the Ginetta? Has it raced well for you?
Yes, the race was good. Till midnight we were in the middle of our group and in the middle of the field, so it was very fine. But there were a lot of fine stints for all the drivers. But yes, the new day has no luck for us.
Very bad luck, Martin. Thank you very much for talking to us. That's Martin Niederscheider.
From car 162, came into pit lane very smoky indeed. Michael Fisher, the last driver to be on board that car, but it does appear that the Niederscheider Motorsport Ginetta G50 GT4 is out of the race from the Austrian squad.
There's nothing you can say when that kind of thing happens. Very difficult situation indeed. Johnny, I remember years ago, in fact, it was the first time I ever took my wife to Daytona for the 24 hours, and I'd taken her a bit under false pretenses because
No, really?
we were spending 2 weeks in Florida, and it just happened to be across the weekend of
Oh,
Daytona.
how very convenient.
It was, but in fact, it was before we. I think it might have been before we were married. Anyway, she still married me, bless her. She'll be tucked up in bed now. I'll tell you the story.
No, we've played this game, haven't we, here before? When you thought Mrs. Trustwell was a bed.
But anyway, I got her to go into one of the German team's garages because I could see the car nestling in the garage. And at Daytona, they bring them back behind the wall. And I said, "Could you just go and ask them what's going on? What's wrong with the car?" And bless her, she did. But they were all in tears. And she came back and told me that the cylinder head had broken. So I wrote it down in my notebook and went back.
You are such an old romantic, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Not only does he seduce his wife-to-be from the UK to Florida under the pretense, I presume, of some kind of romantic interlude, then takes her to a racetrack because it just happens to be on. Then he employs her as some kind of hybrid pit reporter come translator. You know what? I bow to you. Are indeed the Wizard of Woking.
Silver tongue Trustful. Anyway, there we are. What I was trying to get over was the emotion of the thing.
Absolutely.
There is also emotion down in the pits here because the leader is in the pits, and that is Abdulaziz Al Faisal, headed up to the refueling area now in the Black Falcon car, and I think that's been another fuel-only stop for the Black Falcon car. And so all eyes focus onto the Aston Martin as it tries to catch up some of these 3 laps which the Mercedes has managed to put between it and the Aston Martin, Johnny.
Nick Hamann going really well in the Nissan GT Academy Team RJN car, just set another really impressive time.
Yeah, within 65 thousandths of a second of that 204 bracket. So perfectly judged from Nick, and he's closing the gap, isn't he, to Stuart Hall?
Yeah, correct. Did it down, 204.065. Well measured lap that. 9th position for Nick. Stuart Hall in 8th in the Gulf Racing UK Lamborghini Gallardo. And they are, as Graham says, 3rd and 4th. Hall ahead of Hamann in the A6 amateur division. A6 split into Pro and Am this year. As the number 49 Porsche comes down pit road, the Le Duigu Racing car with its extra headlights for the nighttime running. We've got about 2 more hours or thereabouts of darkness before the sun starts to pop up on Saturday morning. 163, we're getting a message on our screen now, has spun at turn 7, which is the tight right-hander. That's the area that Paul O'Neill was describing. Sally Golich, by the way, at the wheel of the 163 car. It's so dark out there that you just count to 3 and then just turn right and hope for the best.
I think that's about right. Meantime, on pit lane right now, the 2nd position in A6 Am, 6th position overall, it's the 67 GDL Mercedes-Benz. Now, that car had a couple of laps in hand over Stuart Hall and Nick Hamann. So let's watch and see what effect this, what looks like a full service for the 67 and its fuel stop has on the overall order and indeed in the amateur class. But at the moment, their strategy, car with a 206 bracket, remember, the 67 car. Let's see how that one pans out as we get to close to 5:30 in the morning local here.
Pit crew looking after car 126, hard at work there to get a driver in and a driver out. It's Mads Christian Christens who stepping out of that car.
Chris to his
Team
mates.
Sally Racing, yeah. Team Sally Racing Clio from the Danish squad. Meanwhile, turn 1 about to get very, very busy with a whole load of cars piling their way down the start and finish straight, which then turns into quite a steep decline into turn number 1, hard braking and a flick to the right. Back down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo and Bruce Jones.
Max Brahms, good morning, I suppose we can say that. That was a very strong stint from you in the 67 Mercedes.
It was quite a difficult stint. At this moment everyone gets tired. Even myself, I think the last 5 laps I even didn't know what I was doing. So I went into the pit box for a driver change.
So you thought when the sun comes up and it's low, Duncan Heisman could get it in his face?
Yeah, that's right. Let's a pro do the difficult job.
Yeah, but 2 minutes and 4 seconds is a target time. Sometimes I think, were you going just below that a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. It's a predictive lap timer. Sometimes you have a bit of a wheel lock and then the system doesn't work anymore. And it happens. But okay, you have 10, they call it jokers. So you can 10 times go off the 206 and then, yeah.
How many of them have you used?
I think 3 or 4, so...
Well, hopefully you know whether it is 3 or 4 later. But at the end of your stint, was the car working really well? Was the car working better than the driver?
Yeah, actually the steering is quite okay, the brakes are still okay, tires are good. Actually, nothing happened yet, so...
Let's keep it that way. Max Brahms, good job in 67.
Yeah, thanks.
Bruce Jones chatting to the man who's just stepped out of the 67 car. 67 now in the fueling area, as is the class-leading number 26 machine, by the way, of Andreas Weishaupt for Black Falcon Racing. So Black Falcon not only lead class A6 Pro, but also the Carrera Cup class. And here comes Johnny Adam in the number 28, KPM Racing, Aston then, thundering down the pit lane to come to an end with his stint, and the number 28 car will get a full service and also a driver change, Graham.
I think we had a slightly wrong call, didn't we, Paul, on the Black Falcon pit stop, because it wasn't fuel only, because Ollie Webb is in that car now, and as Johnny Adam came down pit lane, it looks like it's Paul White climbing aboard the car. The gap was down to a single lap.
Yeah, so Johnny Adam closing in, but now coming into the pits for a pit stop of his own in the Aston Martin. So this is also going to be a full service. We've also been promised that that's going to be a brake inspection, but looking down there, doesn't look to me like they're planning to do any change of pads or discs on the Aston. Much a lighter car and lighter on the equipment. So we're well over half distance of the race. In fact, we're on to 2/3 of the distance of the race gone already, and still the Aston on the original brakes discs that it started on.
So Ollie Webb new to the number 2 car. We reckon Paul White will be in the 28 machine once that car is fuelled, and Mohamed Jawar still piloting the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Alex Muller in 33. That car's recently stopped, hasn't it?
That car's had a routine stop.
That was
That
a fuel-only stop.
Okay,
3 minutes 20 down pit lane last time around for the Alex Muller pedalled SPS Mercedes-Benz.
And I noticed the Ram Racing Mercedes now reads Tom Onslow Cole as well, which is perhaps something more resembling reality. We had Thomas Jaeger in that car for a little while, but that was more an error with the timing screen. So Tom Onslow Cole in 5th position, back on board the Ram Racing Mercedes number 30. Here on Motors TV in the UK, screening the 24 Hours of Dubai from start to finish, and hopefully you'll settle back in the wee small hours now in the UK. We're live from the Dubai Autodrome on RadioLeMans.com, here at the track on 87.6 Autodrome FM, and in sound and vision via the RadioLeMans.com website. It is Radio Le Mans for 2015, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Paul Trustwell, Graham Goodwin of DailySportsCar.com, and Johnny Palmer, bringing you a pit stop from the number 28 car, and a issue.
Not a straightforward one, is it?
Right rear with an issue, do you think, Graham?
It's taking rather longer than it should. This car has not moved from the pit stall. Does so now with Paul White at the wheel, but there seems to be a problem at the right rear. Team seem to be satisfied now. Paul will continue down, I'm sure, to the fuel pit.
But 30 seconds longer than it needed to be, by my reckoning there, Graham. So that won't help. And that seemed more than just a jacking problem. We know there is
definitely was something in the right rear. They weren't happy about the seating or something.
But better to make sure that the wheel is properly on than to have the situation we had with another car earlier on, where they had to chase on after it up the pit lane and reseat all the wheels.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. But Paul will go down now, fuel the car, and off into the darkness. Been very impressed with Paul White's performance through the race thus far. He is, of course, not a professional driver, but has been training hard for this race. Intended, as we said earlier, to do this as a 2-man race with just Stefan Mucker. But had a bit of a bout of flu over the Christmas period. Thought better of that.
Moment for the Maserati, car 152 that has spun at turn 7, but continued. The Boots and Gignon Racing Maserati with Daniel Waszinski at the wheel of the 5th placed SP2 car. It's on an outlap, in fact.
That's its second spin on an outlap in about 4 laps.
Oh dear. Okay, so the 152 car has the message is that it's continued, but unfortunately, one or two errant moments for the 152 car. Where is that in the overall standing? 65th, and as I say, 5th in the SP2 class. SP3 is still headed by Sally Jolic in the 163 car. The Turkish driver, part of the Optimum Motorsport clan, Ginetta G55 for them. Let's head down to our pit lane, powered by Nismo, and here's Bruce Jones once more.
Johnny Adam, you should have a reason for a smile on your face. It's going well for the KPM Aston Martin, 2nd place.
Yeah, we've had a strong run so far and no major issues, but a slight issue with the rear hub there, just trying to seat the nut, but it looked to going okay, and Paul will radio after 2-3 laps to check if it's okay. But other than that, yeah, it's gone good. We've worked well with the Code 60 situation, and the car's been running really, really nicely. You know, the circuit's improving and the car feels better every single stint, so it's looking good.
Now, Paul White's just taken the dawn stint. Well, it will be in an hour's time or so. And then Stefan Muka will get on board. What can you do to try and crack the number 2 Mercedes?
We're just going to push. We're going to push, and we'll see how strategy unfolds. We've done all our brake changes now, so that's us good to the end. We don't have to stop again. The brakes felt very, very good there with the new pads and discs. So, I think the car will be strong, I think, for the last 3 or 4 hours of the race.
But that's the key. I mean, if you're really going to want to push and have to push, which you do, the car's got to be up to it, is it?
Yeah, it is, definitely. Yeah. Car feels good. Everything's in line. Tyres feel good. So, we've got a good chance, I think.
Right, go and get some sleep. Thanks, Johnny.
The very likeable Scot there, Johnny Adam, who's always got a grin on his face, no matter what's happening on the race. But that 28 car really well placed, Graham.
It's an Aston Martin factory driver. What's not to like in his life at the moment? Absolutely. Good stuff from Johnny there, and that's going to give the Mercedes guys something to think about. They can't rely at this point on a brake change or anything else out of kilter. No kilt joke intended there for Johnny Adam. Down pit lane, the 169 Speedworks Ginetta. Another the G50s, of course. This race has got a lot of life left in it yet. By the way, I don't think we mentioned, because we're concentrated on the 28, the latest stop for the number 88 car, which had gone back up to second position overall, the A6AM leading car. Mohamed Jawar came in after what I thought was a great stint from Mohamed. Handed over now to Jordan Grogor, who will drop down the order a little, Paul.
Inevitably, but still stay in the top 5, because that's the way it goes. Interesting piece of information that Johnny Adam vouchsafes to us there about the brakes having been done. I did wonder whether that had happened, because it was a slightly longer pit stop on the stop on which Johnny took over the car. Paul White had suggested that was going to be a brake inspection lap, and we did mention, didn't we, Graham, that seemed to be a slightly longer stop, and we put it down to the fact that it was just the time taken to do the jacking up and things. Then they had another problem on that one, but we could see them not doing the brakes. But so the good news for the Aston Martin team, unless they're pulling the wool over our eyes, is that that's done. But I don't think Johnny is the type of chap who would deliberately pull the wool over our eyes. So, so we're on even Stevens. But bear in mind that from now on, the Aston Martin's brakes are 3.5 hours newer than those on the Mercedes number 2 of the Black Falcon team. So it's all right now. It's nice and cool out there. It's only about 14 degrees out there. But once the temperature gets up tomorrow, then you might see brake wear beginning to play a role again. Particularly, it's a dusty environment here, and what we had for the last couple of days is not necessarily clear skies, but not mist either, but just a sort of cloud in the air, and there is an element of dust in the air, and as the track, a lot of people walking around, that could contribute to additional abrasiveness as well on the brakes. I'm not trying to scaremonger. No. Merely, as Johnny said, there's no plan, but just push as hard as we possibly can.
We have seen, of course, that kind of level of mechanical wear coming into play in the very late stages of this race in years past. Remember very fondly that race to try to take the win. If I recall, it was Edward Sandstrom in a BMW a few years back in the closing laps, trying a mighty out-braking manoeuvre, which he
Saudi Falcons,
which he couldn't quite pull off, which was remembered fondly here.
Yeah, I mean there were tyres going off, there were brakes going off. I think this is the great thing. You know, we talk about the fact that the Black Falcon Mercedes has dominated the race. Well, so it has thus far, but. Things change, things move on, the weather plays its role. You suddenly find that the gearbox starts to feel a bit sticky as you're driving it, and or an engine starts to misfire a little bit. All sorts of things can happen. So, just keep paying attention, keep focused.
Absolutely. In the A6AM standings, by the way, Stuart Hall is now back up into second as a result of the latest pit stops we've had for the 67 car and the 23. Duncan Huisman, who's recently aboard the number 67 GTR racing car, which held that second position, is now about 50 seconds back, but has just burned another of the team's Joker laps with the 205.7, because that's the car that's got the 206 bracket. So 205.7 helps him a little. He's still losing time to the Lamborghini, but still 49 seconds back. But he's trying to fend off the close attentions of Nick Hamann, who is now, 8 seconds back from the 67 car. So it's Stuart Hall from Duncan Huysman from Nick Hamann for second, third and fourth in the in the A6, I should stop saying that, in the A6 AM class. Of those three separated by, what is that, something like just under a minute.
A rather battered, bruised and looking rather sorry for itself 79 BMW has headed back to pit lane on the back of a flatbed, and Bruce Jones is there.
I can tell you what, even if that's going to be pushed into the garage, the driver's going to have a bumpy ride because the front left corner is absolutely crimped. Now they seem to have grounded it on the back of the flatbed. They're trying to get it off. There's almost no tyre left on that. It looks like a pair of pinking shears have been used to cut the outside of the wheel. In the meantime, the MPB BMW was trying to get out, and it was trapped in by the truck, and Per Bar had to clear the way for Jörg Müller to find his way past the flatbed. And at the same time, the lap 57 Honda was coming in, and the Mike Racing 96 Mercedes was going out of its pit garage. So all in the space of about 20 metres, it was all happening. And I tell you what, that red Duo Racing 79 BMW still stuck on the back of the truck, and they're trying to get a quick lift under it so they could at least lift the front up so it gets the clearance to leave. But, you get to 5:30 in the morning, these are the sort of things you expect, aren't they?
You don't necessarily want them, but yeah, maybe they should be weaved into the plan. And the team, if one or two of them were having a kip in the back of the garage, have suddenly sprung into life, and the first job is just to get the thing off the flatbed, which is causing an obstruction on the pit lane, just edged very slightly in the fast lane there. And anybody that needs to stop at their pit garage nearby, their route towards their garage will be severely compromised by this little operation taking place by Duo Racing.
I think they've had quite a busy evening, haven't they, with the red BMWs. It does seem that every kind of 45 minutes or so we've seen a red BMW in trouble. So the guys will be feeling pretty ragged at this point in the morning. 5:41 local time.
It's like almost like a forklift type bit of kit used at the front of the car to lift pallets normally, but it serves as a way of lifting the front to the nose of the car, and it is now free of the flatbed, which is being lifted up by the hydraulic system, pneumatic system, to be put back on the back of the truck. Meanwhile, the car itself is being wheeled into the garage with about 5, 6, maybe 7 guys on it, and they will beaver away to try and sort that car out for what seems like something like the third or fourth time. The 79 machine has had a whole bunch of problems. Thierry O'Kondali had been driving that for Duo Racing within the A5 division, 5th in class as it was, a class that's led now by Sarah Tognuti for Hofer Kupen Racing in her BMW E46 M3. And whilst we're on the subject of class leaders, let me try and whip through as many as I can right now. The Cup 1 class is headed by number 76. That's the Racing Divas by Las Morris BMW M235i Racing Cup car. SP2 headed by number 92, James K driven Mark Cars Australia Focus V8. So despite a very slow run down the start finish line, about half an hour to an hour ago, the SP2 leader remains the number 92 car. Clearly got that car sorted relatively quickly. A6 AM headed by Jordan Groger in the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, and a reminder that it's in 4th place overall. The 104 car, which has just come into the pit lane, leads Class A3T. That's the R8 Motorsport Volkswagen Golf now from the Polish squad. SP3 headed by Salih Jolic, still much the same then for the 163 Optima Motorsport Ginetta G55. Ollie Webb, the overall race leader in A6 Pro, in the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. 26 is Andreas Weishaupt, leading the Carrera Cup division in the Black Falcon Porsche 991. A5, as I mentioned, is Sarah Tognuti for Hofer Kupen Racing, and Jose Close in 1:17 leads for VDS Racing Adventures, the Honda Civic Type R from the Belgian squad, going really well in the little hatchback division towards the rear of the field. Meanwhile, the 18 Precy Spark Jones car in for another stop.
From 19th position overall, 6th now in the A6 Pro class, but being closed down, but from some laps back from the delayed GT Russian team, so they can't really afford very much of a delay for Precy Spark. Kevin Korhus has been putting in some very good times through the night. Down off the jacks goes the 18, away it rumbles for some go juice, I've no doubt whatsoever. Remind listeners, David Jones confirming that he and his brother Godfrey intend to return with this car to the British GT Championship in 2015.
And that's yet another car of so many in this race, showing the scars of what is nearly a 16-hour race. We're 17 minutes away from 2/3 distance in this 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours, and a silver car doesn't half show the dirt, but we love that, don't we?
We do love a bit of dirt on a race car, don't we?
Shows it's been working hard.
It does. Nick Hamar, meanwhile, is taking some bites out of the advantage of Duncan Huysman for 3rd position in A6M and 7th overall. That gap down to just over 6 seconds now. Nick having, of course, the advantage that he can go 2 seconds a lap quicker, should he be able to do so, than the Duncan Huysman car. Different bracket times chosen, different strategies for these two teams. 2:06 is the best that Duncan can do unless he decides he's going to blow another of his. How many we got left for the 67 car, Paul?
Oops, clicked the wrong button. The 67 has just used 5.
Right, so five jokers left for the 67 and the 23 car.
Oh, sorry. Getting myself confused. The 67 has only used 3, so that's got 7 left. And
the 23's used any, have they?
23's not used any. The 88 has not used any. 27's not used any. So it can be done.
Yep, well in fact Jordan Grogor is showing how they can do it, because he's just at another 2:04.79 for the 88 car. So that's absolutely perfectly judged by Dragon Racing, and not the first time they've done that.
The rest of them are playing canasta in the back, so who gets to be allowed to use them. The ones who have used the most are the Gulf Racing Lamborghini, number 69. They've used 7, and Attempto Racing have used 7, number 99.
Yep, and the Gulf Racing car have used that to good effect, actually. Stuart Hall is now holding 2nd position in the A6AM class and 6th overall. Now that, I have to say, came courtesy of a really very good nighttime stint from Jamie Campbell-Walter, though Stuart Hall's been pedalling really pretty well since taking the car over from Jamie. They now hold about a minute's advantage over the GDL Mercedes, with that battle now developing between the 67 and the 23 car behind. But it's still the same 3 cars, different order. Just a couple of hours ago we had the 67 car leading that little group, second in class, with Nick Hamar. Sorry, it was Gaetan Pelletou, wasn't it, chasing before handing over the car, and then Jamie Campbell-Walter, the 5th place in class. So that's the difference it's made by burning a few of those joker laps. Is lifting the Lamborghini Gallardo from 5th to 2nd in 4th, sorry, to 2nd in the A6AM order.
Alex Muller in the 2nd place Mercedes, the SPS SLS, the SPS Automotive entered Mercedes SLS AMG car, and he's up to nearly an hour and 3/4 on his stint now, and this one's transponder is working okay, and we know that it came in about 40 minutes ago for a refuelling stop, and it's going to have to come in again within the next 15 minutes or so for Alex to hand over to somebody else, and he will be the next of the pit callers.
72 car inching its way to the edge of the garage and now back into the race. That's the Racehouse Motorsport M235i.
3rd in class.
Yeah.
And and with 3 laps over its next nearest rival, the 73 car, the G55 on pit lane, the sole Ginetta G55 in the race. This is the Optimum car. The driver change there, Paul.
Leading 997 class car in as well, another Black Falcon car, and that is fuel only. The Black Falcon garage is down there, isn't it? Yeah, so it's gone past its garage and headed straight for refueling. Has the number 26 car, and that is with who's at the wheel at the moment? Andreas Weishaupt at the wheel of the number 26.
On board with Santiago Creel in the number 58 HRT Performance Porsche 997. 41st overall for this car and 13th in the 997 class. It's heading down towards the right-hander at turn 1, that looks like. Yeah, and then the left-hand flick at 2. And in the process of turning in right-hander, Creel was overtaken by Paul White in the number 28 Aston. Out of turn 16 comes car 159, the Red Camel Audi R8. It's Ivo Broekers at the wheel of that car. Over the line it goes then for the Dutch squad, and currently 62nd overall. Third in SP2 though. So on for a podium is the Red Camel Audi, at least as we stand, but we do have 8 hours and 11 minutes still to go. SP2 headed by James Kay, as I've mentioned, one of 3 Mark Focus V8s here this year, and James in the number 92 car heads SP2. SP3 leader is still Sally Jolic in the 163 Ginetta, but that car in pit road at the moment.
I think we may have miscalled that Black Falcon pit stop as well, because I think there's been a driver change.
Yeah, it was one of those straight through type ones. It seemed to me too quick to have been a driver change, but it did go through the pits definitely, and a driver change happened without it going into the fueling area, so it may have been a proper driver change. We may have missed it. Things happen at night in Dubai.
But that sort of 38 second, 42 second marker we've seen before.
Yes, exactly.
As a driver transponder reset mechanism.
Yeah, or a driver change.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought you saw the ard from the right by.
I thought I did, but
okay.
Yeah,
can't rely on you at this stage.
I'm quite happy to...
Not for that, anyway. No. For everything else, you're doing a cracking job, Paul.
Yeah, just open my eyes, isn't it?
Okay, so we have a change of driver for the 26 car. It's still leading the class, crucially. 9th place overall, the 997 leader. Meanwhile, a clean of the screen for car 167, the orange Ginetta, which has had all sorts of problems.
Is this the car that's had the new engine fitted? This is what
I can't keep up with this.
No, this is the one that caused the... it did have a new engine as well.
Yeah, I think it did.
Yes,
yep.
okay, yeah. It was the one that caused the initial code 60 at the beginning of the race, when it dropped oil everywhere, and we had a long code 60 period to start the race off. Meanwhile, people proving that the circuit is in good nick, because the fastest lap of the race for that car, not the fastest lap of the race so far, the fastest lap of the race so far still stands to Martin Ragginger on lap 2. Nobody's improved on that one just yet. Stuart Hall in the Lamborghini, though, proving that anything that Jamie Campbell-Walter can do, he can do just as well, if not better. So another joker burnt for the Lamborghini, 2 minutes 3.137. It's not, I suppose it's practically a second. It's 0.85 of a second under the allowed time.
Absolutely. It's the ex-Aston Martin factory driver, Stuart Hall, of course. Finished 4th overall at the Le Mans 24 Hours some years back with Roll Centre Racing.
Pascal Eberl brings the Treble 1 Clio down pit road from 2nd in the A2 division, a class that's led by Jose Close in the 117 Honda Civic Type R for VDS Racing. So this looks to be a scheduled stop for the Treble 1 car in its yellow and purple colours. And Pascal stepping out of the car. Meanwhile, whilst we have a chance, let's head down to our pit lane crew, and we are powered by Nismo. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat for Bruce Jones. Who have you got, Bruce?
I have Henry Fletcher. You just mentioned Eat, Sleep, Repeat. The one person who doesn't want to repeat anything is Henry, who says this race was pretty grim from the outset.
It's been basically a total nightmare. The engine blew on lap 2, which wasn't a great start. The boys did a wonderful job, got it changed in 2.5 hours and back out. Then the clutch went, then the drive shaft broke and left a bit inside the differential. And then the drive belt broke and we got towed back in from the outside of the circuit through the access road. Now it's fine.
Well, we'll see if you're still saying that when it gets to daylight. Henry, tough luck.
Interview of the race there from
Master of the understatement.
That's fine.
We've ticked off just about every possible thing that could go wrong.
We've changed literally everything. The only thing we're not changing is the Ginetta badge on the front.
It's not even a Ginetta anymore. No, it is. It definitely is. And it's still painted orange.
Oh, dear me. Well done to the Nova Race team. Race an unfeasible number of these cars around the world. The Nova Race do a lot of arrive and drive work with Ginettas and with the GT4 European Series. Also run Nissan GTR GT3s in a variety of races in Europe. Do Nova Race. Different looking team from Italy.
Now zipping its way down this cross straight towards the right-hander at turn 10 goes one of the many A6 cars. That's the number 95 Seat, I think, which is heading towards the end of pit lane, leading Class A3T, the Memac Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon Super Copa, with Nabil Moutron coming towards the end of a stint. It's the 10th running then of the Hankook Dubai 24 hours. Eight hours and 6 minutes to go, so we are closing in on 2/3 distance, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just trying to work out what that means for the top 6 or top 5. They're the group that have stretched their legs and moved away from the rest of the field, despite Stuart Hall's best efforts in 6th place in the Lamborghini. Tom Onslow Cole, I reckon, is going to be the next pit caller for Ram Racing in his Mercedes. He's currently on his 394th lap, and... Graham nudges me and says that it'll be Alex Muller. Well, it will be Alex Muller. I'd kind of taken that one already for granted. Sorry. No, you're absolutely right, because Alex Muller has to come in because of him running out of 2 hours, because he came in to do a double stint, refueled earlier on. They kind of do slightly shorter stints because they break the race into 2 1-hour slots and do a refueling after an hour and then do a driver change after 2 hours, whereas Tom Onslow Cole has done or is potentially going to do more than that for a single stint, but then just do the one stint.
This is in trouble, and I think it's a puncture for the 23 car. Nick Hamann closed within about 3 seconds of the 67 car, but has just come on pit lane with smoke trailing from one corner, the rear of the car. So he's on pit lane now and heading down towards pit entry here. Here he comes by us now, and what can we see?
Nothing immediately obvious.
There was definitely smoke from one corner of that car as he came into pit in.
Other side from us and our camera point. It's on the right-hand side that the issue is, I think, and the team guiding the number 23 car into the box. So we will find out a little bit more about that, possibly after Bruce Jones has got a touch closer to it.
I can tell you from up here that they're looking at that right rear corner, and I think Graham, as usual, has got it right. They're certainly changing the wheel at the right rear corner, but it seems to be a little bit more than that. Yeah. So as soon as they can bring us up to date, all well and good. What I was going to say about Tom Onslow Cole is that he's coming up to about 30 laps on his stint.
8 hours and 3 minutes to go of the 10th edition of the Hankook Dubai 24 hours, and we now have a problem only very recently for Nick Hamann aboard the Nissan GT Academy Team RJN GTR, which has come in with possibly a puncture. It's a problem towards the rear right of the 23 car, and the Nissan in its pit box now.
No, it's not.
It's pulled away, has it?
It's off its jacks, and a very agitated leader man with the lollipop shows a torch and waves it at him, and on the in-car you can see him heading up now towards the fueling spot.
Yeah, and our onboard camera showing, giving us a great example here of a car that does end up at the fueling portion of the paddock. So this is the point where the cars just pull up alongside a regular fuel pump and get filled with either petrol or diesel, depending on the car involved, and the 23 machine parked there with the Nissan mechanic ready to top the car up, and then it'll head back out into the race. So looks like whatever that problem was has been quickly rectified.
23 laps on the stint for the Nissan then, so not a full stint, no, so something was amiss. They'd expect to do more than 23 laps normally.
Yeah, that car was if not about to take the position from the number 67 GDL car of Duncan Huysman, it was certainly closing right in, I think within something like 3 or 4 seconds of that position, but clearly it has dropped rather back from that now. But Nick Hamann will have another full hour potential running at the wheel of the Nissan to try to make amends for whatever problem led him back to pit lane for that shorter stint.
398 laps completed by race leader Oliver Ware. Alex Muller has come in to pit lane in the number 33 SPS Automotive Performance car, so that is just working its way now down towards maybe an expectant team, or will it just be fueled? No, it will stop outside the garage.
And it has to drive a change as well, so tyres come out, the gull wings open, and the driver gets out. So full service for the number 33, and we're also on the verge of hitting 16 hours on the race elapsed time, Johnny, and so another hour ticks away. 16 out of 24, that leaves us with just a whisker over 8 hours still remaining in the 24 hours.
We're also approaching a significant milestone in terms of race distance, because not very far away from 400 laps, and at 2/3 distance we've done 400 laps. That would suggest that at 3/3 distance we could be on 600 laps. Are we, though, with no chance of beating the record distance, which is 628 laps?
We are indeed, with no chance of beating that. The little projection thing that does that tells us that at the end of the race the most we'll get will be 613 laps, assuming no more code 60s.
613 is the optimum amount of laps we could reach then, and that is if we can get through the final 8 hours without another purple zone, and we have had rather a lot of those up until this point. This is how we stand then after 16 hours. The Black Falcon Mercedes leads the way from the 33 SPS Automotive Performance Benz, but that car has just pitted. Third place for Ram Racing and their 30 Mercedes-Benz, with Tom Onslow Cole currently at the wheel. In fourth position and leading A6 AM, it's the Dragon Racing Ferrari number 88 with Jordan Groger driving that. The 997 class headed by the Black Falcon team, number 26, with Al Faisal driving the car in 9th place in the overall standings. Looking down to the other class leaders, well, there are a clump of 997 cars in 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th places, as you can see. GDL Racing, Black Falcon, their second car, and the Raffia racing machine. SP3, headed by Optimum Motorsport, has been for a little while that way. The 163 car well placed then, with Sally Golich doing a cracking job most recently. Racing Divas leading the Cup 1 class, that's the M235 BMW division with 6 cars entered, and A2, the 117 Honda Civic of VDS Racing Adventures in front in that class. A5 is currently headed by the number 75 Sarah Tanucci driven Hofer Copa Racing BMW E46 M3, and A3T sees a race lead for Nibel Moutron in the number 95 Lebanese/British driver lineup for the Seat Leon Super Copa. Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing is the team, and they lead class A3T. that's how we stand after 16 hours, 8 to go. And we're just beyond the 6 o'clock hour here in the Middle East. So if you're still tuned to us on RadioLeMans.com back in the UK, we're in sound and vision via the Radio Le Mans website, by the way, and on Motors TV, the full 24 hours being screened via Motors for the first time in this event's history. It'll be just gone 2 o'clock. So still plenty of time before you can go to bed. In fact, if you made it this far, you might as well stay up till the end.
Well, I'm planning to, Johnny.
I know you are. But it's a slightly more respectable hour now with us, 6 a.m.
One quick thing to make clear, there's actually a slight error on the graphic we're showing on Motors TV, because the gaps aren't quite as wide at the front of the field as that was implying. It's not 3 laps between each of the 3 or 4. It's 3 laps from first to second.
Yeah, 3 laps separating Ollie Webb and Tom Onslow-Cole. We know it is 3 clear laps, but there's more like 86 seconds to be exact, between Jordan Groger in the 3rd place Ferrari and the 2nd place Ram Racing Tom Onslow-Cole car. Still in the fueling area, number 33 Alex Müller. Won't be Alex Müller though, I beg your pardon, for the SPS Automotive Performance Mercedes. We'll find out in a moment or two who has taken over that 33 car once it rejoins the race. Paul White is in 5th, Stuart Hall in 6th place for Gulf Racing UK. Behaving himself as far as the Delta time is concerned after ducking underneath it a couple of times in the last 15 minutes or so. The Lambo's going well in 6th place overall. And who's this in the pit road? It's the number 30 car.
Yes, so Ram Racing, Tom Onslow-Cole coming into the pits. And I'll say this should be for a regular driver change. He heads
fuel
past...
only. It's fuel only.
It's fuel only, isn't it? Yes, he's gone past the Ram Racing pit, which is in front of me here. So that stint for a tank full of fuel for the Mercedes was 31 laps. So yes, that's slightly shorter than it went last time, but enables Tom Onslow-Cole to stay behind the wheel, provide a longer rest for the rest of his crew, and be able to head out onto the circuit again with almost an hour of his stint still remaining, if he's going to go to the full 2 hours that he's allowed to.
That should it not, Paul, put the Dragon Racing car back up into second?
Yes, we've kind of gone around a full cycle again, haven't we?
Yep.
It's not too early to start projecting that forwards, but I just feel that something's going to happen to prevent any projection that I make from actually being worthwhile, how that's going to pan out, because it's still this bunch of 4 cars, the Mercedes, the 2 Mercedes, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, which are just swapping around places every time there's a set of pit stops. And in some ways it's the perfect motor race, because it is that close that every time there's a pit stop the order changes. It's just that out and ahead of them, 3 laps ahead of them, is a rather reliable looking, I won't say bulletproof, but Black Falcon Mercedes. I'm not allowed to say bulletproof, am I?
You just did. No.
But it makes it more exciting then.
But actually, even worse for the chasing pack, Ollie Webb just put in a 2:01, so he's the quickest man out on the circuit at the moment. It's Ollie back at the wheel of the car, number 2 car, of course. As Tom Onslow-Cole fuels, and Jordan Groger closes that gap and will take that second position in the A6 AM leading car, as it has for the whole of the night, I think, Paul, has it not?
Yes, I think I'll have to go back and check, but I can't remember when that car hasn't been leading in I've done it now, A6 AM.
Sorry.
It lost the lead briefly. The 28 car led for a little while, didn't it?
Yeah, no, 28's a pro.
Sorry.
Yeah, so in terms of leading the AM.
Not since the early part of the race, actually. It's been back up to the top for
since
quite some time.
Since it got to the top, you're right, it hasn't been headed in the AM category. Sorry, yes, I got hold of the wrong end of the kettle of fish. to mixed metaphors.
Metaphors being blended
No,
there.
absolutely. Absolutely. So just after, almost 6:10 in the morning here in Dubai, our coverage brought to you by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. They are sitting still in, after, where have they gone down to? 9th place. But still in 4th place in A6 AM. They've been as high as 5th overall and 2nd in that A6 AM category. Haven't really, Paul, had any problems, the 23 car.
Well, there was that last pit stop, which was
long, yeah.
Well, it was it was early. For one thing, number 23 did 23 laps on the stint, and there was something happening with the right rear, but it was quickly addressed and he was sent on his way again.
It had the bonnet off earlier in the night, which cost it about a minute.
But that was really just for checking purposes, wasn't it?
I didn't. They dipped the oil, didn't they? Then it stalled on that pit stop on the way into the fuel, which cost them, and that was about a minute for both of those. But it hasn't been off, it hasn't shed any parts, and it hasn't hit anybody else's wheel.
You're right, it's lost
and
a couple
you complain about me.
Bear in mind as well, it's also had minor delays at each stop because of the problem they've had with the air jack. So it's probably lost
good point.
A couple of those laps, just minor niggles. You see one of the Mercedes-Benz going through and sparking beautifully from the
that does
from the
look
front
good,
corners.
doesn't it?
But meantime, I think what's happened over the last kind of hour or so, Paul, is I think the number 2 car's gained another lap.
Since midnight, yeah.
Over the second position car, now 4 laps to the good, or close to it.
But its next pit stop will be before the Aston Martin and the number 33 Mercedes. But it is eking away. I mean, it was quite interesting. I think it was Bruce asked the question of who was it he asked? It was Johnny Adam, wasn't it? And he asked him if they had a plan for how to beat the Mercedes, and there isn't really a plan to beat the Mercedes because there's nothing you can do. You've got
to wait, haven't you?
You've just got to wait and do the best you can, so that when the fickle finger of fate points at something on that Black Falcon, that they'll be close enough to pick up the pieces. And of course, the trouble is, the more it is able to extend its margin, the more protection it has against little problems. It can now possibly deal with a puncture because 6 minutes will help it. Will do that. So, it's all a matter of protection at the moment for that Mercedes. And they can only focus on carrying on doing what they're doing as perfectly as they're doing it.
Correct.
And that's what it's all about.
At this time, when you've got the better part of that 4-lap lead, 3.5, 3 3/4, 3 2/3 is what they've got, isn't it? Lap lead. You've just got to run your own race. You shouldn't be worrying about anyone else. You've got to run to the pace of the car. If once somebody's back on the same lap, then that's a different matter. Fight the battles you can fight.
Yeah. And there's an interesting one at the moment I'm looking at, which is for 3rd place, and that's Paul White, who's putting in times quicker than he has at any point in his nighttime stint so far, down to the low 204s now, Paul. It's been impressive stuff from gentlemen drivers. We're on board at the moment with the number 58 HRT Porsche. Gives us an idea. Is that in pit lane? No, it's not.
No, he's down. That's down the back straight. And braking for turn
narrow, doesn't it?
10.
There you go. This clearly not in pit lane as another car goes past and up the inside into 10.
So many of the marker boards that have been taken out. Round the right-hander at 10, stay in the middle of the road. He's got a car to his right-hand side, so he can't take the optimum line. And so now he's compromised, and he can't go as quickly as he wanted to because he had a car right on his outside.
There you go.
So his lap is compromised there, and he's on the dirty inside portion of the track. And then he's also got to think, I can't just attack this at the same speed, otherwise I'm going to understeer into the guy on the outside.
There you go. By goes Ollie Webb. Sorry, Paul.
Yeah, I just want to say the interesting thing about that in-car shot as well was because it was a little bit further, it was mounted a little bit further back in the car. You could see a lot more of the interior of the car. Along along with the interior light, because one of the teams said earlier on that their interior light had gone, and I thought, well, what on earth do they need that for? But they actually have the interior light on all the time they're driving, just so that they can see all the switches and whatnot inside the car, so that they can then press the right buttons and hit the right switches, because they don't quite have all the colourful stuff that you and I do in our cars, where everything's lit up.
It's a real issue for, as cars get more and more complicated, even GT cars. In the P cars, one of the things I talked to Mark Webber about at length when they were doing their tests at Ricard with the 919 is getting the balance right between the things that need to be illuminated, the things that don't, how bright they are without losing your night vision.
That was particularly his problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because everything inside the car was too bright, and he then couldn't see anything because the things were too bright. Because I would never drive along my road car with the interior light on.
Well, I'm the sort of person, I actually turn the rear start down. That's not a rear start now anymore, but I always turn the dash lighting down as low as it will go when I'm driving in the dark.
Yeah, because you and I are old, and our eyes aren't as good as they were when we were 25.
That's right, Joe. I can see you perfectly there, Bruce.
But no, and so another indication of some of the challenges of driving these cars, in that in order to see the interior of the cockpit and the switches, you need to have the interior light on, which is only going to further compromise your vision out of the car.
Absolutely.
7.5 minutes then, the lead from Ollie Webb back to Jordan Groger. That's the best way to look at it at the moment. Then 25 seconds back to Tom Onslow Cole.
Paul White.
A minute 40 from Tock to Paul White.
You missed Paul White there.
I've got Paul White listed in 4th position at the moment on this TNS.
It says 3rd on the screen.
Ah.
There was actually that battle I was going to comment on before we went to the in-car, John, which is Paul White at the moment leading his usual pro driver, Tom Onslow Cole, and Tom initially was going to drive, I think, both cars at one point, but Paul gave the nod, of course, as he should, because Tom had the opportunity for a pay drive at Ram Racing in the Mercedes-Benz, but at the moment you've got the AMP driver of that regular pairing leading the pro. It's a little bit of needle there, I'm sure, of the most good-natured possible. Quick spin meanwhile at turn 5 for the number 71 car, but rejoins. That car running down in, it's the second place car in Cup 1, so the BMW M235i Racing. Second place in class, 28th overall. It continues. Duncan Huysman, meanwhile, in the 67 car. This is the GDL Racing car running second now in the A6 as Stuart Hall pitted the Gallardo. Burns another joker lap, 2:05.749 in the GDL 67 Mercedes. 6th overall.
Well, let's head down to Bruce Jones, who's in the pit lane and just about getting through the night. Bruce?
Stuart Hall, you look a little bit weary, but then again, Jamie Campbell-Water and you have done the lion's share through the night in the 69 Lamborghini. You've done most of it.
Yeah, it's been quite a long race so far. Fred and Rold aren't too happy about driving in the night time, so Jamie and I have done from 7 p.m. till now. Obviously it's still a little bit dark, but the sun should be coming up soon anyway. So it's been quite an intense night. We haven't had much rest, but hopefully it's paid off, because we were sitting in 6th position overall when we stopped, and second in class from about 28 yesterday afternoon. So fingers crossed it holds together. It's been an okay race so far.
But you, and particularly Jamie, have been entertaining yourselves by getting through the jokers. Who's got rid of more? I believe you've used 7 of your 10.
Well, I think old JCW's used the lion's share of those. He can't help himself, can he? He's banged out a few 2s, and which means now we've only got a couple left, so we've now got to be a little bit conservative with them, because we want to use them for mistakes and not quick laps. It's always good to have something in hand. I made a little mistake then and used one up for a 3, which isn't good enough, but occasionally you have a bit of brain fade, and I'm not used to driving to a lap time. Normally you're just asked to drive flat out, and I drove flat out and suddenly realised that I was going too fast and hit the brakes, but it wasn't enough. But you know, it's all good fun, and fingers crossed the thing holds together.
What shape is the car in, though?
It's going okay so far. You know, it's got some war wounds, but what car hasn't at this stage of the race? You know, I think we're just in the lap of the gods now. Hopefully the Lambo holds together. The boys have done a fantastic job so far, but you never know. It's racing, isn't it?
It is. Go and get some sleep, and don't keep the others up with your snoring, all right?
Brace Jones with the extremely quick Stuart Hall, and that car's been hauled up by its bootstraps to 7th position. 395 laps completed against 407 from the 160 on the front straight right underneath us here. This is the Aston Martin, the silver Alpha B or Alphab.
That's going to be
nicely done. 29th position for that car, which puts it third in the SP3 class, by the way. Ooh, that would have been a scary moment for the driver there.
You know what? I just had a sense of deja vu. You remember a few years back on the start-finish straight in full daylight, I think it was Keiko Ihara in one of the GT4 Aston Martins was hit at some speed by another car.
Guy Smith?
No, it was a different race. I wasn't here for that one.
All right, okay.
It was a different
Guy
race.
had an exactly similar incident.
In full daylight.
Interesting battle happening. In fact, I was kind of craning my head out of the window to look at something else when that bit of drama happened. Is the car that the TV screens are focusing on at the moment is within a couple of yards on the road.
Oh my goodness me, that was close. Fantastic pick-up by the guys in tape there. I know it's not tape anymore, it's all digital, but it's all still tape in replay. Well done, guys. By the way, we should say they are working shifts over there as well. So to all of our broadcast colleagues at Quattro Media and their support staff over on the other side of the track, bringing us the pictures to give us a much better view, particularly in the darkness hours, than we normally have from our booth, and sending that to the world. Thank you very much indeed. First time we've had full cut pictures through the whole 24. In fact, it'll be nearer to 25 and a half hours that those guys will have been working, and the camera guys as well. And with the extreme changes of temperatures here, that's a pretty hard shift that those guys have put in. Matteo Malicelli has just done a 2:01.0 in the A6 Pro, the number 4 Ferrari, which started in the petrol station.
And seconds before that, Marco Asma in the 20th position now. GT Russian, the number 10 Mercedes-Benz, going by Lee Mole as he brings the number 8 888 BMW down the pit lane. But the number 10 car putting in a 2 minutes, .891 for the recovering GT Russian team car. Little way down the order, I'm afraid, but lapping very, very quickly.
What I was finding interesting a moment ago, and whilst that was happening, in fact, was that Jordan Groger has actually put another lap on Tom Onslow Cole. And remember that Groger is limited to doing 2 minutes 4 lap times at an absolute minimum, whereas Tom Onslow Cole in a pro Mercedes can go as fast as he likes. And in fact, he did go as fast as he liked on the previous lap, 2 minutes 03.117. But Groger has actually got ahead of him, and actually hasn't yet, has he? He got very close to getting ahead of him on the road. They were nose to tail when they came through when that Aston Martin was parked on the start-finish line. And it was rather worrying because the road actually comes a little bit narrower there as well, doesn't it, as you come up to across start-finish. But Groger really has got his I was going to say his head down, but he hasn't got his head down. He's got his head up, recognising what times he has to do, not getting involved in trying to catch up with the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes.
There you go. It's, you know what, that's a battle between 3-4 cars that could go any which way, couldn't it?
Well, it is going any which way, isn't it? It's all a matter of who's in the lead at every pit stop.
216 Clio on pit lane at the moment. So there's developing tussle between 3, 4, 5 A6 cars in the top 6. continues. Tom Onslow-Cole closing in on his usual boss, Paul White. That gap now down to 15 seconds between the 28 Aston Martin. Paul has been at the wheel of that car for 49 minutes now. Tom Onslow-Cole, 15 seconds back, has been aboard the Ram Racing Mercedes for half an hour longer than that. The other class that's still up for grabs, very much so, is the 997 class. Black Falcon still lead that class, the 26 car. But the Lechner Racing car has been making good progress overnight. The M7 car, after early problems, I think is back onto the lead lap in that class, if not very close to it.
About another 9 laps, I reckon, before Oliver Webb will be into the pits for his next scheduled stop. Before that, Tom Onslow-Cole will be coming in the number 30 car. And then just after that, both the 88 Ferrari and Paul White with the Aston Martin will be coming in. Paul White being a bit short-changed last time on his stint, because they shortened it on him because the purple flag came out, and he got brought in about 10 laps early on his stint. So you could see him at the end of the stint, John. He was looking a little bit upset about all of it, wasn't he?
He certainly was. There was a bit of a crossed arms, which made me think he was a bit cross. Still over 7.5 hours to go, and we're live from the Dubai Autodrome for the 24 hours. Oh, bad news for the 6th position SP2 car. That was the Mark VDS, I knew I would do that. The Mark Focus. If you say quickly that, Mark VDS. Mark Focus. Sounds roughly the same.
That's a car that's been in some trouble overnight, John, with some damage to the door and to the rear of that one of the trio focuses.
Well, and its team car leads the class with Dean Fiore at the wheel at the moment. The Nissan Altima Super V8 distance driver, one of the Norton cars. He's been sharing this past season. I wonder if we'll see Dean up at the mountain. Has driven an Audi there in the past. Only got the call on Thursday morning in Perth. Good news was, of course, he was ahead of us in time, so he flew back to here, saved a few hours by being on the right side of Oz as well, and managed to get back in time for a bit of practice and quali here. He must have jumped straight off the plane and came to the circuit. Quite a remarkable story, and he might be winning his class here.
Godfrey Jones, I think, now aboard the Cressy Spark car we're looking at on screen. Been a bit of a topsy-turvy night for the 18 car, but up 6th place now back into A6 Pro.
Tom Onslow-Cole, by the way, within 10 seconds now of Paul White. 7.5 minutes at the front of the field between Ollie Webb in the 2 Mercedes-Benz and Jordan Groger in the 88 Ferrari. Then a further 1:45 back to Paul in the Aston. And then Tom Onslow-Cole in the Mercedes-Benz.
There they go across the line now, John, on another lap. 10 seconds it was on the previous lap. Slightly more this time. No, it's roughly the same, in fact. Sorry, still 10 seconds.
Still the 997 Cup leader in the top 10, just hanging on, but he's only 1 minute and 9 seconds now away from the 2nd place car, the Lechner Racing machine. Waiting to see the first little rays of sunshine coming through. I reckon it's about an hour, isn't it, Paul, before sun up?
No, it's an hour. It's an hour before sun up. Yes,
Yeah,
so half an hour before we get a little bit of lightning in the sky. The thing with our position here is we don't quite get the lightning in the sky as early as the rest of the world do, because we've got a blooming great roof over our head, which goes another 30 or 40 feet out in front of us.
It's been a rough race for the Hankook Tech team. They did everything right in practice and qualifying, put the 12 car on pole position, of course, and both the 11, the AM car, and the 12, the Pro, have been right up the head of the field and led their respective classes or the race outright. And now the 11 car is out on the far side of the circuit at turn 5 and is waiting to be recovered. You can see a flashing amber light just to driver's left there, heading down into turn 5 as the 26 Black Falcon leading car in the leading car in the 997 class is in the pits, was pushed into the pit box there, and I just said it was only about a minute ahead of the Lechner Racing car in second. Now the Lechner car had its problems after commandingly leading that class earlier on, has fought its way back. They're 10th and 11th at the moment, and still the top 8 in the 997 class are within the top 25.
I can see from up here, well, I can see Bruce Jones down there, because I was about to say there's somebody standing in the way, and then I realised it was said Radio Le Mans on there. No, you get in there, Bruce, and tell us about it.
He'll be there in a second.
He's right there now.
Who's in the Nissan at the moment? Because he's just been mugged. Nick Haman, yes, he's just been mugged by a couple of Benzes there. And there was a car stopped on the side of the circuit as well, just coming out onto the back straight, and that's going to surely bring out code 60. It has. So I can see at least we've got at least 2 cars in strife out there. And why can't I see
code 60, number 11, Paul?
Yes, it is.
Your voice is so reassuring, Paul, when we ask you questions like that. Let's head down to Bruce Jones. Bruce?
Well, I was worried at first that, it was the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes comes in just in time for the 26 to be reversed out of the garage. They were looking long and hard at the front right, as though it might have had some contact with something, but there's no marking on the bodywork of the 26 Porsche. It's going to have to hold its position as the 87 goes past. I think they were just playing safe there. He might have just actually hit a big lump of rubber or something, got a lot of pickup. Was concerned. They had a quick look at the brakes, and 26 back into the race. And Oliver Webb's just hopped out of the number 2, the race leading Mercedes, and that's roared back into the race. I'll catch a word with Ollie in a couple of moments for you.
It's Porsche number 60, the Speed Lover car. Oh, and there it is. That is one of the cars at issue. That is on the very fast cross straight, or back straight, middle straight, call it with what you will, but not the front straight. The one that goes, as far as we're concerned, our left to right.
The other one is the number 11 car, which
yes,
we're told is going to get recovered, so presumably they'll do both at the same time.
That was a very nicely timed pit stop for the Black Falcon. They took the opportunity, and it ended up being a 31-lap stint for Ollie Webb, and enabled them to get a driver change for pretty much free. The car up there now being refueled.
Well, both drivers out of their respective machines. They're not in any trouble. It is the cars that have let them down. So let's have a reminder of some of the action overnight, which has been relatively free of incident in terms of cars coming together. Paul said quite early on that we'd had some good running at the head of the field, and we've really seen the pace of these GT3 cars, which have come into their own. They weren't part of the early years of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, but my goodness, since they've been added, they have added a completely new dimension. I was talking to
and after
Faisal
highlights,
bin Laden,
I hope to have
after talking to Faisal bin Laden just earlier on in the weekend, and we were discussing multi-class racing, and just saying that these GT cars are effectively this race's prototypes. They are that quick, and a great opportunity for people to learn about multi-class racing, whether you're in a hot hatchback Porsche Cup car or something a little more exotic. The racing has been fast and furious, and Rob Barth and the rest of the team in the 88 can be proud of their workload overnight in that very distinctive 88 Dragon racing car. The Attempto guys have pulled themselves up as well. And at the moment, the Black Falcon car leads by about 7.5 minutes in time terms from that 88 in second. Well, it looks like at least the 60 car will need a flatbed rather than just a tow. Ollie Webb is down in the pit lane, out of the leading car, although rather off-putting that his name is still on the top of the timing screen. But Bruce Jones assures me he's standing with him.
Yeah, I'm certainly standing with Ollie Webb. He looks as though he's had a good session there. Was this the lap you were due to come in on, or was the Code 60 forcing your hand?
Bit of both. We were close on fuel anyway. It's the first Code 60 that's actually worked in our favour, so we were meant to come in within a 3-lap period. We were hoping for Code 60 and we got one.
Mind you're sitting on quite a comfortable lead. The number 2 Mercedes is clearly going really well. Are there any problems at all?
No, the only major incident we had was I got hit in the backside being out-braked, and we spun 3 times and nearly hit the wall. I don't think it made it onto TV, so not many people know that's happened. So the car's pretty indestructible. So
where was that?
That was second corner before last.
That'd be good for the fans, wouldn't it? But no seeming damage. A very quick pit stop. Obviously, your crew, being as professional as they are, they went round, they checked.
Yeah, they did. They had a quick look round, and that's what these Code 60s are about. You can take a little bit more time, look after the car, and it's all about the last couple of hours. So where we are now I wouldn't say it means nothing, but it doesn't mean much until we get to those last couple of hours.
And who's taken the wheel from you?
Now it's Yelmer going out, so he's in very good hands. He knows the car well.
And he gets some daylight laps.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being able to see, because my first stint was in the dark, so it'd be nice to get some light.
I'm sure it'll come to you. Well done, good job.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a man, I think, on the brink of a very, very big career in endurance racing, Ollie Webb.
Yeah, I like the way he's driven this season, and I like the way he conducts himself in the pit lane and in the paddock. It's been a pleasure to actually have dealings with him this weekend.
Had a word with Kerry Willems earlier on in the evening, much earlier on yesterday evening, and he was asking about what the drivers have been saying, because he doesn't get the chance to watch all of and listen to all the interviews clearly. And I said, if you want any ringing endorsements of this event, go and speak to Ollie. He's praised the driving standards, as has Tom Onslow Cole, and that's a touring car driver, as has Paul O'Neill. All of these guys...
Who is, let's face it, Paul O'Neill.
Yeah, all of these guys have driven in a variety of series at the very highest level, and they just get it.
They're loving it.
They just get it, and this idea that the rest of the field, the national class non-professional drivers, are allowing, if you like, the pros to come and play, and not the pros are tolerating the guys further back. I think that's the absolute right way to look at it.
You'll know I've got no time for surliness of professional drivers in a mixed class racing. You know, you've got to do the job, and you know the gentleman drivers are what makes this race tick, and frankly, what increasingly make the sport tick. And some really good comments from some of the drivers involved, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, credit to the drivers, but the drivers will only do what they're told, and it's credit as well to prevent it.
I think there's a few team managers who might take exception with that.
Yes and no. I was going to make the point about the way Creventic approach this. They lay down the rules in the regulations, they lay down the rules in the drivers' briefings, they make it very clear that they are here because there are gentlemen drivers who are wanting to do this race. Yes, the drivers are wanting to do this race as well, but they're wanting to get paid for it, or put together budgets or whatever it is. But, the pro drivers are professional drivers, and it's Creventic which are explaining to the pro drivers where is the horse and where is the cart.
Kerry Willems got the A6 drivers together in a separate briefing, and he sat them all down. And Gary used to drive himself. He started in karts, and his first race car was a 1.9 early Seat 1.9 pump diesel engine, which looked pretty much bog standard, but it was a race car to him, and he loved it. And he said that he could never forget his first couple of races. In one of them, he started, I think he said 53rd out of 80, and won their class because they just had the longer range with the diesel before anybody had really sussed that out. And he said to all of those A6 Pro drivers, before you go out there, just take 5 seconds to remember your first ever motor race. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now remember that most of the rest of the field are still feeling like that about this race, and that's the kind of excitement that they have, and you're out there being part of it, and it's not the other way around. So Paul, you're absolutely right. It's about how they're dealt with, and you know, if you treat people sensibly and not like children, they are far more likely to react in a good way.
That's a beautiful way for Gary to put it, and you know what, it may very well be that moment is why you got those interviews expressed in the way that you did, and if that's what makes the difference, then that's exactly what should be happening out there. It is an event that's always been done in the right spirit. The years that we've been actually covering this race, and long may that continue.
Just picking up on the comments that Ollie Webb said about lucking in when the Code 60 happened, he was looking to do, 34 laps probably on his tank full of fuel. He got to 31 when the purple flags flew. Both of the cars that were chasing, the Aston Martin and the Ferrari, Aston Martin number 28 and the Jordan Groger-driven Ferrari, number 88, were only onto 27 laps. So that was basically 4 laps of extra chasing, which the chasers weren't able to do. All right, the chasee, the Mercedes, is that little bit further ahead. But that's a bit of lucking in for them. You're a little bit worried about how long the Ferrari has spent in the pit lane there.
I'm a bit worried about how long the Ferrari spent in the fueling lane. That Jordan Groger's car is still...
Well, that's more than likely because there's more than him sitting there and he's had to wait for a pump.
That's a very, very good point, but it's taking a lot of time here.
And the gap, which was 7.5 minutes, as I was saying before, if you just forget about the lap difference, has already gone out to 9 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's without this extra time that the 88 car is losing. And the worst news for him, of course, is that Tom Onslow Cole, who's 5 minutes or so behind him now, is going to be quite a lot less than that, and the next time he comes round, in fact, none at all.
He will be past him.
Correct, exactly.
Now, Tom Onslow Cole, I think, is back up now into second position, but Tom will have to pit within the next 20 minutes because he could be out of driver time. Stefan Mucky, by the way, is now aboard the number 28 Aston Martin. Now down into fourth position, as shown on Tony's scoring at the moment. But been a big boost again to the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes. Number Berman, as Ollie Webb was telling us, at the wheel now of the leading car.
Bruce has a little news for us because he's lurking down near the 30 pit.
Well, I thought I'd go and have a look. I almost turned around when I heard Onslow Cole wasn't going to come in for 20 minutes, but then I spotted Adam Christodoulou ready to go, and the team are certainly making all those signs that in the next lap or so they'll have the 30 Ram Racing Mercedes at a standstill outside garage 2C.
He's in sector 2 at the moment. Well, you wouldn't you, being that close at this point to that cycle going through. If you can make it, we've not had the 60-second warning quite yet. At least one of the 2 cars that requires assistance is on the move on the back of a flatbed, so we don't think it'll be very long before we get to that point.
I think we've also seen the change of lead in 997 the next time the 26 car, and in fact no, it's happened. The Lechner Racing car is back in the lead now, but it has gone into the pits for its fuel, taking advantage of this Code 60. Yelmer Berman leads by nearly 10 minutes now. Jordan Groger has impressed me in this race, gentlemen. Obviously, I know the name. I haven't really taken a huge amount of notice of what he's been doing, but he's quietly got on with his job here.
He's impressed me increasingly every year we've seen him here.
Yeah, I agree.
But actually, equally impressive this year has been Mohamed Jawa. His times actually overnight were absolutely fantastic. And, you know, this is a properly Pro-Am squad. Let's bear in mind they've got the Irishman in their back pockets. Matt Griffin ready to be locked and loaded, and Rob Barth, the increasingly silver fox at Dragon Racing.
Going to love. Has he
just turned 40? He's just turned 40. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
Nobody's listening.
No
it's
one.
okay.
No
Rob's
one.
just turned 40, but they've still got all 10 of their Joker laps.
Oh, really?
To go.
Oh, that is very, very good.
Back on track, by the way, now,
indeed.
Jordan Grocott.
There's one of the rescue units is just on the exit of the bowl at turn 14, turn 15, and I could see one of the course officials just getting out of the car, inspecting the circuit as if there's been a report of some liquid or fluid down there or something, having a look at it, and now they're going to make a decision whether they need to treat that or whether it's okay. Meanwhile, into the pits, Graham.
Yep, comes the Aston Martin, and it's that right rear again.
That's Stefan Mucker.
And the Ram Racing Mercedes is also coming in.
That is
as Bruce predicted, yep. Well, this is pushing the envelope here at the end of this Code 60.
Well, is it at the end, John? Because they're now going out with cement dust onto the circuit and putting some stuff down to treat the liquid. So I think they're deciding it's going to be a slightly longer stop or a safety period than we first thought.
It's Paul Trustwell. I'm John Hindorf. Graham Goodwin is with us. The dark burgundy metallic number 30 in the pit lane and in front of the Ram Racing pit. So the Ram Racing car in second position. Tom Onslow Cole already out. Adam Christodoulou in, and Bruce Jones is down there by the car.
Well, I guess during Code 60 you have a bit more chance to work on the car, but they certainly, unless required otherwise, wouldn't be taking the discs off and replacing them. They're doing just that. The Aston Martin 28 is sitting in behind them, so two of the main players in this race in the pit lane. The Code 60 continues, which certainly is working in their favour. And as you said, Adam Christodoulou has hopped on board. I hope to get a word with Tom Onslow Cole very shortly, but it's great to have Ram Racing back.
The guys just making sure that they synchronise when they spread the calipers. What you don't want to do is get it wrong, because if you pull the calipers too far back, you then have the potential of introducing air into it, and then you've got to bleed the whole system, or you can push the brake fluid out of the brake cylinder inside the engine bay, and that going onto a hot exhaust is extremely flammable. So this, whilst it looks like a reasonably easy thing to do on racing cars with the big floating discs, still has to be done properly. There's nothing that actually holds the disc on other than the caliper and the wheel. It's not as if there's bolts to undo normally. You just have to slacken off the caliper itself, and those big spreaders are a godsend if you ever try to do that on your own car on a set of axle stands. Now behind that car is the Aston Martin number 28, and the right rear is being worked on there, and Bruce Jones has walked down towards that car, and once again the Strata 21 number 28 car is struggling with this right rear, Bruce.
Same day, same problem. Bit of damage at the front end. Stefan Mucker sitting sort of imperturbably at the wheel, just waiting for it to go. And I'm going to wait for my camera to come over, because Tom Onslow Cole very dutifully has come out, just as you said he would, to the pit apron to talk to me. So if TV would like to set us up, we'll have an interview. Interesting, the problem the Aston Martin's having. I guess it's putting a smile on your face, not on theirs, Tom.
Not quite. It's a little bittersweet. This is my noble steed from British GT, so a car I'm well familiar with. I haven't caught up with exactly what's going on, but they've had a brilliant run so far today, and I know Paul, who I usually drive with in this car, I just managed to get on the back of him before he had to pit with this issue, so there's a unfinished business there we were just joking about in the garage.
It seems it could be a rear brake caliper. Is that something that's a frequent problem?
Being only, only what I've done, maybe 7 or 8 races in that, I'm not aware of the issue at all. I've not heard of it, but look, they look like they're good to go again.
Now tell us about the Ram Racing Mercedes. Seems to be going like a train.
Really, really well. Yeah, we had a little setback earlier on. We had to go on the weighbridge and so on, but we've been clawing back time all night. And we're now looking pretty good. The car is driving really, really nice. All credit to the team. It's their first event with the car, and they've really got a handle on it.
How much did you have to scramble because of Code 60? If that hadn't happened, would you have stayed out for many more laps?
Yeah, we had another 25 minutes, I think, planned on my stint. We were looking for a Code 60 earlier, but it didn't come. The lap after, we said, right, okay, we're out of the Code 60 window. We had a Code 60. I guess it's a quick shuffle of the Excel spreadsheet, and we managed to work with the plan.
I guess it was just the drivers getting dazzled by the rising light.
It's getting to those hours, isn't it, now? The field seems to have really thinned out as well, so I think the best driving time's coming soon. I'm gutted I'm missing this next stint. Daylight, cold air, clear track.
Now, you're talking about some of the key components of endurance racing. Did you kick yourself you didn't move to endurance racing earlier in your career?
Yeah, I really do. Actually, I've thoroughly enjoyed every minute of last year, and this season has started so well. I wish I'd made the move earlier. Although with the traffic and 95 cars on the track, BTCC has definitely taught me a few things.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tom. Go and get some rest.
And just a quick note about Tom Onslow Cole. He turned out earlier this year and raced in our charity effort at the 360 in a little Renault Clio Cup car with Duncan Tappy for charity in the 360 race at Snetterton, and then he brought the Miltech Golf down and actually won the race of remembrance at Anglesey. So this is a very professional and serious, still young racing driver in anybody's terms, never mind just in endurance racing terms, who is full of life. He was a cracking person to be with and have a chat with. A fabulously quick racing driver, and he's still prepared to give back to the sport that he's involved in. And I commend him, Duncan, and the guys in the past who've helped us in all of those endeavours. Paul. Graham, sorry.
Couldn't endorse it more, and I don't care what anybody else says about Tom Onslow Cole. I think he's quite a nice bloke.
A couple of things. The number 11 Porsche has now reached the pit lane again on the back of a flatbed. Front right suspension problem is a very long distance diagnosis of what might have happened to that car. We've also had a course car, in fact 2 course cars go out. One was the one which deposited the official which looked at the area where the cement dust has now been put down to dry up whatever fluids were deposited on the circuit. The other one has gone round to have a look at what it looks like from a distance. And as the, I won't say daylight has arrived, because it hasn't, but it's...
Sun is up. I am told the sun is beginning to throw a little light behind us.
Telling suns to go to bed a little while ago.
Yeah, so sun's getting up now, all of you. On board of Florian Strauss, and you can see the light in the sky, and that will be a real boost to certain of the teams, particularly if you've had a tough night. Now remember, just before this Code 60, the gap between the number 2 Mercedes-Benz and the rest of the field was 7.5 minutes. It's now 23 minutes since Mark Griffin's 88 car went across the gap between them is 23 minutes. Now that's going to change the next time he comes round, and we're just waiting for the timing to reset. But even so, there's been a big shift towards the number 2 car.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they certainly lucked in with the way that the Code 60 played out, but I think once we get going again with racing, you'll find that the gaps come down again, because what you're measuring...
we're looking at 5-minute laps.
What you're measuring is
yes.
3 laps worth of 5-minute laps.
Yes,
when we get down to 3 laps worth of 2-minute laps, it'll suddenly shrink down to 6 minutes.
Yes, I've just realised that. I have too much information on these. By the way, lots of people texting and tweeting in at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans, following along at home, either watching or listening on TV, radio or the web, but having extra screens up with the extra and additional information, and loving the amount of access that they've got. This is, I think, the consensus is that this is by far the best timing and scoring system for any of the races that we cover.
It's an interesting point, because Timeservice.nl are a group of software programmers, engineers. They're not into information or publicity or timekeeping or graphics. They're software. And they spend all their time trying to get all their good ideas out onto screens somehow, because all the software is just what they do. So they take a very different approach to it. There's a tiny band of them, take a very different approach, but it does provide the users, the end users, the spectators, with an awful lot of information very easily indeed. Green flag, John, green flag.
Hurrah! With just 7:07 to go, 7 hours and a little over 7 minutes as we go back on board with the Attempt Tour Racing number 99. And you can see, even from the onboard camera, right up to full revs in the middle of the screen. Watch the green light just behind the steering wheel, which is not quite straight. That would be driving me crackers at this point. Down into the braking zone, third, second and turn in, showing you how late they are braking there, in between the 100 and the 50 board, before they're down through the gearbox and flinging that car fully committed into turn number 1.
TV screens, by the way, slightly flattering the light out there at the moment. Still not full light yet, is it here, by any means, but getting there rapidly now.
Yeah, the camera does lie.
Yeah, very sensible move, by the way, I thought, by the race director, to chase centre course car around and have a look.
Yeah.
While you've got the race under caution.
Yeah, that Attempt Tour Racing is a GT3 class car. It's an A6AM car, and sitting in 9th position. That was what you were on board with. The leader is the Black Falcon number 2, and Jelmer Berman, the man who started this car in such aggressive fashion and then had his charge rather blundered by the early full course code 60, is now charged again with the next, I suppose, about an hour and 40 minutes. He's done 20 minutes in the car up to this point, and that has all pretty much been behind, or been under the purple flags, which means 60 kilometres an hour. So now he'll be chomping at the bit and raring to go.
We've just gone over, John, the number of code 6s that we had last year, by the way, having done that one. We only had 10 last year. We're now up to 11.
10 for how much in time?
That's the difference. We've had 2 hours and 45 minutes this time. Last year we had 3 hours and 7 minutes. So, yeah, we may have had fewer of them, but they've been... Oh, sorry, we may have had more of them, but they've been for less time.
Bruce Jones with news of more drama in the pits.
Well, I was just watching before the end of the Code 60. There was a bit of activity around the 28 Aston Martin crew, and they're lining up, getting ready for it to come in again. So perhaps that right rear is not all it should be.
I think I just spotted the car slow on track as well.
And another problem, I ran up on the pit wall to have a look as the cars restarted, and or the Code 60 was brought to an end, and I noticed the 18 Mercedes, the Presi Spark car, has no headlights on. Maybe they think it's full light, I don't know.
Well, there is normally a message on the screen to say when lights have to be turned
in
on.
The pit lane, Graham, the number 28. Coming down into the pits now. The team are ready for it. They've called it in, or the drivers radioed in and said, I'm coming back in, but all is beginning to go the wrong way for Stefan Mucker at the wheel of the Aston Martin, which was going so well earlier on.
Yeah, and it was challenging at the head of the field, and if Stefan Mucker says there's something wrong with the car, he is very well placed to know that, Bruce.
And guess which corner they're looking at? Well, they're just replacing the wheel on the right rear, the corner they worked on so hard before. You suggested it was a caliper problem. I was worried because they went to the front end of the car first, but I think that was just a sort of regular check the front, but if the problem's at the back, have a look. And now the mechanic's desperately trying to get the nut out of his pocket. He's managed to do that, and on go the guns. I think he'll be back out very soon. I don't know if there's a puncture. I'm going to have a look at the tyre that came off, but no real sign. So I hope this isn't the start of something quite serious for the 28 Aston Martin. certainly Stefan Mucker would be wanting to get a really good stint in now to make up some of the ground.
They're not getting the centre lock nut tightened. That's the problem.
That is the problem.
You could hear the air hammer working like crazy there, Bruce, and I wonder if they've maybe stripped a hub there, and if that's the case, they will have to work on it. And Stefan Mucker, knowing these cars so well, may have just felt the back end being a little bit odd, and has done the right thing in coming in, Bruce.
Yeah, well, they brought out a big blue box of hammers and all sorts of tools to try and work on it. It's always blue, isn't it? And yeah, well, thank goodness Stefan was perceptive as he was, but okay, he went out knowing there was a problem with the right rear, and it does seem to be manifesting itself, unfortunately, for fans of Aston Martin.
And they're going to work on that. Bruce Jones is keeping an eye on it, the blue plastic crate with a service kit on, and they are taking off the hub. The hub is coming off. The brakes disc on the back much smaller than the front. It's like 5 or 6 12mm bolts that are taken off with the electric driver, and the whole of the hub is coming off. What you tend to do is put the right tools and the right service pieces together to change a particular job. That's a very Audi thing to do. They have had cabinets built specifically for their Le Mans programme for years, and you know that if, for example, in fact they used to practice this, Bill Adam, a former broadcast colleague of mine, would drive the R8 round and around Road Atlanta, and Brad Kettler would give Bill a code, and then Bill would report something back to the pit crew. Right rear loose, and it would come in and they would simulate the problem. Presley Spark 18 Mercedes-Benz with no headlights on there, and the guys would go to work knowing that a service kit with a hub assembly or an upright or a brake or whatever was all in the same place with the right nuts and the right tools to do the job, and that's clearly filtered down. It's a sensible way to do things. So that was the blue right rear hub replacement crate.
Absolutely. Meantime, at the front of the field, Yilma Berman is turning the knife, I'm afraid. 201.865 for Yilma. The best against that on the last lap around, Adam Christodoulou in the Ram Racing car that's looking to close down Matt Griffin in the AM car, running second overall. And still, remember, with those 10 Joker laps in his pocket, that was going to be my question before the dramas of the Aston Martin gentlemen, which is, if you were the Dragon Racing team, when would you use them now?
Within the next 2 hours, I would think. It's quiet enough, and as I say, if the driver thinks he's getting clear laps, then let him get rid of some of the fuel and use them to the best of his ability.
Nelson Valkenburg reminds me that in an interview that one of our pit crew did, Johnny Adam did mention a hub issue a couple of hours ago. Nelson's doing the commentary for the Benelux Motors feed, one of our happy band. Nelson, thanks for the kind comments, particularly on the pit lane interviews. He's been keeping abreast of it overnight before he does the live for the last few hours in the Low Countries.
Stefan Mucker has left the pit lane now. 4 minutes 47 on pit lane that time along.
Without refuelling, no need to, for the sake of taking on virtually no fuel at all. And of course that has played very nicely into the hands of the Dragon Racing Ferrari in the A6 AM class, although behind Adam Christodoulou is doing his very best to close the gap in the Ram Racing, unfettered by anything like minimum reference lap times. He's just going to try and go as fast as he can in these stages.
So the overall order is the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes still leads. Yilma Berman now at the wheel. As we've got a spinner there, it's the 91 Mark Focus at the exit, the final turn. So facing traffic at the moment, and manages to get the car turned back around reasonably neatly and tidily. He'll rejoin the race. It's the 92 car in that team, the Viuri at the wheel that leads the SP2 class. And there is the number 92 car. 35th overall for Focus, with the Pressy Spark Mercedes-Benz looking to thread the needle between that car and little Clio, and thinking better of it as they came into the turn. Quick look again at a moment of drama for the 91, the sister car to the class leader. Looking at now.
Paul Marquardt. Hello, Paul. Nice to have you with us. I won't get what time it must be with you at the moment. That would be turn about 9 in the evening. Not sure. Do the race cars have that whiny, whirry gearbox down because of the straight cut gears in the gearbox? That's exactly what it is. Well, some race cars are refined enough to have synchro mesh nowadays.
Not like the old days, they said.
In unison.
Another drag on his pipe. Good morning, Paul. Just off shift.
No, took the night off.
Did he?
This. Yeah, a number of people have noticed that. The collective was a buzz on RadioLeMans.com with people who had in various parts of the world taken days off or half days off. A couple of our collective, I won't mention who they are, were absolutely delighted that there's a flu bug going around, apparently.
Is there? Really?
Yes.
Taking over 24, 48 hour flu bug.
Yes, it's been
I'm feeling much better today.
I'll be back on Monday.
Absolutely.
Bit of a flu bug. One or two people taking time off their studies as well.
Yeah.
I noticed.
Apparently, the cure for the flu bug is total connectability and Doritos.
Yeah. Staring at several screens for many hours.
Yep. Be calling in on Monday with eye strain. You watch.
Yeah.
See which of the Porsches is that? Taking an unconventional line. It slingshotted past several of the touring cars.
Yes, Paul just confirming no ambulances for him tonight. Did I read somewhere as well? I think that Paul's going to go and do some training. He's had a promotion, so congratulations, Paul. If I saw that on one of the pages, worked very, very hard in a very difficult. Paul is what the Americans would call an EMS technician, what we would call a first responder.
Yep.
And an amazing sense of camaraderie between the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective from RadioLeMans.com has seen a group of guys in disparate parts of the world getting together using social media and Skype for motor racing and making new friends thanks to endurance racing and to the collective, which is pretty much a self-running, self-breathing. And the collective is what the collective call it, by the way.
It's almost like a self-generating thing now, isn't it? Paul was telling me that not only do they meet online, sometimes meeting actually in person, but now actually also, would you believe, webcast it, and they're getting new friends that way.
Yep.
And in fact, I think you and I have both been asked to make guest appearances on that webcast, and we'd be delighted to do it. Fastest lap of the race for the 997 class leading 26 car.
And we should mention the Jaap van Lagen driven Lechner racing car that was leading has dropped down after a 16-minute pit stop. It's back out now. We'll dispatch Bruce Jones immediately to the Lechner Racing Middle East pit. The Pressy Spark Mercedes-Benz, the number 18, has got which version of Jones behind?
That's David Jones.
David. Yes. Two famous pop personalities who had
David Jones.
Who were David Jones?
One was the Monkees.
Yes.
The other one, hang on a minute. David Bowie.
Yes, very good.
Thank you very much indeed.
5 points there.
And that at 7:07 in the morning with 45 minutes sleep on the back seat of a Toyota Corolla.
I'm reliably informed that Porsche Cayenne S back seat is very, very comfortable. 2 minutes, 0.230 for Stefan Mucker. The hub change is working. Right rear hub fight. Do you know, isn't that right? You know, we've talked about all the things that make racing drivers. The fact that they get straight on the gas, the fact that they're not messing about when they go to work, the fact that they can switch it on and switch it off for code 60.
Clinical insanity.
Somebody has just changed a really important part of the car that's held on by 512mm bolts, and Mucker's jumped in it, said, yep, that's fine, and got his foot down.
Yeah.
That takes a special kind of trust as much as anything else.
That's one word for it. 2 minutes, 0.230 though, 415 laps under the all four neatly bolted on wheels now of the 28 car, and 5th position overall, 4th in the A6 Pro category.
Right, if Bruce is in the media centre, who is in the pit lane? Is it Joe or Nick? Hello, pit lane. Or nobody.
Shall I go?
Come on, we'll all have a go.
It's hello, Nick.
Hello.
Hey, morning, Nick.
You see, you only need to have competition.
I've made a terrible mistake though.
Which is?
I've come out in just my shirt.
No, it's still a bit chilly.
It's a little bit nippy, to put it mildly, yes.
That can be taken so many different ways.
Yeah,
Florian Strauss does the fastest lap for the 23 GTR Nissan 2018.
That's their first Joker lap, and it's a good one. It's a 2:01.8, and he's closing in rapidly now on Fred Fatien. The gentleman drivers now being wheeled back out from their slumbers.
Nick, can you pop down to the Lechner Racing Middle East pit, please? They were leading the class during that code 60, and they had a nearly 17-minute pit stop on the 7 car. That might have just been a routine brake change on the Cub car. I think I might let Lechner run our 997 class car next year.
That's decent.
Yeah. I think he's done enough to.
When was the last time someone popped into the booth and offered you a Porsche Cup car?
Happens all the time now. Also, I was having a bit of back and forth with Andrew Howard during the early night hours in the UK, and you were standing alongside me when he offered me a drive in his GT4 car, sharing with him at Silverstone. That for various reasons.
You made me sign paper.
Yes, I
did.
did.
Tell you to remind me of that.
For various reasons, that didn't happen. But Andrew is got a lot of racing on this year, and making a GTE debut as well with the big.
It was mainly Andrew sobering up and realising what he said. I think it's fair enough. But GTE debut on the way for Andrew, and it's going to be a conversation, I hope, later this week to get a little bit more detail of what the rather exciting plans are going to be for Beach Team. There's going to be news aplenty coming after this race from various teams trying to ink various deals to do various championships in various cars. This is a significant race. To a degree, there is a parallel here with an event that this clashes with, which is the Autosport Show in Birmingham. That's where you used to get lots of the discussions and lots of the decisions made about programmes. It tends to happen here now. Sorry, Autosport.
I was going to suggest to Gary and to Dubai Autodrome that a motor fair of some description that was around this event might not be the worst idea. And Nick Damon has, as requested, headed down to the Lechner Racing Middle East pit, and Klaus Bachler can enlighten us as to the problems with the number 7 car, which was until recently leading the Porsche Carrera Cup class.
Klaus, yes, the 7 car, your car was in there winning or leading the Porsche Cup class. Then we had the code 60 at a very long pit stop. What was that about?
Yeah, we had some issues. We were now nearly 20 minutes in the pits. We changed the parts. We lost now 6 or 7 laps, I would say. Still 7 hours to go. So now we need to fight back. We did already. We were after half an hour. We were already 6 laps behind. So we fight it back. We were 1 lap in the lead now, and again there was a problem. So it's a bit tough. but the team is doing a really good job, and I hope that in the end we can be one.
Klaus, I'm afraid that our viewers will want me to ask you what parts and what bits did you replace. So where was the problem on the car?
Yeah, we had a problem with a drive shaft. It was still working, but we thought it's better to change now because there was a code 65. We thought we cannot finish the race with that drive shaft.
So Klaus, you've had a lot of setbacks mechanically, but obviously once the car's on track, it's going very, very well.
Yeah, we are doing really well. We have a really good lineup. We have a perfect team, but our competitors are running all the time, so it's difficult. As I said, we lost in the first hour 6 laps. Now we lost again 7 laps, so it's difficult to catch this up if the competitors are doing a very good job and no mistakes.
Obviously great driving there, Klaus. Thank you very much, and good luck for the next 7 hours. Come on, I need a jumper, John.
For those of you not in the UK, that means a sweater of some description. It's almost sounding northern there, Nick. Be careful. People will think you're working class.
Well, you know, they still think you are.
Which is good.
Good to see that the Aston Martin continuing to lap rapidly, having just taken a lap back off the Jordan Groger number 80. It's Matt Griffin now driving the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari, isn't it?
Take 2 steps back then.
Well, despite Matt Griffin's best efforts, Stefan Mucker in a fully functional Aston Martin was able to go past him. Added to the fact that Matt is still obeying orders and staying outside the 2 minutes 04.
Have they still not used a joker lap?
Well, he lost the game of rummy that they had earlier on, you see, so he didn't get one of the jokers, so he has to give that to Rob Barth later on.
I'd like to see what Barfy and Matt could do, what the ultimate pace of that car is, being 30 kilos lighter than the Pro cars.
Well, the proof of that pudding is going to be one of those long ones that you have to watch for 6.5 hours, because Adam Christodoulou in the Ram Racing Pro Mercedes is trying to break 2 minutes 4. Now, he does on some laps, but not on every lap. When he gets a clear lap, he can get down into the 2 minutes 1s. And when he does that, then he can reduce the gap between himself and Matt Griffin. It's about a minute at the moment. I was noticing on a previous lap that he took 4 seconds out of Matt Griffin, but then he wasn't able to repeat it on the next lap because he came across some traffic. So that's what you need to close the gap.
One to watch now, John. I've been watching it for a couple of laps now. It's Fabian Strauss, because he's aiming not just to get by Fred Fratien, who's now only 4.5 seconds up the road, as Stefan Mucker puts in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:59.546.
Only 2 cars being under the 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
The 12 car on lap 2, just before the code 60 came out, and
just
that was Martin
417 laps ago.
Yes, indeed.
But it's less than 5 seconds. Fabian Strauss now away from 3rd position in class, but also closing, and pretty rapidly at the moment, on the GDL car, which is 2nd in class. Just about a lap ahead, but lapping much more slowly at the moment than Fabian.
Yes, 425 laps ago, in fact, that happened. The new fastest lap of the race, write this one down, 1:59.5, and that is just a 10th away from the fastest race lap we've seen here, which I think was a 59.4 from memory last year.
59.472 from 2 years ago.
2 years ago, excuse me.
The fastest lap last year was a 59.537, which is also a tad quicker than what Stefan has just done. But Stefan's still got a fairly full tank of fuel.
He's only been in there 40 minutes, Paul. Yes, you're absolutely right.
Exactly. So plenty to come yet from the Aston, and a fired-up Mucker. There is certainly something to behold. And now it's daylight, we can behold him.
Ted Tomain, how are you this morning? This morning here, I suspect you are in Australia, because he said, I'm enjoying the 24 hours of Dubai. Good, nice to hear that. Well, I was looking up how to get from Sydney to Bathurst for the Bathurst 12 hours. You take a train. You can drive, takes about 3 hours to drive.
Depends which day he's going.
I think he was asking for a lift.
Oh.
the way I interpreted that.
Yeah. Well, we've got room in the hybrid Pathfinder. which we'll be taking up there this year. I'm looking forward to driving that. That's a car that we don't get in Europe. Don't start.
I'm not saying anything.
Snip. Zip it. Have a look at the various sites, but go up on the railway through the Blue Mountains. That's a cracking,
that's beautiful. That's
cracking run. Almost worth not hiring a car to do that, to get up into the Blue Mountains. I was regaled. Oh, spinner! Right in front of the Lechner Racing Middle East number 7 car. That was coming out of turn 10 off the back straight. Sure if we'll be able to see the number on that, or whether it's already turned around and restarted.
Well, while you're looking for that, John, we've got the Lechner Porsche with the race leader just behind him on track. It's Jaap van Lagen in the 7 car. It's Jelmer Berman in the number 2 car.
Well, I think that car
double Dutch
spun and recovered. Yeah, I was regaled with tales of how fantastically visually impressive the Blue Mountains were by responsible adults.
I have done, and it is fantastic up there.
And she was not exaggerating at all when we drove through there last couple of years. Florian now got the gap down to 1.3 seconds. It's the 69 Gulf Racing Lamborghini with Frederic Fatian at the wheel, 7th and 8th, and the 23 Nissan. We've got the onboard camera on that Nissan GT Academy Team RJN as well, the 23 car, and the back of that Gulf Racing Lambo is going to be coming into focus, and in fact he's gone through already as he goes across the line just under our feet at 1:59.722.
The gap to the GDL car, which is the next target,
and he's taking 6 seconds a lap out of him. Another 2:04.5 for Florian Strauss. This is a tremendous run for the young man. All good fun. And Ted just informing us on the train Thursday, looking at accommodation and flying into Sydney Wednesday. Good man. Come up to Bathurst. Well worth it. Corey Marvin says it's 10 o'clock here in Canada. How can I get from Canada to Dubai? I'm kind of guessing there's people who fly direct, but I don't think you'll get here for the end of the race, Corey.
The after race party, fair enough.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't even get that. So the sunshine, imminent, I would say. Oh, you know what? I've said that, and I've now stood up and looked out. It's a bit foggy out there. Not as bad as it has been. There was a very big accident, actually, a couple of nights ago on the Abu Dhabi road. 114 vehicles involved in that. Fortunately, no serious injuries. So it can get to be a bit of a pea super with the temperature inversion here. Indeed, we had such thick fog at the circuit earlier in the week that we certainly wouldn't have been racing had it been that bad during the event. The good news is at least we've got daylight now before that fog has rolled in, and that means that once the sun gets a little higher, it should burn it off. 26 degrees is the forecast temperature here in Dubai as we continue with our live coverage of the 10th Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Matt Griffin, 2:04.2 last time around. Come on, Matt, you can get closer to 2:04 than that, shouldn't we?
Well, he's been closed upon a little bit by Chris Dedudo on the last few laps because the Ram Racing Mercedes managed to close down that gap a little bit, but not by very much. And if I was sitting in the Ram Racing team manager's shoes, I'd be trying to work out how to take a bit more, make a bit more of an improvement than that.
How big is his shoes if you're
going to sitting in them? Well, yes, how small is my bottom? Don't go there.
Yes, Dan Shufflebottom, though, knows a bit about tactics. He's engineered and strategized at the highest level
Well, yes, indeed, and we asked him about it sometime earlier in the race, and he gave his reasons why that car was making more pit stops than some others. It's continued to make more pit stops than the leading ones, although in the meantime we've had him being caught up a little bit by the Lamborghini, which is always ahead of him, in fact, in terms of number of pit stops, and also a couple of extra pit stops for the Nissan GTR, but at least one of those we think was just a drive-through in order to set the transponder to the right setting. And quite why that happened in the way it did was still a bit of a mystery, but
sure it is to them as well.
In any case, that did mean that the Nissan has got slightly more stops than we would have expected it to otherwise, but having got itself ahead, the Ram Racing team hasn't continued with the same number of extra stops. It's kind of gone into the same routine as everybody else is doing.
Well, indeed, yes. It's 17 stops. The Nissan GT Academy car has done 18. The Gulf Racing car, albeit with some problems, with 18 stops. 19 stops for the Ruffler Racing 997, although that again is partially down to some problems. The Jones family outing, the 19, that's 19 stops for the 18 cars as well. Just a quick note to Stephen Oppert. Hello there. He says, I swear the Radio Le Mans team is the best job in the world calling all the amazing races. Yes, you're right, we do.
Yeah, it's great.
Booton Ginian Racing Maserati is back out in the circuit. Hasn't been a clean run for the Gran Turismo Coupe, but the colours familiar to us, Graham, of Booton Ginian from their other racing exploits sit well on that car.
They do. It looks actually a very handsome beast. I admit to not always haven't been a fan of the Gran Turismo one-make racer, but it does look good as an endurance racer.
They need to get to the bottom of what they've done to that, actually. That's one thing. There's a couple of people, and I would kind of like to get the pit guys to talk to for information purposes.
Well,
the Maserati is one of them, and the Corvette is the other.
Well, Olivia Lane Boutsen is the lady to go and talk to at Booton Ginian, and I'm sure she'd be more than happy to let the guys know exactly what spec that car is running in. It does strike me as being a car with potential for other versions of this.
Well, it's right that a Maserati should be running in this type of race. It's a good-looking car. Nick's a big Maserati fan. He owned a 3600 GT or a 3200 Coupe
and a second mortgage.
42. Oh, sorry. Hang on. Have I slighted you by suggesting it was only a 36 or a 32?
No, the 32 actually is kind of known as being better looking, but it was, let's say, more Italian in its build quality.
And so what did you have then?
The 42, which didn't have the distinctive boomerang lights, but did have the engine designed by Ferrari and the gearbox designed by a 3-year-old.
And not in a good way, presumably?
No. You know what it is? When a car's the car is described as characterful and special, and basically it means that one major part doesn't really work properly. You can just gloss over it.
I seem to remember you telling me about your former wife putting a rather big dent in the door as well.
That was yes, exactly, former wife. It's Ori, isn't it? The thing to remember about the Maserati gearbox is you can't reverse uphill.
Right, okay.
I once couldn't get into a parking space at the local hospital because I could only reverse into it, and I got stuck there with a very ever-raising smell of smoke and about 2,000 pounds of clutch slowly just going away.
And presumably about 15 nurses laughing like drains.
Yes.
It was mostly old age pensioners who were frightened by the sound.
Was that the car or you?
Both. My wallet screaming and the gearbox giving way.
Nick Damon on the joys of owning Exotica. See, at least when you've got a Porsche, all you do is ring up Paul Robe down at Par at Crawley and say to them, Paul, my Porsche needs to come in for its yearly service, and Paul fettles it for me. And Nick has owned the most amazingly unsuitable set of cars. He had a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo at one stage.
What, V1 that was left?
If you listened carefully, you could hear the tin worm chomping through it as it stood there. it was being prepared for competition by being lightened, just organically. It was unbelievable. Let's go back to Nick now and put him on camera as well. He said he's only got a shirt on, presumably there's trousers and shoes as well. Let's hope at least for the sake of our viewers, Nick.
Yes, I remembered the trousers, which is good news. And Peter Cox has remembered to have his Ferrari overalls, which he didn't have a couple of hours ago. Peter, the number 4, since those early problems, running well, but it's taking a long time to catch up.
Yeah, I mean, after the shunt last night when we had the suspension failure, we 2 hours later we had another problem with the suspension in the front, maybe also from the shunt. So we were then already P10, and that set us back again, and now we're again P11. So still very hard for us to break into the top 10, but for the rest the car is running well, and basically this contact has cost us dearly, which is a shame.
It's been a weekend or a race meeting of contact for this car, but it's remarkable it's still going round as fast as it is. When half of it disappeared in practice, didn't it?
Yes, half of the car was gone. So, I'm really, the guys did a fantastic job. The car is also driving and handling nice. So it's just a shame that we didn't stay out of trouble. If we would have stayed out of trouble, we would have been easily in the top 5.
We've joked about the fact that you're a Lamborghini specialist driving a Ferrari, but of course you drove with these guys on a couple of the other Creventic events. Will you be doing the whole season with Scuderia Praha and the Creventic International Endurance Championship?
I don't know. We will see how it goes, how it evolves. There is the intention, yes, but we have to see. I also have my other program, and we have to see how it goes, but it will be nice to do.
Peter, thank you very much, and I've never owned a Ferrari, by the way.
The fleece was very nice, Nick. I thought a nice shade of taupe there.
I've got fleece envy. It's a nightmare. Oh, just before we finish off my exciting world of supercars, guess which was the most reliable exotical car I ever owned?
Go on then.
A TVR.
Oh, okay.
Never gave me a moment's problem. At the same time, I owned a Mercedes which broke down every 2 minutes.
Well, Bruce is a fellow TVR owner, of course, just joined in with that. Leader in the SP3 category is Optimum Motorsport again in the Twisted Land Rover's sponsored GT machine. And that is the 55, isn't it? The 163. Yeah, got the snouty bonnet. Paddle shift and pushing its way through, Graham.
Has better air out front as well. We noticed a different rear, more sculpted rear on the G55.
So that is basically the similar car as I raced this year in the Super Cup.
Close to it. Less bent, that one.
That's harsh. It went back exactly as it came out of Garforth. A scratch on it. Well, all right, there was a rear upright that broke, but that wasn't really my fault. I tried hard to get it to the finish line.
Still watching, by the way, the continuing battle for Fabian Strauss to get on terms with the GTO
Florian
race.
Strauss and Fabian Fatia.
Sorry, that's me at 7:31 in the morning.
Call him Frederick Fatian. And
he's taken another 20 seconds out of that gap since we last commented. So getting down towards a minute and a half now. The gap between second and third in the class, as we look again on screen at the number 7 Jaap van Margen pedalled Lecner racing car.
And this was the car that Nick was getting the full story on earlier on about its trials and tribulations drive shaft issue for the Porsche. When we've seen Porsche at the Nürburgring need drive shafts replacing, the Manthey cars down through the years. Significant event has just happened here. It's got light enough for the under canopy lights in front of us to be switched off, and Paul's head torch has been turned off. There you go. That is the equivalent of the old purple light at Le Mans going off. That's officially daylight now. Write that down.
I've actually got the same battery that they use on the purple light at Le Mans. Come over into this headlight. I'm looking closely at Matt Griffin in the Dragon Ferrari, John, and I'm sure you are too, because his times are resolutely staying at 2 minutes 4 point something, 2 minutes 4 point something, and I'm sure at some point he's going to be unleashed because as the fuel load lightens, then the car is going to be going even quicker, and we were hearing earlier on about the sort of value of breaking the 2 minute 4 barrier.
No point in doing it for a 2 minute 3.9 though. You might as well break out by a second if you can.
As far as you can, and you're going to do that better if you've got less fuel about.
That's a good point.
If you've got a scanner, you need to be listening for the following words: engage Matteo Grifoni mode. Engage Matteo Grifoni mode. At which point you'll see fireworks.
I think they just have to tell him that breakfast is ready, don't they? And
absolutely.
He'll speed up.
Tom Firth has said, can we have a midweek motorsport special on Nick's car owner history someday? I'm not sure we'd be able to broadcast it, if I'm honest, not and stay friends with any of the car companies. Nick, go on, Nick.
It's just a sign of me silently crying as I think what I could have done with the money.
Yes, you see. Being an early adopter is not always the best thing, is it?
No. Let me just say now, as all sensible pit lane reporters and members of Radio Le Mans, I have just an Audi.
Oddly enough, so do I.
Yep, and oddly enough, so do I.
I did have one I left, but I'm not quite sure if I've still got it because I can't afford the last repair bill. Sorry, not repair bill, maintenance bill. It wasn't a repair.
Those are consumable components, I think.
Yes, I didn't expect to have to replace the rear wiper motor though, but anyway, that's another story.
Fourth place car is on pit road, gentlemen. As Fabian Strauss, I'm afraid, burns one of his, and that has burned it, hasn't it? Burned one of his
996, 203 996. That's not what you do.
No, Bob will be having words there.
Yes.
But the number 33 car goes to its pit box. It is a driver change for the fourth position car, as that car was being closed in on quickly but distantly by the delayed Aston Martin.
217 and that little Clio coming in to the pits,
car.
And behind it is the 45 Porsche in 16th position and 6th in the 997 class. For the first time, I think, since about hour 2 or 3, we haven't got the whole of the top 10 of the 997 class inside the top 25, because we've only got the top 9 there. And the 10th car is actually dropped down to
Mrs. GT.
28th. Yeah, Mrs. GT. At Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans, thank you for all of the kind words overnight, and for the invitations to various soirees once we get down to Bathurst in about a month's time. Bourbon and Coke slushies being offered by Andrew Mutton and the Team Cow guys.
I'm looking forward to this more and more.
Yeah, me too. Absolutely. The redoubtable Bruce Jones joins us up in the commentary booth area as the 65, as the BMW rather, in 65th position.
That is your brother's car, isn't it? Is that your helmet?
70. Is that the 74?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we were talking about Jörg doing the development work on those 235Is. They look a lot of fun. I do think, you know, we get caught up quite a lot, obviously, in the GT3, GTE kind of thing when we're looking at these, you know, this type of car racing. 202 flat for Florian Strauss. He's been let off the leash, hasn't he?
He's been told
go.
Engage GT Academy mode.
Yeah, absolutely.
First week.
It's good to see, though, manufacturers like BMW, Maserati, and, you know, whoever else building GT4 and sub GT4 cars for VLN, for this type of racing. You know, the Toyota GT86, only one of those here, but, you know, clearly a cracking car. Really, it's only an extension of the car that we're looking at now, which is a Seat Cup car. Now, those cars were obviously built as a single make sprint series, but they have, and the Renault Clios as well, have turned out to be very competent.
Remember, made his name in one of those Seat Leons.
Yes. Won the TV championship, did he not?
He did indeed.
Meanwhile, Adam Christodoulou is continuing to make progress on Matt Griffin, who's still not being allowed out of the cage, but continuing to lap extremely consistently at 2 minutes 4.1. Chris Lulu's gap down now to 38.7 seconds, John.
And Stefan Mucker is laying on the pin to that Aston Martin. He is pedalling that 28 car very quickly. Meantime, Nick Damon
down with the 8 car, the 888 car, number 8 car, the BMW Z4 and Lee Mole. A lot of problems earlier, but now is the car firm, running well?
Car's perfect. We were just really unlucky. The diff went on Joe's stint, which cost us about 55 minutes, I think. But guys changed it really quickly, and this one's been sweet. So yeah, the car's running faultlessly, and it was running faultlessly before, and we had no warning at all. It literally just went, no temperature, no nothing.
You just got out of the car from what is normally the best stint of the day, where the sun comes up, the air's nice and fat. Did you pull rank to get that stint?
I did, and I cockily didn't actually put my cool vest on, which was a big mistake, because it's probably the coolest part of the day, and I couldn't do much longer. So I did 2 hours, but that was about it. So when it starts getting hotter now, it's hard work in the car.
With the field now, it's been thinned down by attrition. Is it making it a lot easier?
For me, it was about 2 seconds a lap quicker in my last stint, which was around about 12 o'clock, I think. So yeah, it makes a massive difference. It's hard work out there. 95 cars. There's a lot going on a lap.
You brought the car in 21st. I think the car's left the pit, in 21st, 7th in class. What can you realistically hope to get to?
I guess it's an outside chance of a top 15, and we're really hoping for, other cars to have the misfortune, which obviously we don't wish on anyone for a 24-hour race, but there's still quite a while to go, really, so anything can happen, so we'll just wait and see.
Yeah, Lee, there's 6.5 hours to go, so you've got more than a normal World Endurance Championship racing left, so who knows what could happen?
Exactly.
Thanks, Lee.
Another stalwart of GT racing from the UK, Lee Mole. Nice to see him out here and enjoying himself. And he's worked hard in that stint, particularly without the cool suit on.
Interesting that he says 2 seconds per lap over a stint. That's going to turn into a minute, because most of the cars doing 30-lap stints. And if you can pull up a minute on a stint, then you're doing very well indeed. Of course, the trouble is that the same thing happens for everybody else, and that they all go up by all the times improve, as we're seeing from the number 99, Florian Strauss, in the number 23 car, back into the pits now.
And that he was really let off the leash. As we look at the onboard, you can see the Race Logic data recorder on the left hand side there as he comes into the pit lane. Plus 11, plus 12, gives a big thumb up. He's not going to the pits, he's going straight for fuel. Now that's interesting. He gave a thumb up from the left hand side of the car to the guys. That would be, the tyres are fine, guys, I'm going straight. Now this is great to see this from the onboard. There's his team mate there, his team personnel, who has to be, of course, in the fireproofs with the goggles on.
They're allowed 2, one to wave at you and one to operate the nozzle.
Stop. Operate nozzle. A lot of people asking why people weren't wearing fireproof suits in the pit lane. The answer is there's no fuel in the pit lane.
Indeed. So
you could still if you want to. But in these temperatures, I understand why people don't. Yes, clearly there's still a risk of fire, but without fuel being pumped there, that is mitigated somewhat. But the safety considerations still having to be taken in the refuelling area. Now, what's that on the front of the Ginetta that's going down through 13 to 14? We'll keep an eye on that as the Maserati, the very pretty Maserati, the Boots and Ginion 152 car comes into the pit lane.
And there's a message on the screen as well telling us that the Alpha B Racing Aston Martin is stopped out on the circuit again. It's going to be pulled back.
That was the one that stopped on the start line and restarted just before it got picked up by following cars.
That's certainly the 3rd time that it stopped on the circuit. Okay. So there's obviously an intermittent problem there, Graham.
So it's 14 laps to the good over its next class rival, which is the Speedworks Aston Martin. David Medell at the wheel of that car. at the moment, but that car is running third in class, the 160, or was running third in class. It's now stationary and still third in class.
Plenty of you still tuned in around the world. Hello to Miss Jax, Jackie Warnock. We'll be seeing you early part of next month in Australia. And Paul Markhart has got Nick Damon on the 60-inch. See, that's a worry for me.
So is that? I sort of half heard that, and it's only even more worrying.
Absolutely. Tom Firth enjoying the show in the wee small hours as well. Thank you for the kind comments. It's at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Paul?
Matt Griffin, I reckon, is within 5 laps of the end of his current stint. So if they are going to let him have a joker or two, now would be the time to have it. After all, he'll say the Nissan boys let their driver have a go, so why shouldn't they let one for Matt Griffin? We'll keep our eyes on him and let you know how he gets on when we know.
So the sunshine beginning to make its presence felt here as it's starting another cycle of pit stops, and a very slow moving number 17 Porsche coming into the pit lane. This Graham.
And more of interest here, this is a Riviere racing car, but actually this is a previous overall winner of the race at the wheel of this car, Monsieur Abigail. It's like Abigaili, but without the E on the end, but a winner of the race in its earlier days.
Thank you, Graham. Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com, along with Paul Truswell and myself, John Hindhoff. I've got Nick Damon on duty in the Powered by Nismo pit lane. And we're live from the 10th anniversary running of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, and the sun has arrived. Our leader is Jelmer Berman, who is another one of these drivers, Graham, whose career elsewhere didn't really come to fruition and has found a home in sports car racing and is doing very nicely indeed.
Very nicely, very impressive, very quick. And I was just going to say again, they have just been turning the screw while everybody else has been battling away, and we've been talking a lot about the battles. They've just been banging in the 201s and 202s. And, you know, we're now, 5 laps to the good now for, it's 4 and almost 5 laps to the good now for the number 2 car.
Which is the sharp end of 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, and very impressive run indeed this morning from the number 2 Black Falcon team.
Yeah, it was Sam Smith who first put me onto Jelmer Berman when he was racing in an LMP2 Lola at Le Mans. And he... ace talent spotter that Sam is. Obviously he was pushing his brand as well, but I think he kind of recognised Jelmer as the star that he's clearly proved himself to be in this race as well. Not to take anything away from any of the other drivers in the car, because Hubert Haupt and Oliver Webb have done their part, as has Abdulaziz Al Faisal.
Yeah, did a great overnight stint.
His full double stints when they were doing double stints through the night, and Abdulaziz didn't shirk from any of his responsibilities driving there.
2 minutes, 0.971, just to underline that point from Jelmer on his lap 442. And that is getting close to 5 laps to the good now. He will be closing in lap by lap. That's 6 seconds quicker than Matt Griffin managed last time around. And the gap between Matt and Christodoulou now down to 31.1 seconds. The gap, by the way, 4th position now, John, down to 35 seconds. Stefan Mucker to Assenheimer in the 33 car.
It is. Hello to Manu, who's at Eau Rouge F1, following us from Vietnam. Great to see the sun shining in Dubai. It's downpour out there. Thanks for joining us, Manu. Stay with us for the next 6.25 hours, because that's when the end of the race is. So 6 hours and 15 minutes still to go, as Fatian has lost another place, I think, Graham, there, has he?
He has. The Attempter racing car, the number 99 car, has gone by.
And that is a place in Am as well.
It's a place in Am, so the overnight charge from Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall that we were thoroughly enjoying is beginning to slightly unravel as the gentlemen drivers must take their turn and it's Sarkin Aka, the Turkish driver in the number 99 car, that has actually done it. We have Matteo Grifoni mode fully engaged. It's a 2019 from Matt.
If you're going to burn a joker, burn it by 2.1 seconds.
Do it properly.
That is impressive.
He'll have enjoyed that. He'll be smiling now.
Right, let's keep an eye on that number 88 Ferrari then in second position. The gap has come down to just 31 seconds before Matt was fired off. His last pit stop is showing us 38 seconds. Did he just drive straight through?
Did you think that was just a driver change?
Yeah, that sounds like a straight driver change type pit stop.
Or a set of tyres, and no fuel.
I couldn't have done it.
That could have been done in 38 seconds.
It would have to be either a drive-through or...
So what he's doing is, he's not got a full tank of fuel in. He'll come in at the end of the stint, put as much in as he can, and probably then do a tyre change and go out and bang some more quick laps in.
I don't know whether they'll need to put another set of tyres on. The tyres seem to last quite well. Just out of interest, I've pulled up the Joker times that the Nissan set earlier on in the race. Nissan have done 2 minutes 1.8, so we can wave that one at Matt as well.
Yeah, Matt, come on, you need to find a 10th bit. Hello to Jorge, who I believe is a Porsche owner, because he's at Jorge's 924. New York City, add that to Australia, Vietnam, all over the UK and Europe. Tuning into what has become an endurance classic at the start of the season.
The other one that I don't know, it's one of those things I'm not quite happy with, is the number 33 Mercedes, which has been performing so well. Dark horse for a podium place, if not in the overall positions, then for the pro podium. But its stints are getting shorter and shorter, and I just wonder if there's a bit of a fuel pickup problem or something there. We'll keep an eye on it. So maybe it's just taking advantage of purples and...
Another joker gone for Matt Griffin, 203 flat. Again, if you're going to do it, don't do it by tenths, do it by seconds. Anything under 204, remember, you've only got 10 laps. If you're in the AM class and you've selected that 204 time. Which was the car that selected 206?
The two of them, there's the GDL and the Mike Racing, number 96.
Right, the GDL guys are in the pits in 6th position, but still second in the AM class.
That's a scheduled pit stop for them, nothing to worry about there. And of course, all the time, Christodoulou is still trying to close on Matt Griffin, even though Matt is flying as fast as he can. It's going to be a question of who comes into the pits first, I think, out of those two, John.
Being a spin out of turn 11 for the 33 car, Nick.
Yeah, he's just come past me. I know Paul was worried about his short stint. Well, the reason this stint is short, because he's actually clunked the rear left of the car. The bump, everything's still in place, but it's a sort of panel damage that the 4th place car would need to go to the Mercedes dealer and probably have about £11,000 to fix, because it's all the plastic work he's done. Quite a leisurely stop. The wheels have come off and it's going on the dolly jack, so that's going to be a major move, because this guy has had a very, very solid run. We're in 4th. Stefan Mucker already in the Aston Martin has taken that 4th place, and I'm sure it's so concertina at the top that he'll be dropping down very, very quickly if they can't solve this problem speedily.
It's Nick Damon down in the Powered by Nismo pit lane. Hashtag eat, sleep, race, repeat. The morning sunshine just beginning to interest one or two spectators enough to get them out of their cars or back to the circuit after a bit of a snooze. And it's warming up on the circuit as well, with Matt Griffin having been let off the leash for a couple of laps. His last lap at 2:06.0, but he's consolidating his lead just on 25 seconds to Adam Christodoulou for Ram Racing. But Adam, you see, free, unfettered by the time constraint, a 2:01.4 for Adam. Nick?
It's a rear suspension failure for the 33, because even though he obviously had damaged the rear left, the mechanics have gone straight to the rear right, and the upper control arm is not attached. So the rear right wheel is wobbling like a good one. and of course that's obviously why when it went the car spun out of control, because it had wheels not all pointing in the same direction. So this is not the work of a minute. So a number of teams are about to find themselves significantly higher, or at least one place higher in the overall rankings.
Hello to Chris Lemon in Columbus, Ohio, and to Brazelton, Georgia, home of Road Atlanta, of course. Columbus, Ohio, close enough to drive down to Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, lovely part of the world, both of those in America, with great natural terrain road courses. Andrew, Adam, and Chris, nice to hear from you this morning. Temperature just beginning to rise. We've got the forecast of mid-20s Celsius today here at the Dubai Autodrome on 87.6 around Motor City. Our early morning coverage brought to you in association with Cafe Nero. Revive your morning here at the circuit, right in the middle of the hospitality area. Now here's the 33 car with the issue. Nick Damon has been watching that car. The boots lid is up as well. They're looking at suspension mounts as well as anything else, and rear wing mounts as well, Nick.
It's very noticeable that the problem, if I just bring my cameraman down, the problem is here. Coming, you follow work. I guess it coming. You film this bit there.
Yeah.
And that is what caused the spin, the damage. That's not accident damage. That's separation of the control arm on the top of the hub. I think what's happened is obviously other bits of damage have thrown through down to obviously after the spin, and they're now I think they're assessing, is it worth trying to get it back out again, John?
Smashing access there. Well done, Nick. And what's your cameraman's name, Nick? Oh, lost him in the depths of the pit. Nick's been working with a couple of different cameramen, of course, today, because they are working shifts. And again, our thanks to all of our camera operators and everyone back at Mission Control on the other side of the track for bringing us, I think what you'll agree, is pretty special images during the night. Mark Carr's Australia, the second of their entries, is the leader in class and has cracked the top 30 for this 5-litre Ford engined car. Be happy with that. We'll get 2 out of 3 of them home, Graham. I think they'll be pretty happy.
They will, but just in a significant change, John, and that's another pit stop for another Mercedes. It's the GDL car this time, the 67 car. That has put Florian Strauss and the 23 Nissan up into 6th position and second in A6 AMP.
It's not Matt Griffin, is it? That's
Marcelli.
Due to be coming through, and it was a red Ferrari coming into the pit lane, but it was the other red Ferrari that came into the pits. Matt Griffin doing a 2 minutes 4.383, which is a bit better than the 2 minutes 8 he did on the lap before that, which kind of took away some of the advantage that he had of playing his joker, but I'm sure there was traffic in the way when that happened.
The thought occurs that when you actually engage Matteo Griffoni mode, when you want Matteo Marcelli to go quicker, is it Matt Marcelli mode for that? It's got to be fair.
Something like that, yes. In any event, Manicelli is able to go just as quickly, I suspect, as Griffin is, or at least quick enough, as down in the pits there is the number 92.
And the leader.
Oh, that's the class leader, isn't it? 92?
No, the race leader. The race leader is in the pit lane, Jelmer Berman.
That's Hindhoff curves were in the way.
Yeah. And he will trundle down to his pit stop, and has done. Already the driver change has taken place. Meantime, the Maserati goes round the first corner. The Buttinginian car. And while we're talking about one-offs, there is a unique car. That is an Audi R8. Well, of course, they've built over 100 of those, haven't they? Yes, but they haven't built this one. That was an Audi Sport. It's been put together by the Breukers boys.
Is it the Fabulous Breukers boys?
The Fabulous Breukers boys, absolutely. Let's go to Nick Damon, who's with the Black Falcon leader. And Nick, this is a little tardy stop. They've got laps in hand, but is there some concern here?
I think they're doing the second. I was looking for a distance, and they have suddenly decided to do a second pad or disc change.
That'll be the rears or the fronts?
They check the front left, and then suddenly decide, no, it's time to do the rears. Which is a rather odd way of doing it, because they had a good old look at the front left. They've left that one in. The front right, though, is being changed. I must have missed them change the front right. This is just pads this time, not pads and discs. So it's an all-round pad change. That'll be 4 hours and 700 quid to you, sir. But they are whipping them out very quickly. They obviously have so much time in hand now. They haven't got to push it, and they have the advantage of being able to do it in a relaxed manner. The front right is being a little bit recalcitrant, if I'm honest.
Yeah, they did the front discs back on stop number 9. This is stop number 15 for that car. So that was done back before half distance.
And away they go. I mean, it is amazing, isn't it, Paul, that when you've actually got a nice little cushion, it makes everything so much easier, doesn't it? You can take those little extra, you can take out any risk. You can do things in a relaxed way. You don't get the shouting and the jumping. You get all the mechanics just going about their business. When one of the pads is a bit sticky, it's not a disaster. We just think about it, go back and pull it out better. It's a completely different sort of orchestra or ballet when people have got time in hand.
Well, you're absolutely right in practice. Of course, in theory, that's the way they should always behave, however much pressure they're under. But no, you're absolutely right. It does make life a little bit easier when they've got that cushion. But on the other hand, they can't afford to get too lackadaisical about it, because otherwise time will just vanish like the desert sands through your fingers.
Oh, he's gone poetic. I can't keep up with that.
It had to happen at one stage. In comes the number 170 Aston Martin. And this is 4th in class, just inside the top 40 at 39 of the Speedworks cars.
The 160, I don't think has made it back to the garage yet.
Oh dear.
They're still picking up laps, the 170 on the 160 that stopped out at turn 2 a wee while ago.
Stephen Mattell, who has brought that 170 into the pit lane, sits in behind the Clio number 111, which is 2nd in the A2 class. That car has been competitive all weekend. The Ruffier Racing 997, or at least the Porsche Cup class car, 6th position, 16th overall, with Patrice Lafarge at the wheel of that, 12 seconds in arrears of the Fork Racing 997 Cup class car, 5th position in class for them, but leaking time to this car that we're watching at the moment in a battle for 5th and 6th in class. And it looks to me as though Lafarge realises that he's got half a chance here and is trying desperately to make hay. He's only been in the car 11 minutes, which is about 10 minutes less than the guys that he is chasing down. In fact, just put the fastest lap of the race in for that Ruffier Racing Porsche.
And also going quickly, John, is Florian Strauss, and within the next 2 minutes he will take 5th position overall, courtesy of the still stationary 33 Mercedes ahead of him. And he's done his last lap. It's not the fastest lap of the race for the car, because he's done a couple of joker laps which are expunged from the system. He's got mighty close to the 204 again.
Expunged. We've had desert sand slipping through hands. Now we've had expunged. The recalcitrant.
It's gone on Radio 4, isn't it? You know?
Florian Strauss does a 2:04.056. Now that's the fastest lap without braking.
Correct.
Through the barrier. That's where he wants to be.
We saw a closer one than that, haven't we, during the weekend from Rob Barth, amongst others.
Well, 18 hours completed. 4, 3, 2, 1 now. As we head into the last quarter of the race, we will see that Black Falcon still lead, and well, they've just done a cracking job over the nighttime hours. Dragon Racing now chasing them down. It's about 9 3/4 minutes between them. Mark Griffin's got Christodoulou bearing down on him. It's difficult for him to fight back because, of course, he has the restraint of the 204. But Christodoulou's just gone into the pits, actually, and is being fuelled at the moment. Best of the 997s down in 9th position is the number 26 car, Anders Fjordbach at the wheel of that. Best of the SP3s now, Adrian Barwick in 22nd position. Will be on the next page of our graphic. And Adrian driving the... what is he driving? He's driving the Optimum Motorsport car, of course.
The G55.
Excuse me. Tiredness beginning to set in a wee bit. And as we head through the late 20s, we would get the leaders in A2, the VDS Racing 117 car, the leaders in SP2, Mark Carr's Australia Focus, the leaders in A3T, which is the 95 cars, it has been for some time, and the leaders in A5. In fact, they're all together on the timing screens from 29 through to 12th position, and it's the Hofer Krieger's 75 BMW in the A5 category.
In fact, in 6 positions through from 27th down to 32nd, we've got 5 class leaders and 1 class second place as Matteo Griffoni makes his way down pit lane. The second place overall, number 88 car, great stint from Matt. Leads the A6M class and second overall.
And Nick Damon is down in the pit lane
with the Jelmer Berman. Jelmer out of the lead car. We noticed the car had a pad change. Was that just precautionary, or are you being very heavy on brakes at this race?
Yeah, well, the car is pretty heavy, and obviously the conditions now are quite okay. But during the day, it will get up to 30 degrees maybe, and you know, if you're driving continuously in the air of other cars, it makes it hotter, and obviously the brakes suffer more. So with such a heavy car, you just have to change brakes often.
Every time you get in the car, you end up being a bit further ahead as people have other problems. I mean, you've got a really nice cushion now. How does that affect the way the team approaches the rest of the race?
Well, obviously the main thing is to stay out of trouble. So like we spoke before, it's just sometimes a bit frustrating, but you just have to take your time and drive around people and not try to go over every gap if it's risky. So far it's going really well. I didn't have any touches whatsoever. Touch wood, again. But I think we're in a good position, and like I said, we have the cushion, so we can take it a bit easier to make sure we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, well, thanks. Best of luck.
Nick Damon with Jelmer Berman.
Good to see that the Black Falcon team were investing in wooden monitors there.
It has been a different race week for Black Falcon, as once again we see the Breukers Red Camel Jordans.nl team with the Audi R8. Those guys were the 2 Breukers brothers were going to just drive themselves, gave a couple of rides to drivers who were bereft of a seat after problems for their rides.
Indeed, including the Australian Australian F3 champion who was due to be aboard the Dan Welch Porsche Cup car, Simon Hodge. Also the current lap record holder at Bathurst, Simon. It's one of the drivers aboard that car, Paul, sorry.
Yeah, just
Breukers boys, by the way, are father and son, not brothers. It's just easier to say the Breukers brothers because it's more alliterative.
It is more alliterative. We did have an interview with Breukers Jr. at some point. Can't remember who was doing it at the time, but not quite the image of his father, but certainly they both speak excellent English and with the same very typical Dutch accent. No, I was going to pick up on time spent in pits thus far, which is always an interesting thing as we get into the last quarter of the race. And I was surprised to see that Black Falcon car that leads the race, the number 2 Mercedes, and the Dragon Racing Ferrari, which is still in second place, despite Adam Christodoulou's best efforts in the Ram racing car, have both spent roughly the same amount of time in the pit, to within a few minutes of each, or within a few seconds of each other, whereas the Ram racing car is the one that spent longer in the pits. We said it had done more stops, and in fact Dan Trufflebottom said to us that he accepted the fact that they'd done more stops, but the aim was to spend less time refueling whilst they'd done it. But what they've actually done is to spend longer in the pits. So, but it does give more credit to what Dragon Racing have done if their time in the pits is the same as the Black Falcon car, knowing how quickly the Black Falcon car can run all the time, whereas the consistency is what's brought the Ferrari, the Dragon Racing Ferrari, up into second place in the race, and that now has Rob Bath behind the wheel of it, and Rob has taken over from Matt Griffin, and is setting off now on his outlap, still in second place of the race. He's not lost second place through that stop. Christodoulou still there in third place. John?
The number 80 car is on the back straight, stationary. It will be recovered back to the pit lane. That is the RTR Projects Czech team, and one of the myriad of E46s that's in the A5 class, and that's been a car that has run towards the front of that class.
Yeah, it's got 5 Czech friends together, Czech mates.
I'm ignoring that. There's a very large white SUV heading out to the edge of the circuit, and the snatch vehicle has already in fact picked that up.
Yeah.
This is the white and orange BMW. Some very innovative vinyl schemes on cars. The ability to wrap cars rather than have to paint them has changed the whole look of. As we've got Florian Strauss has just done a 204 006. That's another joker, but
it's not a joker.
So no, 006 is close enough not to be.
Absolutely.
As in come the Jones family, and soaks up a penalty. Well, we released Matteo Grifoni at the end of that last stint, and a couple of cracking joker laps played to try and hold on to their second place. They're still ahead in A6 Am. Rob Bath is in the 88 car, so Thrapston's finest Ferrari driver, Matt Griffin, is with Nick Damon.
Matt, how nice was it to be let off the leash for a couple of laps at the end of that stint?
I wasn't really let off the leash, to be honest with you. Our car's so good that I just forgot to manage my time for a couple of laps. So if I was let off the leash earlier on in the stint, I would have done a much qucker lap. Honestly, at the moment, our car is fantastic as far as speed-wise. Everything else feels good, and we hope it continues that way. But it's difficult now for me personally to manage a 204 lap time. But we're just we're going ahead. It's just you have to really watch it and pace yourself, you know. But the plus side is getting massive because we're going that much slower. We're getting amazing fuel economy, so that's why we're up there.
So are you looking to win AM, or are you still looking to win overall?
The thing is, we're looking to win AM, and it would be nice to place overall. I think it's going to be hard to beat the Mercedes. It's very, very strong, and they seem to have the pace really when they need it. Our car is super fast, but obviously we can only do 204s, and the track's getting faster, the traffic's getting less. So bit by bit it's easier to go quicker. I mean, when I did my quickest lap time, which I think was a 2:01, I did it right at the end of the stint, an hour and 20 minutes on the tyres. So fresh tyres, think you could go very quick, but our plan is to win AM and just focus on that, and if we get a result elsewhere, then that's good.
So the key to the quick time is more the quality of the tyres than the amount of fuel you've got on board?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, obviously, as the fuel burns off, you will get faster, but the fresh grip of new tyres around here now that the track's rubbered up is amazing. I mean, the first couple of laps, I was having to almost stop the car in the last sector. You know, our car really is fantastic. It's a credit to the Dragon Racing guys. It's a joy to drive, and so far so good. You know, we're having a good race. We just want to keep it going this way.
So is it a bit bittersweet that the guys who've just taken second place for you is Ram Racing, your own old team?
No, not really. I mean, I spoke to Dan and about even doing this race with them, but obviously because of my situation with Ferrari, I couldn't do it. So, I still consider Ram my team as such because, we won the European Le Mans series with them and stuff, and all the guys there I like a lot. So the ideal situation was we both get a result, really.
We're all very impressed with Mohamed Jafar. He put in a great performance. Perhaps you should have just gone for the pro class.
Yeah, in hindsight, maybe. We're second now, and we've surely lost. I mean, that stint there, I probably could have averaged a low 202 average, so we're giving away a lot of time. But, there's always next year, hopefully be back with Dragon Racing.
And don't forget, you win your class, you get a free watch. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
And interestingly, Matt is a student of horology. He does like the watches,
but forgetful. Let's not forget forgetful. Forgot that he actually had the bracket time there. Forgetful.
Yeah. I don't believe that for
I'm afraid
single second.
That's going to be his nickname for the remainder of the year.
No,
it's Forgetful Matt.
Florian Strauss breaks out the bracket again for the 23 car, but this time by just a tiny fraction, 203.950. It's not enough really to want to burn a joker for when you're down in the 202s or the 201s. That's fine, but this is the second place car in A6 AM. That's who Matt and Rob Barth are racing at the moment.
Trouble though, actually, for the car he'd been chasing for a long time, because the 67 car that had been second place in A6 AM for so very long has just come out of the pits after a 20-minute stop. So that's a much longer stop than they should have had. There's clearly been an issue to fix. They got back out and running now, though.
Yeah, wasn't that the hub?
No, that was the other car.
That was
the 33 car, wasn't it?
Yeah, and there was a hub for an Aston as well.
Yeah.
That was the Johnny Adam 28 Aston that had the hub.
So it's Hubert Clapp leads the race. The number 2 car now 453 laps under the wheels of the Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz. It's as John was just saying, it's Adam Christodoulou now back up into second position for Ram Racing in the number 30 Mercedes. So Mercedes 1-2 again, the first time in quite a long time, I think. Adam just popping in a 204 to out 2 minutes, 0.782. Rob Barth, 204.2, still outside the bracket, and leading A6 AM third overall in the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Just talking, of course, there, Nick Damon on pit lane to Matt Griffin, who's just got out that car. Now Johnny Adam now aboard the recovering Aston Martin after that hub problem cost them a lap or three. Johnny Adam in the 28 car back up to fourth position now. That car is 7 laps off the lead, but lapping very quickly and beginning to catch Rob Barth, but 3 laps down. Paul.
Yes, and it's only 5 jokers now been used by the Nissan.
It's good stuff still from the Nissan.
It's the Dubai 24 Hours, the 10th running of it, and it's 8:15 in the morning here in Dubai. Just 5 3/4 hours of the race remaining as we look down into the pit lane to see driver changes taking place. A lot of work still going on in the pit lane, but a lot less work actually going out on the apron now than there was earlier in the race, as various teams decide that the battle is not for winning anymore. There's several cars have been retired. I'm counting on 15 thus far that have been retired, although they will still be classified in the results at the end, and so we'll see how that one pans out. Johnny, welcome. Have you had breakfast?
I have.
You're a lucky man.
Very much so, yeah. Scrambled egg, a few beans and hash browns.
Stop now.
I'm sorry.
Stop now.
I didn't touch the coffee or the sugar-coated donuts to finish.
Thank you for that. Meantime, we've not quite finished the roundup of the 2 leading classes, because second and third in the A6 AM, both now in the top 6 overall. Florian Strauss, 5th place overall now for the Nissan. That car has come storming up the order, in part because of pace, in part because of troubles for others. but behind them now and back into a podium position. But currently fueling on pit lane is the Gulf Racing Gallardo. Frederic Fatien stuck with the programme and has profited with others' misfortune. Now, is it still Fred aboard that car, or is Roel Goethe now going to board it? We'll find out soon enough as the car finishes its fueling run and gets back out there. But the top 6 now, it's Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Nissan, Lamborghini. That's a nice mix to actually get into our morning's racing with still 5 hours and 44 minutes remaining.
Yes, fabulous spread of manufacturers, but also of classes too. Great to have that A6 AM car still running in a provisional third position finish. And Rob Bath said at the start, or towards the start of the race, that he would ideally like an overall top 3 finish. Well, the 88 on course at the moment. Johnny Adam, though, in 4th position, would dearly like to snatch that from him. He is driving the KPM Racing Aston Martin. Number 23, Florian Strauss, now on board the Nissan GT Academy Team RGN prepared GTR. And a recent pit stop for Fred Fatien for the Gulf Racing UK Lambo.
And maybe more trouble, Johnny, I'm afraid, for the 67 car. That car has been in for a 20-minute stop. It's now back on pit road with the engine cover up. Is there a further problem for this car, which has run almost faultlessly through the night? And as we get into morning, troubles have started to strike for the white Mercedes-Benz with the red stripe. We'll wait and hear whether or not our pit crew can actually pick up something, but Luke Rams brought the car back in onto pit lane, and there it sits, door open and bonnet up.
Meanwhile, the 30 Ram Racing Mercedes going strongly, heading up towards turn 14, and it's just working its way out of turn 14 now with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel in 2nd position. Let's head down to the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, and Joe Bradley, who is at the pit garage in question. Joe.
Yes, Graham asked and I delivered.
Very good.
I'm right there with the guys looking into the engine bay. It's a cooling problem. They were looking at the front of the engine, which is where all the water pump and everything is. And remember, the engine in these Mercedes SLSs are really mounted very low and all the way back. There's a huge bonnet, but most of that bonnet, underneath that bonnet, is space. The engine is right at the back of the bonnet area, right tucked underneath the bulkhead. And they're looking for a leak, no doubt about it. They've brought out some small bottles of mineral water. Now, the problem is that that cooling system is it's basically what the driver will have reported will be that the car is overheating. So they're looking to see if there's any lack of coolant. The problem is that the system is so pressured at this stage, when they've gone to take the top off the reservoir, the water is under pressure and is spewing out. So the indicator is that the coolant isn't down. It certainly looks like it isn't down, because as he's took the top off the reservoir, the water has boiled over and is being pumped out. It may just be a build-up of debris on the radiators, causing a lack of air through the radiator and a lack of cooling, or it could be something like more terminal, like a head gasket or something. However, I doubt it on these Mercedes. We just never see that, do we? Really?
Not often. We have seen problems before with cooling for a Mercedes-Benz. It was a couple of years ago at the Nürburgring 24 Hours at the very end of the race. Meanwhile, on screen, I think we've just seen a minor off in front of the Nissan we're looking in car off here for the Aston Martin. Now, I think the car probably just ran wide and continued, but we'll keep an eye out for that because it's still Florian Strauss, isn't it? Was following in close formation to Johnny Adam, and it did look like Johnny just ran wide and washed out, so hopefully gathered together and continued. But a bit of a moment certainly for Johnny, but both cars running strongly. This is the 4th and 5th place cars, of course, 4 laps between the two of them. The Aston Martin to the good, and in a class podium position. There'll be no consolation to them. They won't want to finish behind the Dragon Racing Ferrari, but lost that time, of course, with the replacement right rear hub for the Aston. Had been running in a strong 2nd position.
And the Nissan and Aston in question just working their way through turns 8 and 9 now and onto the long straight, and Johnny Adam keen to readdress that problem almost immediately as it's happened, because they're approaching the sort of scene that Johnny had the issue in the KPM racing machine, braking for turn 10, which is the right-hander, followed by a little left-hand flick, and Johnny Adam in hot pursuit now of Florian Strauss in the number 23 car. Meanwhile, down pit road comes the 91 Mark Focus V8 from Australia, from 46th position overall.
Tony Alford, I think, and in second position SP2. In fact, it's a 1-2 for the Mark Focus cars. I think Johnny Adam, by the way, did make the pass. He has indeed, of course. He's not restricted by that bracket time. Florian Strauss is.
Let's head down to the pit lane and Nick Damon, who has got another driver to have a quick word with. Nick?
It's not a driver, it's the man behind the RJ Nissan push. It's Bob Neville. Bob, your young lads are doing you proud so far, all of them.
Yeah, they are. A couple of minor mistakes in the night. Not transponder switched over, meant coming back through. But generally speaking, no problems.
They've all been very, very quick. You're running to the AM ratings. Do you think perhaps you've been too conservative? You should have tried for a pro run?
No, I don't think so, because I didn't want to put the pressure on them to have to go down the inside every time. That 2 minutes forward was a bit of discipline, which hopefully keeps them out of trouble for another 4 or 5 hours.
I know it's like choosing between your children, but have you been particularly impressed by any one of them?
I think they've all been actually very similar performance. So, some are better on the radio than the others. They've got pros and cons, obviously, but as regards their speed, they've been very similar.
We were very impressed with Gaitan's run in the daytime. Did you think you need to put out the more competent drivers at the beginning when there were more cars on the track?
No, we've cycled them through. Ahmed, we've dropped him out a bit, especially at night. He was finding it a little difficult at night. Other than that, they've just gone through on a straightforward cycle.
And Florian leading the team brilliantly.
Yeah, Florian leading fantastically, yeah.
And obviously fifth. Can you climb any further on merit?
Well, I don't think anyone's going to catch Rob Barth and Matt Griffin. So we'll just try and stay where we are.
Well, brilliant job, and it's great to see the car running so well.
Nick Damon with the boss of Team RJN. He is the RJN bit of it indeed. Robert Neville, and great to have him and the perspective from within the team for the number 23 car. Just before we edge away from pit lane for a little bit of more commentary from up here in the main booth, let's head to the other end of pit lane and Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we were just monitoring the progress that was being made with that problem on the 67 GDL Racing Mercedes. It came in with a cooling problem or an overheating problem, let's say. Well, we finally managed to get the top off the reservoir, which has allowed the team to put, my estimation, about 3 to 4 litres of water into the cooling system. So no doubt about it, they were lacking coolant. However, question is, where's that coolant gone? And will that coolant that they've just replenished, where will that go? So we'll keep an eye on that 67 out there on the track to see if that problem's rectified.
OK, we shall do that. Thank you, Joe Bradley, from the pit lane powered by Nismo. And the 79 car back in, that's had all sorts of problems throughout the race.
They've been very slowly indeed. Crawl down to the pit end, but you're right. Both those who are racing BMWs have had a troubled night. Did sound rather ominous, didn't it, for the 67 car, and that's a real shame. That's one of these cars that has had a near faultless run through the night, and then trouble hits as daylight actually dawns, and you think you're out of trouble, and all of a sudden something strikes. Not good news for them at all.
Nicholas Schmidt was driving that car and detected a problem. Also coming down pit lane is the number 49 Porsche of Remy Terrail of Le Duigu Racing, and a French squad with a Porsche 997 Cup car. Driver stepping out. This looks a little more standard of a stop, and the 169 car of Warburton is currently 24th position, 169, and it is in second place within SP2. Ross Warburton at the wheel,
It's the Ginetta Speedworks. It's Ginetta 1-2, in fact, in the SP3 at the moment. Just looking to see further down the order where the number, it's the Aston Martin, the 170 car. It's now running in third position, having taken that slot from the delayed Alpha B similar car, another Aston Martin Vantage GT4. It's the second Speedworks car. Speedworks running 2-3 at the moment with the Optimum G55 Ginetta currently in the hands of Adrian Barwick, running 22nd overall, well up from that little car, GT4 spec car, and 22nd overall, leading SP3.
If you're interested in the lower classes, by the way, let's try and pick out some of the ones further down the screen.
Bit of an
What car
incident.
we're looking at the moment. That's the 4, isn't it, from the Scuderia Praha. What have you spotted, Graham?
I've just spotted there's a bit of an incident actually at turn 14 where the Praha car did well to avoid, I think, an incident that involved maybe a little bit of a love tap between two of the touring cars, and one of the Clio's left broadside across the road but has recovered.
So the overall leader is Hubert Haupt now for Black Falcon, and the Mercedes-Benz continues to motor on with an awful lot of dominance. It's done 460 laps now with 5 hours and 33 minutes still to go. So the number 2 car still out front. For A6 AM, it's Rob Barth on board the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari that leads that class, and he is third in the overall standings. 26, the car driven at the moment by Keita Sawa, also for Black Falcon, leads the Porsche Cup class. It's a 991 iteration of the 911 essentially, and number 26 leads the class then in 8th position in the overall standings, and notably there are Carrera Cup class cars in 10th, 11th and 12th places in the overall standings. A5 headed by the Hofer Koppenberg, or Copper Racing I should say, BMW E46 M3 Coupe, and Martin Kroll driving that as we speak. Amro Al-Hamed is at the wheel of the SP2 number 92 car, so that leads SP2, one of the Mark Cars Australia Focus V8s. That's going well. A2 headed by the number 117 Honda Civic Type R. It's been the way since a little while ago. VDS Racing Adventures looking good for an A2 victory, admittedly with 5.5 hours still to go. Car 76 heads the Cup 1 M235i Racing Cup BMWs with Gabi Ulgi at the wheel of number 72. That's the Racing Divas by Las Moras car. And the one I haven't mentioned yet is Class A3T. No, in fact, 2 more I haven't mentioned. A3T, Sami Moutran in the number 95, Memak Ogilvy Dual Racing Seat Leon Super Copa. That's the mainly Lebanese but also one British driver in the mix. And 163 heads SP3, Adrian Barwick driving the Optimum Motorsport Ginetta G55.
Good stuff, and a rundown. Looking for battles around. We've had a change in position for 6th place, Johnny, while you were just doing that rundown. It's a change as well for a podium position potentially in the A6 AM class. 6th overall now going to the Tempter Racing car. This is the mainly orange coloured, I seem to recall, 99 Tempter Racing Porsche 911 GT3R has just gone by. Roll Goethes Golf liveried Golf Racing UK entered Lamborghini Gallardo. This is the car that came up from the low 20s overnight in the hands of initially Jamie Campbell-Walter, then Stuart Hall. But Rold is getting stuck in now to the battle for 6th position overall and potentially a podium position in the A6 AM class, the Pro Am class of course, and running still those 2 cars in a very strong 6th and 7th position.
Karim Al-Azari on board the number 10 Mercedes. The GT Russian team entered car. Another SLS AMG GT3 that is in 19th position overall, 7th in the A6 Pro. So down towards the final corner. No, it's a little earlier on the lap, I should say, for the Mexico-backed car there. And number 75 coming down pit road.
Class leader.
Yeah. In A5, Martin Kroll, as I've mentioned, at the wheel, making a stop.
Leads that class by some distance. There's nothing else in the top 50 in A5. So looking for a solid run to the end of this race now from that BMW. Driver change.
It's a chance to have a look back at the race so far, and in about 90 seconds trying to encapsulate everything that is crucial and that has happened. But the guys in the TV truck have got a job on their hands to squeeze it into a minute and a half or so. Spin for one of the Mark Australia Focus cars at the end of the lap, but that got going again. The little Peugeot 207, car number 120, has had a variety of problems kind of leading up to the race. It's running in 15th position now for A2. Friedheim Erebach at the wheel of the French Power Motorsport car. The 28 Aston looking sparkling under the floodlights, but we've now hit clearly at 8:30 in the morning full daylight. The 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari has certainly been a car to be reckoned with in the race up until this point, because it's an A6AM car, bear in mind, but it is running in the top 3 in the overall standings. Fabulous effort from Dragon Racing. Can they finish on the podium? Johnny Adam, though, will have something to say about that. The 28 Aston has performed very well in the hands of Stefan Mucker and Johnny Adam. And the Nissan GTR mixing it with some of the smaller cars, the hot hatches that run towards the rear of the field in Class A2. Back live then here at the Dubai 24 Hours at the Dubai Autodrome, and it's Johnny Palmer and Graham Goodwin up in the main booth with Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Graham.
And while you were just doing that quick roundup, I said that Roel Goethe was getting stuck into the battle still. He's retaken the place. Roel Goethe in the 69 Lamborghini goes back ahead of Bernd Kleinbach in the Attempter Racing Porsche. So it's Lamborghini Gallardo versus Porsche for that 6th position and for 3rd position in the AM class. That's the closest battle, certainly in the top 20 at the moment by some distance. But quicker times coming elsewhere as well. We've got Martin Metzger in the 3rd place Black Falcon Porsche in 997 class, 11th overall, looking to get back onto terms with the car ahead of him. That's the 87 GTL Racing Porsche, the 2nd position in class, and a 1-2 for Black Falcon. So looking very good for the Black Falcon team. They turn up everywhere in these endurance races with cars that are just immaculately prepared, and yet again that seems to be paying off for them, leading 2 classes, the A6 Pro class of course and the overall race, and the 997 class with a 26 car running currently with Keitasawa in 8th place overall.
Briefly on board there with the pit lane prepared Toyota GT86 with the driver simply known as Brody on board, the 124 car, running 63rd overall, 13th in Class A2. It's a class led by the 117 Honda Civic Type R of VDS Racing Adventures, and that's a spin for a Porsche, a white and red one, car 45.
It's Miro Konopka, I think, in the Forge Racing car.
Yep, correct.
And that is 6th position in the 997 class. Is it the 45? I think it is.
Just at a very slightly too acute angle to spot the number precisely, but it would certainly fit to be the 45 car, and it is.
Yeah.
So that happened at turn 16, goes way off the track in order to rejoin, off onto the marbles and the dust, and it may take a couple of corners now to make sure that those tyres are scrubbed, the Hankook tyres back to their grippiest best.
Miro, a very experienced gentleman driver in not just 24 series races, but FIGT and elsewhere around the world.
It's Adrian Barwick from Optimum Motorsport. There's only one G55 in the entry this year from Ginetta, plenty of G50s, but it's the 55 that's going very strongly in the hands of Adrian Barwick at the moment. It's leading SP3 and working its way through the first sequence of corners at the start of the lap. No, it's further around, isn't it? At the end of the very long straight and turning into turn 10 now.
And for those unfamiliar with some of the class distinctions in these races, this is a GT4 spec car, so this is the kind of car you would see in a support class for instance, the British GT Championship. In fact, this car for the British GT Championship, this team, and indeed that driver. gaggle of cars going down to complete the lap. That's when the mark focuses with the number 8 BMW. There's a G50 Ginetta, and one of the dozen Mercedes SLS AMGs looking to drag by the entire group. A record number of these astonishing Mercedes Gullwing GT3 cars started this race, 12 of them. Actually 13 at the circuit, one of them testing the third car for Black Falcon earlier in the week, but 12 starting the race. Just look at this after, with still 5.5 hours of racing to go. You look down that pit straight, Johnny, and there'd be, as we said before, many a championship that would be grateful of that number of cars to start the race, let alone on one straight on this circuit.
Yeah, by the official statistics, it was 89 cars that took the start. We have lost a number of those during a tough old night here at the 10th running of the Dubai 24 Hours. There are 5 hours and 23 minutes still to go. As long as you started the race, though, you will still be classified as a finisher. There are no retirements as such, although there are cars that are no longer running in the race. But nevertheless, on the official results at the end of the race, they will still be detailed as a finisher, as it were, or classified within the result. So down towards the final corner goes the number 69 Lamborghini, with Roald Goethe now at the wheel of the Gulf Racing UK Gallardo.
And it's another spin at the same place we saw for the 45. This time it's that number 99 Porsche. This is the orange and black car of Temto Racing that was having a battle away with Roald Goethe. Well, that's going to go the way of the Lamborghini man for the time being. Bernd Kleinbach has thrown away about 12 seconds worth of chase with that spin at the final turn. Gets it all gathered up though and completes the lap.
Bernd was attempting to close in on Roald Goethe, but that will give Goethe a bit more breathing space.
I think he may have actually passed him.
Passed him, okay, and
then spun it away.
Oh dear.
Let's presume for the moment that he did that by himself. Peter Cox, meanwhile, has been bemoaning the fact that he couldn't get the car back up into the top 10 no matter what, how he tried. He's done it now. That's come courtesy of the continued woes, potentially terminally so, for the 33 Mercedes-Benz, still in the pits, now 50 minutes in the pit garage, but this is the Praha Ferrari that, as Johnny was saying a little earlier, ended up one of the practice sessions as half a car. More or less nothing forward of the windscreen left after a shunt in practice. The team doing a fantastic job of rebuilding that car. Peter Cox now up into 9th position, 4th in A6 Pro, so only 1 position off a podium finish for that car, albeit a class podium, and 2 laps back from the 997 class leader with 5 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Hubert Haupt now safely on to his 467th lap, completes 4.66 as I utter that sentence, and has just done a 2:03.263, so still very respectable times in amongst a lot of traffic that's still out there. Maybe slightly easier to pick out where you're going to avoid the traffic though in the daylight hours. Of course, overnight all you get is a glare of brake lights if there's a load of traffic at the end of the back straight, for instance, and cars of various speeds pouring their way through turn 10. Now the guys in the A6 Pro and AM cars will be able to identify what's in front of them a little easier. So the 2-car leads the way. It's the 30 Ram Racing Mercedes with Adam Christodoulou at the wheel in 2nd position. Rob Barth is 3rd in the Dragon Racing Ferrari. 4th place for Johnny Adam in the KPM Racing Aston. 5th place, number 23, Florian Strauss on board the Nissan GTR. And in 6th position, after that spin from Bernd Kleinbach, the 99 car has slipped to 7th. So Roald Goethe up to 6th.
We're just about, I think, certainly in the next couple of minutes, we're going to be seeing one of those cars you just mentioned, the Nissan must pit, because Florian Strauss is out of driver time and must pit within the next 3 minutes. And not long after that, we should see the Ram Racing car, and I can see the pit crew beginning to prepare for that stop too. So the 2nd place car and the 5th place car, for reasons that the drivers are going to be out of their 2-hour permitted stints, should be with us down pit lane any time now. And by the look of things, I think it's going to be the Nissan first, depends where they're going to be on this lap. After we've dealt with those pit stops, Johnny, got a couple of questions on the Twitter feed, particularly around the subject of GT convergence.
Okay.
What happened? What didn't? Should it have happened? What might happen in the future? Lots to discuss, and we'll help Paul Marquardt out and his mates. I know we're merrily tweeting each other and Facebook messaging each other around this race and others with some thoughts on that.
In the meantime, Hubert Happ continues to lead the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai, live from the Dubai Autodrome. It's radiolemans.com in sound and vision via radiolemans.com on the website, and also on Motors TV, screened from the very start of this race, all 24 hours live here from the Middle East. Just watching a Porsche and a BMW work their way through turns 1 and 2, and in fact this is into the bowl section by the looks of things. At turns 8 and 9 in fact, and onto the long straight. So the BMW 73 car heading down to the hard braking area at turn 10 in a moment or two. It's Konstantin Jacobi on board the Racehouse Motorsport car. More problems for 79. Maurice Faber with the Duo car, the M3 from Holland, and it stopped close to the tyre wall. Can't tell from that angle, Graham, whether it's actually collided with the tyres. I think it's just stopped near to it, hasn't it?
It seems to stop through it. I think we're going to have a problem here. He's made the final. I think made the very last moment call for Florian Strauss. He looked like he'd missed the pit entry, but I think a little bit of, how can I put this, constructive use of hard standing. Saw him make a bit of a dive for the pits. He's going to make the pit entry now, and just seconds in hand within the 2 hours allotted for him. And either this lap or the next, we'll see Adam Christodoulou follow the Nissan down the pit lane. Keep an eye out for that. That's about 5 minutes before he needs to be crossing that blend line.
So Florian Strauss comes to a halt perfectly on its marks, with the RJN car in good hands with Bob Neville looking after things. Just want to mention about the 79 car, which has, I think, spun at the first corner, so maybe just outbraked itself a little bit, and the rears have snapped around. But I think the 79 car has managed to avoid the tyre wall, but we do go into a code 60, so I can only think that is for the recovery of the number 79 car. Have a word in a moment or two with Joe Bradley, who's right on the spot with the RJN car number 23, but this is, I reckon, Purple Zone number 12 of the 2015 running of the Dubai 24 Hours. Hubert Hack continues to lead in the Black Falcon Mercedes, but we're under a caution period. You join us back on Motors TV under our 12th code 60, and this we can only assume is because of a spin for the BMW number 79 down to turn 1, at turn 1 itself, and it came very close to clobbering the tyre wall. I think it spun and just fallen short of the tyres, thankfully. We're also seeing a stop for the number 23 Florian Strauss Nissan GT Academy car. Florian brought the car in, but will need to get out of it because he was on the very cusp, the very edge of his 2-hour driver limit, Joe Bradley.
Yes, I'll take your word for that, but he has gotten out of the car, and pretty standard pit stop for the 23 Nissan Nismo team, and that car's taken on tyres. It left its pit box and then headed off towards the fuel area. Florian, having just taken on a drinks bottle, has now leapt onto the pit wall and will be debriefing his crew chief, no doubt, as to the vagaries of that car at the moment in this race.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Paul Trustwell joins us once more, and good or bad time to join a race at a Code 6? I suppose a good time because you get a chance to gather your thoughts.
Yes, I have to catch up with the computers first. See, catch up on all the emails, turn the computer on, have a cup of coffee. As you do, you come to work, just sit down, have a chat, read the paper.
Bit of web surfing.
Bit of web surfing.
It does give us a
see
chance.
what's happening in Dubai.
It does give us a chance as the intervention vehicles leave the scene. And I wonder if the other ambulance at the scene, I'm not sure the driver required that assistance, but it might just be the method by which he makes his way back to the paddock. But it does give us a chance, while things go quiet for a moment, to talk a little bit about GT convergence, which one of the listeners and viewers was asking about. What is GT convergence? Well, we've got the cars here, the A6 cars here are GT3 cars. In Le Mans Series racing, and at Le Mans we have things called GTE cars. They generally run to sorts of broadly a similar kind of pace. Why do you have two different sorts of regulations to do that? Well, that's the question an awful lot of people are asking themselves, which is why there was a movement perhaps to bring them all together and allow the manufacturers to have one set of regulations. As I say, that in comes the Ram Racing car, and for pit stop, that's Adam Christodoulou getting out of the car and waiting to see who gets aboard that.
So, well, I can probably find an answer for you, Graham, in terms of who's going to step on board. Nick Damon very close to the 30.
It's Thomas Jaeger. He's a Meister, apparently, and he's going for a shot at the wheel.
Hey. It's that early.
It is. I'm the only one who's not had breakfast yet. That's the key point you have to remember. So I haven't had a chance to look at my emails or do anything else that way.
We're looking at them for you, don't worry.
That's fantastic. We'll grab a word with Adam in a second as he's just getting out the car. But that was an absolutely perfect textbook clean stop. Now, I'm not sure, and perhaps Paul, if he's had a chance to see who's on his Facebook page, can tell me whether this happening during Code 60 works in their favour or not.
It certainly doesn't work against them, Nick. But, the gaps are I say they're so big, but certainly the gap to the leader is big enough. But we're going to hear from Nick in a minute.
We will in a moment or two.
I see. Right. Yeah. Sorry. Listening to the wrong buttons. So I'm still trying to work out what the gap is between that car and the Ferrari. It was pretty much on its limit for a pit stop anyway, wasn't it, for Christodoulou?
It was.
And Rob Barth is he still on his first stint at the wheel of that car?
He is.
Yes, he is. So he's at the coming towards the end. It's going to be interesting. I think it will help the Ram Racing more than Dragon.
Here is Nick Damon then from our pit lane, powered by Nismo. Nick.
Yeah, just seen the leader go down the pit lane just to get fuel, didn't stop for tyres. He's gone for a top of this Code 60. But I have with me Adam Christodoulou, just out of the second place, number 30 Ram car. You had to come in anyway in a couple of minutes. That Code 60 kind of played in your hands, didn't it?
Yeah, it worked out pretty well for us. It's about time we had a little bit of luck, obviously. We've seemed to have a little bit of misfortune with the Code 6s earlier on in the race, but we seem to be getting it together now, and it's going pretty well. We've just completed a double stint, and Tom's just jumped in the car, so the team did a quick stop, which is good. Everything seems to be going pretty well so far, so you just got to keep on chipping away.
Great comeback from 26th place now to a net second. But there's a long way to the leader, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not too sure how far ahead, but yeah, as I said, the safety car hasn't played out in our favour, or the Code 60 hasn't played out in our favour a few times, so I think we just got to keep on chipping away, put them under pressure. The thing is, there's quite a few hours to go still, and you never know what's going to happen.
What's the condition of the track out there now with less cars, but I'm sure a lot more marbles?
To be honest, there isn't too many marbles. Obviously, offline, if you go offline, there's plenty, but it seems to be a bit better than recent years. Obviously, there's a bit of dust and that around, but with the less cars out, we're able to put in some solid times now and really put your head down and get some decent lap times. Obviously, every now and again you catch a gaggle of cars where they're all battling between each other and you lose a few seconds, but the thing is, you can't get upset about losing a few seconds. You just got to keep on chipping away.
Adam, thank you very much. I think it's obvious that Code 6 is a bit like penalties in football. Over the course of the season, they even themselves out.
Very good. Heard that line a few times. I was speculating in the sense that the 79 car of Maurice Faber hadn't made contact with the tyre wall down at turn number 1. Well, now that it's been pulled out of its resting place, it certainly has done, and there's an awful lot of bodywork that needs to be ironed out there. The boot lid is loose and the rear wing very much awry. That could have been quite a nasty shunt, actually, going in backwards there. So that may well be the reason why the ambulance was on scene.
Might well be. If any kind of semblance of any precaution required will have been taken. But let's wait and see whether or not there's any message about driver. But the car crunched, not hugely, but that will have hurt, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's something of a shunt. So both the leading cars at the moment in the fueling point, as indeed is the Lamborghini, Royal Goethe, currently running in third position in GT, the A6 AM category. The fourth position car, the Tempto Racing Porsche, is on pit lane as well. And the Nissan, which is running in second in A6 AM and fifth position overall, now in the hands of Gaëtan Palatou, who is the European GT Academy winner for 2014 and put in a fantastic stint earlier in the race, is back out on track aboard the 23 car.
So, 8 minutes we have been under this 12th Code 60 of the race. So we up to more Code 60s than last year.
We're in more incidents, but less time. Last year we had 10 Code 60 periods, but we were over 3 hours by the end of the race. This one, we're not yet up to 3 hours, although I think we probably will be by the end of it, depending how long it goes on for. So it's certainly comparable to last year's. Out of interest, last year's race went to 603 laps, and the lap projection calculator suggests that this one is going to go to 605 at the moment, but obviously with the purple in place at the moment, that's kind of adjusting itself as we speak, because the calculation just projects that everything is going to be green for the remainder of the race, however long there is to go.
Yeah.
One interesting thing I did find out, actually, whilst I was down in the breakfast room, team catering, was that there has been a change of procedure if you forget to turn the switch to the right place for the driver identification purposes.
Yeah.
And the official procedure now is that you have to drive down the pit lane, which is what's been happening for most people. The Ram racing car is excused because their transponder has broken. It's not actually been fixed, it's broken. So every time that car goes past, there's a man with a little eyeglass of sand that counts the grains going through the eyeglass. No, it's still electronic timing, it's still accurate, but it is being input manually, basically, in order to identify that car. So it's still electronic, it's still accurate to, in fact, a millionth of a second, if you need it. But as I say, so the number 30 is excused. So if there's any driver misidentifications, that doesn't have to be driven through the pit lane because it won't be accepted even if it does drive down the pit lane. But any other car that forgets to turn their transponder to the correct setting is now encouraged to learn by having to come through the pit lane, effectively doing a drive-through penalty in order to trigger the switch at the end of the pit lane.
And the noise in the background, Paul, means?
The green flag is being waved.
There you go, and away we go again. We know by the noise more than anything else when that green flag comes back out.
And we haven't yet hit 3 hours, so my suggestion that we were going to was a little bit premature because we are still under 3 hours of total Code 60 out of 24, which for my reckoning is 12.5%. Would be 3 hours in 24, so that's a good percentage in my book.
There you go, that's the reason why a racing driver's favourite colour is green. It's the flag they love to see, and it means they can unleash all the horses again, and we're looking on board now with, it's now Gaëtan Palatou, isn't it, aboard the number 23 car, the sole Nissan GTR in the race. This is the race, if I remember rightly, Paul. That's this car, this GT3 version of the Nissan GTR, made its debut with the Champions team from Nissan some years ago.
It did. Well, I mean, the whole concept of the Nissan Academy kind of started. I say it started here because it didn't. It finished. The original competition finished here.
Was to win it. Win a race.
Was to win a race here, and that was going to be the end of it, really. Just having kind of made some people's dreams come true. But then, as usual, Darren Cott's got ideas above his station, and decided to start making a whole thing of it. Thing. That's what he's done, isn't it? A thing of it.
It's like a tradition now, isn't it?
Yes, something like that.
And I've got to pretend I'm surprised that these guys are as good as they are, because this process is astonishing. It continues to find people of the very highest quality. I say people of the highest quality because it goes more than just the driving talent.
Yes.
Their behaviour as professionals, as we see the 79 car being brought back in on the flatbed to the back of the paddock. And I suspect that may not be going any further.
Yes, we can see that from our vantage point up here. The TV camera's focusing on the penalty being given to the very attractively coloured number 930 Porsche, which, having taken its penalty, then goes off down the pit lane to do any other work that needs doing on it. If you just indulge me for a minute, another family story. No, they're not up yet. My little son Robin is not that little anymore, but he started doing some kart racing, and we recently put him in an endurance race in which he had to drive the middle half hour of a 1 hour endurance race. We decided we'd be clever and do 15 minutes, half hour in the middle and 15 minutes at the end. My son did the middle half hour, which is actually quite a long time when you're only 13.
It is.
To drive, admittedly only a cadet kart, but I thought he'd be able to do it. I didn't know he would do it, but I thought he'd be able to do it because he spends an awful lot of time sitting in front of his computer playing computer games. He's got the focus, and being the indulgent father that I am, I kept him timed every lap just to see that his lap times weren't dropping off, because we'd agreed if his lap times did drop off, we'd bring him in and we'd deal with it. But he wasn't. He was able to keep up the lap times for half an hour. And the only reason he had achieved that level of being able to concentrate was by using the computer. Now, okay, he's probably started a bit late because he's already 13, but it's the kind of discipline that teaches somebody who's motivated to do it, to how to then turn that into what Bob Neville and the whole of the Nissan Academy is all about.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. And you know what? It goes beyond that. Because when you talk to an endurance racer, you talk about how they approach a race like this, and particularly when you've got those long gaps that sometimes can develop with the rhythm in which a race can go, the kind of conversation comes round to, well, you know what you're going to do? Go round and round and round and round and round. And
exactly.
Keep doing it consistently to the best pace you possibly can within the parameters you set, and the race will come to you in that fashion.
That's the whole characteristic of endurance racing, isn't it? So, as opposed to any other form of racing, whether that be touring cars or single-seater racing. Yeah, it's got character to it. Seeing on the screen, Johnny, some shots of that damaged car, and I suspect that Graham's initial diagnosis it wasn't going any further is probably right. What do you think, Johnny?
It's had such a beating throughout this race, really, and clearly not deliberate punishment, but one of I think it was the front left wheel that was utterly destroyed in an incident. I don't think there's a straight panel on it, sadly, and it looks just beautiful to start the race. We all like a bit of a sign of wear and tear on an endurance racer, but that is not loved anymore.
I'm sure it's loved.
I'm
sure it's loved.
All right, yeah.
No, don't.
It's what's on the inside that counts, isn't it?
It might be listening, Johnny. Come on. Have you no heart?
I'm sorry. But Maurice Faber having what turned out to be a big incident down at turn one, going into the tyre wall backwards, and I'm sure the car and the team, rather, will assess it once it's back in the Duo Racing garage. They've come this far. There's only another 5 hours to go.
Well, it may be one of those ones that goes back into the garage and is fettled, and we might see it towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, at the sharp end of the race, and for second position, Rob Barth in the Dragon Racing Ferrari is coming ever closer to him. Up behind from third position is Jaeger bombing up back towards the Ferrari, the number 30 Ram Mercedes, now under 9 seconds back from the number 88 car. And of course, to remind listeners, viewers, people trackside, Rob is restricted in what he can do about this. He's in an A6 AM car, which means that with a few exceptions, he can't go below 204. Thomas Jaeger can go as quickly as he likes, and he's doing that at the moment. It's a 202.7 from Thomas Jaeger last time around, against a 205 for Rob Barth. So at the moment, it's all about whether Rob can just plug away at this and see whether or not he can fend off the closer tensions lap by lap of Thomas Jaeger. Johnny Adam, meanwhile, who's the third position A6 Pro car. This is the Aston Martin that was delayed by having to have a rear hub replaced a little while ago, losing that car, I think it's about 3 laps. Is sticking with the programme as well, lapping as quickly as anybody just at the moment, but 7 laps off the lead, 4th overall and 3rd in the Pro class, with the Nissan next up, a further 5 laps back, Gaetan Palatou lapping again in the 204s.
Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane powered by Nismo, stood right by the 79 car. As I've mentioned, Joe, not a straight panel on that machine. I've just noticed now the left-hand side door is missing too. Joe?
I'm not sure whether the door's been taken off for the recovery process. The car has had a rear end impact with something very, very hard, and if I was an insurance assessor, I'd be saying the car's a write-off. However, I'm not, and we're at a racetrack, so anything's possible. However, in this case, just looking at it, right-hand side of the rear of the car is absolutely stuffed. And I would say that's it done. This car spent a lot of time in the pit garage in any case, hasn't it? It's lost a lot of time. I remember it's been in the. It's had a lot of work done over the course of the day. But yeah, that's a massive impact. Right hand rear wheel has been pushed in a diagonal sort of direction towards the left front corner, if you like, so that's it's buried in amongst a lot of folded and tangled metal of the rear quarter, and bye-bye as the car's being put back on the flatbed. The team have had a look at it and said, nah, I doubt it, and that's got nothing to do with the time of day.
Okay, so maybe the best option is just to throw it in the bin and start again. Let's hope for better fortunes, but nevertheless, the BMW, as Joe quite rightly says, is heading now up pit road and maybe about to do a U-turn to head into the paddock area. Perhaps we'll wait and see. Maybe sneak in the back of the garage for the team to work on it there. We've got 473 laps done now for Hubert Hapt in the number 2 Black Falcon car. He leads the number 88 Ferrari from Dragon Racing of Rob Barth, and Thomas Jaeger in the number 30 Ram Racing Mercedes. Paul Truswell.
Yes, I was telling John earlier on, I think it was Johnny, about total time in pits so far in the race, and one of the things that I found interesting was that the Dragon Racing car had spent a very similar time in the pits to the Black Falcon car. Now, that was before the Black Falcon car came in and had a rear pad change, which was a slightly longer stop, and has upped the total time in pits of the Black Falcon car, but both of them had spent considerably less time in the pits than the Ram Racing Mercedes. And the reason I mention that is, of course, it's the Ram Racing Mercedes which is particularly worrisome for the Dragon Racing Ferrari, because it's closing in on it. And of course, if a car's spent longer in the pits but is still very close to you, then you know with a fair degree of certainty that it's going faster than you are, and so there's not going to be much you can do about it. So although the total time in pits spent by the Black Falcon car is roughly the same, it's completed 4 more laps than the Dragon Racing car in the same time. But Thomas Jaeger is catching hand over fist now, no doubt about it. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if on this lap or the next, Jaeger isn't able in the Ram Mercedes to get past that Dragon Ferrari number 88, Johnny. So I'm keeping an eye out of the window at the same time as keeping an eye on the timing screens to see where they are on the circuit.
Okay, I'll let you do that. In the meantime, this is how the class leaders look at the moment. Class A5, led by the number 75 BMW E46 M3 Coupe from Hoffa Cooper Racing, with Bernd Cooper at the wheel. The number 2 car, as we know, Hubert Haupt, currently leading A6 Pro and the race overall. That's a stop in the penalty box for the number 72 car. And number 72, one of many BMWs here this weekend. It is currently driven by Dag von Garel, the Racehouse Motorsport M235 Racing Cup car, and 72 is third within the Cup class. Leading that, Gabi Ulji in number 76. Paul?
They've gone through across the start-finish line, separated by, well, I counted it as 6 seconds. Official times have it at 5.3 seconds. Pretty much, in fact, it was a slightly quicker time on that lap by Rob Bath. And of course, in the age-old expression, catching is one thing, getting past is another. When there's so much traffic out there, overtaking a car of similar performance is actually quite a lot more difficult. So we'll see what Jaeger does, but over the course of the next couple of laps, as I say, I think this is going to be one worth keeping an eye on. They're over at the turn 4, 5, 6 complex at the moment. And so, as I say, this is the battle for second place on the road. Both of them fueled up. Rob Bath is going to be coming in fairly shortly, isn't he? Because he's still... so Rob Bath will be coming in first. Jaeger has considerably more fuel on board, but the trick is going to be to catch them both in the same frame of the TV screen, I think, as they make their way round what is their 472nd lap in what is probably going to be a 607 lap race. There we go, stick my neck out.
Right, OK. Well, we'll see whether that changes between now and the end of the race. Keita Sawa leading the Carrera Cup class for the Porsche 997 and 991, but it's the Black Falcon machine, number 26, that leads that hotly contested division. But really, Keita Sawa, it's the Black Falcon team's class to throw away at this stage. Amro Al-Hamed, who leads the SP2 class for Mark Cars Australia. They have 3 Mark Focus V8 cars here this weekend. It's the number 92 that leads SP2. 117, which is the VDS Racing Adventures Civic, leads class A2. A6 AM led by the Rob Bath 88 Ferrari still. And class A3T sees Phil Quaife out front in the number 95. Into turn 1 then goes the leader of A6AM, still running in second place overall. Rob Bath at the wheel of that 458 Italia GT3.
And for the second time in a row, Johnny does a faster lap than the chasing Mercedes. And when you've got this kind of the floor of 2 minutes 4.0 and the ceiling of a car coming in chasing you, and you're getting kind of squashed in between the two of you, it takes a tremendous amount of discipline to stick with your reference lap time. But that's what Rob Bath can do, and he was talking to us about it during the event earlier on, and they very nearly did it last year as well, so still a long way to go. Let's not talk about that just yet.
Only lasted 13 hours last year. They have got a lot further into the race, but still need to survive another 4 hours and 52 minutes. It's 9:10 local time here at the Dubai Autodrome, the Hankook 24 hours off Dubai, as you can see from the bridge that spans the start and finish line here in the Middle East. This fabulous circuit, which is staging its 10th 24 hours, organised by Creventic, based in Holland, and this is now officially just the first round of a 6-race international endurance series, which has FIA backing, no less. The season kicking off with this event, the 24 hours of Dubai, and then in March it's the 12 hours of Italy at Mugello circuit. There are then visits to Zandvoort for the 12 hours, which is a 3 plus 9 hours. 3 plus 9 hours, and by the way, Quattro Media are looking after the television production and the editorial side of things in terms of the visuals this weekend, so thank you to all involved there. RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision via our website and on Motors TV. The whole race live on Motors back in the UK. Third round of this brand new International Endurance Series is Zandvoort, as I say, in May. Then we move on to Circuit Paul Ricard in July in France. That's a 24-hour race. Another 24 hours in Barcelona, and we end in Brno in the Czech Republic. There's the 23 car circulating on the Dubai Autodrome circuit up towards turn 14, needing to be careful of a bit of traffic there. The 23 car driven by Frenchman Gaëtan Palatou, This is the Nissan GT Academy number 23. Team RJN prepared GTR, which works its way out of turn 15 and up to the final corner 16. But Hubert Hatt in the Black Falcon Mercedes leading the way from Rob Barth, who is not only under pressure from Thomas Jaeger behind, but also needing to keep an eye on those minimum lap times. Careful not to cross over the absolute fastest time he should be able to match, which is a 2 minutes 4 second lap. If he does duck under that, running, well, not necessarily running out of jokers, because the 88 car hasn't done it an awful lot of times, ducking below that 2 minutes 4.
Last time I checked, Johnny, he hasn't done it at all.
At all, really? Wow.
So we'll just do another double check now. And number 88 still hasn't used any jokers, although that's dependent on anything having been fed through. But I think we'd have noticed it on the screens had it come up, because we're keeping a fairly close eye on the BRM chronograph screens, which are providing us with the information that we're looking at on the screens here.
So, yeah, cracking effort from not only Rob Barth, but the other members of the Dragon Racing crew as well in car number 88. So must give a quick shout out to Mohamed Jawar, Jordan Groger and Matt Griffin, who have been very disciplined indeed in the number 88 car, up to second in the overall standings. But Thomas Jaeger hunting the 88 Ferrari down now in Jaeger's Ram Racing 30 car, 2.5 seconds off the tail now of the Ferrari.
It was a very good question that Nick put, as always, to Rob Barth about whether that might not have been better run as a fully pro car, because effectively you can elect to run in either category, and although that would have given them more weight and thus increased the fuel consumption, it would have enabled them possibly to challenge for what could be an outright win. That's not to say they're not challenging for an outright win already. We talked about whether or not one Mercedes might go the other way of the other Mercedes, having lost one Black Falcon Mercedes. Number 2, Touchwood, is still running strongly and continuing not only to run strongly, but to run away at the front of the field at a pace. But as I say, there's enough time still to go that anything could still happen. Coming into the pit lane on the back of a flatbed trailer and being preceded by a circuit vehicle is car number 120, which stopped out on the circuit about 5 or 10 minutes ago. Meanwhile, Johnny, into the pits is the Audi R8.
Yeah, the car in 56th position in the overall standings, car 159 with Tommy Lindroth most recently at the wheel. This is the red camel Jordans.NL1 Audi R8. And it's come to a halt in the correct spots. Just a regular service, it looks like, for the 159 car, although a good old tug required to get the left rear wheel off. It finally detaches from the hub, and the wheels being changed, tyres being changed. Fueling will take place, of course, away from the pit garage in the special fueling area.
Yeah, Tommy Lindroth, you just mentioned, was supposed to be taking part in the number 51 Ginetta, the Primus racing car, which was involved in an accident during qualifying on Thursday, and as a result of him not being able to participate in his originally designated car, quite what sort of deal was struck I don't know, but Ivo Breukers and his son Rick Breukers had 2 spare seats, as it were, in their Audi R8, so what deal was offered I don't know, but a deal was struck, and that's how Tommy Lindroth had to get behind the wheel of the car.
Speaking of the Red Camel team, the other car within that awning, if you like, is the Seat Leon TDI, which we just saw running wide at turn 16. It was sat on the curb briefly, car 135, driven by Kane Astin, a regular in the Mini Miglia series back in the UK, but he's piloting a Seat Leon this time around. There was a bit of a moment there at turn 16, but the car has spun and continued. Rob Barth in the Dragon Racing car works up towards the sequence of corners. That's the BRM Watches hairpin, I reckon. And now down towards turn 13, the left-hand kink, up towards turn 14. Now 4 cars working their way through turn 14 and up towards the right-hand kink, and that's the battle actually for second position. There's Rob Barth in the red Ferrari, Thomas Jaeger in the burgundy and silver Mercedes, and Jaeger really closing in. 1.8 seconds to gap. It's going to be a lot less than it was on the previous lap around, as Thomas Jaeger is applying the pressure and flashing the lights as well to make Rob Barth aware that he wants to get by. Will he get the move done as they head for the braking area at turn 1? Rob Barth is going to let the Mercedes through, and perhaps not a big surprise there, because the A6 AM Ferrari having to stick to its 2-minute 4-second laps, whereas the Thomas Jaeger Ram racing car has no restriction and can go as fast as it likes, but has to run slightly heavier as a result. Now Porsche being edged out over onto the over the white line and onto the green concrete there by the 69 Royal Goethe driven Gulf Racing UK Lambo. It was the 45 Porsche, I think, running out of road on the exit of turn 9. 45 driven by Miro Konopka, who's had a moment in, what was that, about 15-20 minutes ago for Forch Racing, when Graham Goodwin spotted the 45 car had spun. It's had some trouble-free laps though since then. Renault Clio coming into pit road, the bright yellow 114 Cup car. This is Thomas Stockinger for Presenza.eu Racing Team Clio, the Swiss squad. We have Stockinger and Schelling in the entry. Cars 114 and 112 respectively. Still the battle continues on here between, well, it's not actually a battle for position as such. Royal Goethe though in the Lamborghini cannot shake Miro Konopka in the 45 Forch Racing Porsche. Both cars heading into turn 16 as one, and over the line to complete another lap.
I'm fascinated, I don't know if you already said this, but I'm fascinated that Rob Barth hasn't deliberately gone underneath the 2-minute 4 just to maintain track position ahead of Thomas Jaeger, but he hasn't done. He's maintained his position. He goes through in 2 minutes 2 minutes 4.2, and Thomas Jaeger goes through and takes second place across the start-finish line for the first time, and as he does so, recognises the fact that he is fully 4 laps behind the race leader. I should now be able to pull away from Rob, but I just thought for a minute that Rob might kind of sneak up behind and take the benefit of the slipstream to get some speed without necessarily having to use a lot of the fuel that might otherwise he have to use. But they've been very disciplined, and there's half a mind of me which suggests that the 2 jokers which Matt Griffin used at the end of his stint, which I forgot earlier on, incidentally, apologies for that. The 2 jokers that Matt Griffin used might be granted to Rob Barth, but Matt suggested that that was accidental as well, and so the team trying to go through it would seem without deliberately using up jokers. Johnny?
SP2 about to be heavily shaken up. The class leader has had a huge shunt. Amro Al-Hamad, the car is back in pit road, but the front end of that 92 car, the car's been significantly shortened, and the 92 car parked up in its garage now. The team just having a look at it, but I think that might be out of the race, and it's leading SP2. Still on the timing screen, it's out front. So that's one to keep our eye on. Now, thankfully, because Smart Cars Australia have 3 cars here, actually they should still lead the class, because Tony Alford in the number 91 car is in second, so should therefore take the lead. But the 92 car looking very sorry for itself indeed. Amro Al-Hamad currently at the wheel. Let's head down to our pit lane crew and Joe Bradley, who has news, I think, from the 159 garage. Joe?
I am at the Audi garage, and not to get my car serviced. Tommy, you brought the Audi R8 in, and you stepped out of the car with what looked like the dashboard.
Yes, the dashboard was missing. I have it in my hand 2 laps, and after I taped out the connection, because if it broke the cable, maybe some shortcut coming soon, so I turn it off and I have it in my hand.
So what information does that dashboard give to the driver?
Everything, but RPM, heating, speed, and the gear shift, everything. So I go without control.
And so the car has left without the dashboard. Is that correct?
Sorry?
The car has left and it's gone back onto the track, and the dashboard is not there.
They're similar with the dashboard or not. So, but you hear the noise when the RPM in the engine. You must switch the gear. But the problem is when they get the code 60, I do nothing. Complete nothing.
So the code 60. So during the code 60, the dashboard will tell you that you're at the correct speed.
Exactly. Even the pit speed here also. So I go very, very slow. So maybe I'm missing seconds for that also. But race is race.
So who's in the car now, having to deal with that?
I don't see which one get inside. So
it was the younger boy there, I think.
Yeah, I think the young generation.
Yeah, and so how is he going to manage then if we go to a code 60? How will he manage if we go to a code 60?
I try to follow the car in front of me to have the distance, and I hope this man do it right. And also a little slower, so I get 100% sure. Anyway, I get penalty.
Well, Tommy, you said it. That's racing.
Yes, that's correct.
I'll let you go and get a shower.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Hello from Sweden.
Perhaps more crucially, that's Joe Bradley down with Tommy Lindroth, and interesting interview there. Nice little way of finding out what how things unfold from the driver's perspective. And he came in, holding a bit of the dashboard?
Holding the dashboard, not a bit of it.
The whole thing
all of the dashboard. And he didn't want to pull it and break the connecting cable, he said. So he unscrewed it in order to ensure that he didn't create any short circuits by just yanking the whole thing out. So carefully unscrewed the dashboard, handed that in. I hope the car's not underweight now. And sent off the young Breukers, Rick, with no information at all. Absolutely nothing, said Tommy. Great. I think I've just found another Swedish racing hero that I can latch onto. Another famous, or not so famous, Swedish racing driver, but does seem to have a habit of producing drivers with character, does Sweden.
Another quick update on the SP2 class, because, as I mentioned, the 92 car, I reckon, will be out of the race. It's still classified as 30th position, with Amro Al-Hamed actually being shown that he's back out on track by the looks of things.
No.
Okay, I've got a green dot against the 92 car.
That might be a web glitch.
Fine, okay. Didn't imagine that car would be able to get out again somehow. Yes, good, fine. It's still on the proper timing screen, displayed as a pit visitor, and where is it now? 29th overall. Second in SP2.
No, it's still first in SP2.
Yeah, so I was about to say second in SP2 is the sister car. Further down, the Tony Alford car, I should say, number 91. It's got a fair way to go, hasn't it, to catch it up?
It's 13 laps to go, so in effect that's almost half an hour that they've got at SP2 speeds. Now it's perhaps too late if you've been following the web times all day, but they're not actually official. There's a crucial link missing which stops them from being official results. But what the BRM chronographs time screens give us is the official timing screens, which are produced by timeservice.nl, but as I say, there's that crucial bit which goes off into the web, which means that what you see on the web screens isn't always what's actually happening here in Dubai. Into the pits comes the 888 Racing BMW Z4, a car that has flattered to deceive. It's been, when it goes good, it's very, very good, and it's had far too many problems, really, hasn't it, Johnny? The number 8 car, 20th place overall, and 7th as far as the A6 AM cars is concerned. It's not the last of the AMs, but it's one of the last of them.
And Jacques Twyver at the wheel of the number 8 888 prepared Z4. So it comes down pit road. Meanwhile, the number 88 Ferrari tucking up the inside of a whole load of traffic there on this long straight that runs into turn 10 at the bottom end of it. Hard braking for Rob Barth, who now negotiates turn 10 in the Dragon Racing Ferrari.
Can't be long, Johnny, before Rob Barth is pit bound for. He's been out there for over an hour now and has done a good long stint. So I think that Ferrari must be getting towards the end of its fuel allocation. Even if the tyres are still in good shape, I suspect that Rob will be coming in for fuel, if not on this lap, then in the next couple.
So easing his way through turn 14 now and hammering the rather deeply grooved curbing there on the inside of the second part of turn 14. Down to the 50-metre board, braking for the final right-hander to head on to in a moment or two. It'll be the 482nd lap for Rob Barth. And 6.7 seconds the gap between Rob and Thomas Jaeger. So Dragon Racing trying to get close to Ram Racing, but actually it was a much better lap that time around for the 30 Mercedes, which is edging away from the Italian car.
Got the feeling as he accelerated there that Rob wasn't quite on it. It may be that as he came across the line he was a bit dangerously close to his minimum reference lap time, so just may have lifted a little bit, something that you would generally want to try and avoid if you can. Rather slow the car down before you get to the last corner, because all sorts of nasty things can happen if you do it there. But I think he might have just left it a bit late. The lap time, again, right on the cusp, 2 minutes 4.2 for Rob Barth on that lap.
Just have to be careful that you haven't got another A6 Pro or AM car right behind you that isn't aware that you might be easing off and not accelerating at the usual points out of 16. Meanwhile, one of many onboard cameras we have here this weekend shows the route through the final sequence of corners for the number 58 Porsche from HRT Performance. And how's car 58 doing in the overall standings? Looking down, it is around about 34th, 35th in the overall standings. That puts it 11th in the 997 class. Heading into turn 1 with a Clio immediately in front, needing to be careful where this Porsche dispatches the Clio. Can't quite do it, throw on a bit of a wiggle there for the Clio that missed the apex, and all over the curb then goes the Porsche to avoid the little hatchback, but gets safely through. Hard braking now for turn 7, the car getting a touch unstable there as it's slowed, and through the right-hander at turn 7, which leads to 8 and 9, this banked bowl where the car will grip despite your brain telling you that you're going to snap away and into the tyre wall. There's a lot more grip because the camber is in your favour, and it's important to get 8 and 9 correct, because it's then this long run down to 10 which is crucial to a good lap time.
Johnny Adam is in the pits with the Aston Martin, number 28, out of 4th place now. That car having been delayed earlier on, and when there was a hub failure at the right rear of that car. Now in good fettle, it would seem, certainly after what Stefan Mucker was doing with it immediately after it had been repaired. Johnny Adam having taken the car over from Stefan in a stint in which Stefan set the fastest lap of the race at 1:59.546. He wasn't able to further improve on that. And I'm beginning to think that with temperatures now rising, we're not going to get any more quick laps. So that would be my impression. I may be wrong, but anyway, the car has been taken up to the refueling area, and then I'm assuming that as a result of that, we'll have had the driver change again over to Paul White. That's Aston Martin Vantage having been driven throughout this race by just 3 drivers: Paul White, Stefan Mucker and Johnny Adam. Drivers making the most of the opportunity to drive that car and not having to worry too much about having it shared between, as you are allowed to, up to 5 drivers.
Got a glimpse there once more of the number 8 888 prepared BMW Z4. It's in 20th position in the overall standings, 7th of the Class A6 AM cars. Charlie Hollings driving that at the moment. And 2 Mercedes-Benz exiting turn 16 to head over the line. One of those being the race leader, Hubert Hout, in the Black Falcon Mercedes. The sister car, by the way. In fact, Black Falcon turned up at the start of the week with 3 cars. They had a T car for a little period of time to allow the bedding in of various parts, and if you bring 3 cars along in an open test, that's absolutely fine. And then they trimmed things down to 2 cars, the 2 and the 1 for the important sessions, free practice, qualifying and night practice. Well, the 3 car, sadly, we lost in the very early stages of this race after accident damage. It clashed with a Clio at turn 14, and the team could not repair the machine. But the other car, number 2, has been going brilliantly well. It's on to lap 488 now, and as impressive as the driver lineup was in number 3, it's also not half bad for the number 2 car with Abdulaziz Al Faisal. Hubert Hout is at the wheel at the moment, Jelmer Berman, the Dutchman, and Brit Ollie Webb.
I did wonder for a moment during the night whether Bernd Schneider had dressed up as Oliver Webb and gone out for a few laps just to keep his eye in, because the number 2 car, I'm not quite sure whether Schneider even got to drive it. I'll have to go back and check that one, but I'm holding up 3 fingers to remind me, it went out after just 3.5 hours of the race. So there is more of this race remaining than the number 3 car managed to complete. So it's an indication of how quickly the complexion of the race can change.
Yeah. No, fair point. So the 930 car heading down the cross straight, as it's called. It's kind of a back straight, but it doesn't negotiate the whole of the back of the circuit, if you like. It's now way over to the right-hand side as spectators look at this great venue from the main grandstand. And this is now the run down to the BRM Watches hairpin. Wonderful paint job on the 930 Porsche. Again, a car that has had various problems, though, through the race. It's down in the mid-70s in terms of position, and Yutaka Matsushima at the wheel of the Team 930 Rush car, the Japanese entry. Let's head down to the pit lane and Joe Bradley.
Okay, we're ready, Johnny.
So we will head to Joe Bradley in a moment with a driver. There's the Besseplace Mini, by the way, that is still running, about to be overtaken by the 159 Audi R8. That's had a bit of work done on it. The Red Camel team working hard on the Audi R8. So down to pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Here is Joe Bradley.
Rob, I'm with Rob Barth out of the Idiot Ferrari. Rob, I didn't say anything to you, mate. I'm just going to say, how was that one?
It's all right, you know, we're just trying to stay out of trouble. I got T-boned by Alexei Vasilev with about 3 laps to go. I let Stefan Mucker by, and Vasilev just lunged from miles back. You know, I'm using indicators to let the pro cars by, you know. I know what I'm doing. It's not as if I'm a complete Billy, some would say. And I was at the apex of the hairpin and kaboom in the passenger door. I'm like, oh dude, come on, we're already in stroke at home mode. So yeah, counting the hours down now. You know, we've come a long way, but I think we all realise there's still 2 Blancpain races to go, so...
I know, and this is why I didn't ask you anything. So are we at the stage where we're listening for noises and you're hearing things that aren't there?
Oh, yeah, and you think the engine's getting slower, and you think, oh, the gear change is slowing down, but of course it isn't. You've been up all night, you're not working as efficiently as you once were.
And what about the human element then? Because everyone's sleep deprived, not just for the day, but for the whole week. And how do you keep the energy levels up at this stage?
No, it's just a question of fueling in terms of hydrating properly, eating properly, and I tell you now, with 4 or 5 hours to go, it'll be a hell of a lot easier going flat out. We're working our nuts off to stay to that reference time. It's bloody hard.
So what is eating properly then at this stage?
Just trying to eat enough. We're burning 750, 800 calories an hour in the car, and that's eating an uncomfortable amount of food. But there's no good being red hot at 3 o'clock in the morning if you're absolutely shattered at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everybody needs to be good for the duration.
Yeah, thanks for talking to us, Rob. I'll let you go and stuff yourself.
Cheers, man. See you later.
Another great interview, that. Very insightful, I thought. Rob Barth, fresh out of the 88 car, and Mohamed Jawar has taken over the Dragon Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, it's 37 lap stint that for Rob, so almost as far as that car's gone on a tank full of fuel. It's gone longer when it's been purple, but nevertheless a good stint for him. And I think in some ways, I'm not quite sure that he's fresh out of the cockpit, but that's when you get the most honest answers out of them, is when they are a little bit worn out and exhausted, and that the rawness of it all comes through. And I mean, he's absolutely right. If they had been running as pro class, who knows what might have happened. And on the other hand, if they had been running as a pro class, then the adrenaline might have taken them into all manner of accidents and what have you. So a great lesson for everyone to learn from that one. Just to correct something I did say earlier on, checking back, Bent Schneider did go out in the number 3, so he did have a drive, but as I say, the car itself only lasted 3.5 hours before having that contact with car number 110, the Clio that Johnny mentioned relatively early on in the race. Meanwhile, on the screen, a BMW receiving some kind of drivetrain test. They've got it up on the axles. This is a Jörg Müller-driven car. It's not the first time we've seen it doing this. Number 74 MPB Racing Team car, which, as I say, Jörg being the star turn at the wheel of, and obviously the car suffering a little bit, down in 61st place in the overall rankings, and losing more and more time in the pits as we speak.
John Hindhaugh has a sneaky word in my ear to suggest that is perhaps an issue with a clutch, that in that the car doesn't have a clutch, and therefore the wheels are driving around. And what do they just lower it down off the Jackson back into the race because it can't dip the clutch, can't disengage the drivetrain?
Well, they can't do that because they have to start it on the button, don't they? Whether it's started in the garage, or it is allowed to start in the garage and go from the garage, but it's not allowed just to be started and dropped off the jacks to get it going. So problems for that car, as have a lot of cars had.
Side-by-side action here at the Dubai Autodrome with 4 hours and 22 minutes to go of the 10th running, the 10th anniversary of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours, and we're looking at the number 78 car, which is one of the JR Motorsport BMWs, working its way down the long straight towards turn 10. And the 78 car has been well placed within its class. Now a chance to have a look at a spinning Ginetta at the final turn, way in the distance there. That's the number 167 car pirouetting. Didn't see any cars in the near vicinity. Clearly it was a very busy part of the track with plenty of traffic pouring out of turn 16, but I think that was possibly a spin on its own for the 167.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way, didn't it? It was reminiscent of one part of the previous incident that happened just before the last Code 60 happened, when there was contact and two cars were involved, with one disappearing off to the right-hand side, driver's left, from the circuit direction point of view.
Hubert Happ continues to lead then in the Black Falcon number 2 Mercedes in its black and green striking livery. It's done 491 laps now, and we are an hour and 40 minutes into Hubert's stint time. So within the next 20 minutes or so, the number 2 car will have to stop to allow that driver out, because you can't drive for any longer than 2 hours for any one stint. And then if Hubert Happ does get close to the 2-hour mark, he'll have to have something like 80 minutes off as a rest period, which is a 2/3 amount of the stint time he will have done. Thomas Jaeger in the 30 car. The Ram Racing Mercedes remains in second position. Mohamed Jawar now aboard the 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. That's third. Fourth place for 28 Stefan Muka in the KPM Racing Aston Martin. Fifth place is Gaetan Palatu for Nissan GT Academy. The GTR with the Frenchman back on board. Car 23 in fifth place. Sixth position for the number 99 Philippe Vlasic Attempto Racing Porsche. So car 99 is in sixth position. Some of the class leaders include Black Falcon's Porsche that leads the Carrera Cup class in eighth position in the overall standings, and leading the 997 class, car number 26. SP3 headed by the 163 Optimum Motorsport Ginetta, with its nearest rival being Ross Warburton in the 169 Speedworks Motorsport Ginetta. And the Cup 1 leader, which is the M235i BMWs, is now number 76. To 27th in the overall. That's the Racing Divas by Las Moras entry. The car 76 running just onto the second page of our BRM Watches official timing and scoring partner for the 2015 Dubai 24 Hours. Car 69 heading into turn 1. Royal Goethe inside that Lamborghini, the Gulf Racing UK entry. Car in the penalty box is number 46, the yellow and white Porsche. And car 46 running in 25th position from MRS GT Racing, but that's come in for a stop and hold.
Yes, officially the car doesn't have to come in specially for the stop and hold, but at its next pit stop it can do one, and that was 45 seconds around about that it was held for before going down to perform its routine maintenance.
Was a brief stall, in fact, for driver Siegfried Venemar, who has got the car fired up now, and it works its way down pit lane to its pit box, and Venemar clambering out of the car whilst the team give it a bit of a tidy up, clean the screen. Car 46, though, don't think is going to get new tyres. No sign of them being prepared, although there is some adjustment, maybe just to tyre pressures on the front left.
No, I think there's more work going under the, I would say boot lid, but Porsches don't have boot lids, engine cover. And there's a guy who's wearing the his back jackets looking under the roof. There's one for the car number 46, and there's two at least, in fact 3 high-vis jackets from car number 20 working on that car as well. MRS GT Racing having 2 entries, and one of them being the 46, the other one being the 20, so they're pooling their resources. Off he goes again. I'm not quite sure they actually did anything in the end. They certainly didn't change the tyres, Johnny.
No.
And I think it was more just looking at the engine, possibly adding some oil or making some kind of suspension adjustments. But it's headed off on its way again, and headed for fuel as well. So in the end, what with penalty, messing around in the pit and refueling, it's going to be a fairly long pit stop for that car. He's in 25th place overall and 9th in the 997 class.
Kai Jordan is still at the wheel of the Bezoplas Racing Mini that we can see images of now, working its way up towards the BRM Watches hairpin. Kai currently working his 425th lap of the race. It's a second place at the moment for Kai in Class A2. Has led that class earlier on in the race. But now out in front in A2 is the 117 Honda Civic, and that's been the way of things for a good while now for VDS Racing Adventures. VDS Racing Adventures leading by a lap and a half, maybe even 2 laps now, from the Mini Cooper that heads out of turn 14 through 15 and down to past the pit lane entry on the right there. You can see a Porsche escaping just the other side of the tyre wall in the middle of shot. The Bezetplatz Mini, though, staying out on track and about to be lapped by one of the quicker Mercedes SLS AMG cars from Class A6. That thunders by on the right-hand side of the Mini and down towards turn 1. This steep drop away. Need to be careful with a front-wheel drive car, not to understeer too far wide. Kai Jordan, who's had a lot of experience in that Mini throughout this race, though, neat and tidy at turns 1 and 2. Four hours and 14 minutes still to go. Time's just gone 9:45 here in the Middle East. And you're listening to, and indeed watching, RadioLeMans.com in sound and vision via the RadioLeMans.com website and on Motors TV for the 2015 running of the Dubai 24 Hours with Hankook.
Just picking up, Johnny, on that A2 leading class car, number 117, the VDS Racing Adventures car. At the moment, that is the car of the leading runners that has spent the least time in the pit. Of course, some of them may have stopped out on the circuit without actually getting back to the pit, but look at those that are still running in the race. That one at the moment with very significant amount of time, under an hour, 52 minutes in the pit lane for that car. Not a great deal more has been spent by the leader either. He's spent just a little bit over an hour altogether in the pit lane. And not only the Black Falcon 2 car has been efficient, but the two 997 cars again leading the way as far as total time in pit is concerned for the two 997 Black Falcon cars, numbers 25 and 26.
Just got a brief glimpse there of Stefan Kuz in the 74 BMW MPB Racing Team entered car in the Racing Cup division. And here is the 26 Kaitasawa driven Black Falcon Porsche leading its class in the 997 division, so this needs to be a neat and tidy stop. And Kaitasawa getting out of the car, tyres being changed.
And the Bezetplatz Mini also coming in, so class leaders in the lower classes. That's the second place car, number 86, in at the far end of the pits.
Charlie Hollings motoring on, I notice. The 888 prepared BMW Z4, car number 8, with Charlie Hollings at the wheel, has just set the fastest time for that car so far in the race.
Possibly.
Unless we've had Jokers detached. Yeah,
exactly. We've had Jokers removed from that car, but if I just go down there, its fastest one up to now was a 2 minutes 3.6. Yeah, 2 minutes 3.675 was its previous fast, so that is the fastest lap. I should have shut up, and you should have just kept on going with what you said.
That was luck rather than judgment, I have to admit, Paul, because I've forgotten that the Joker lap times are deleted, as it were, from the screen.
But nevertheless, it is the sixth Joker for that car. So we're beginning to wind up to the point with another 2 hours where Joker laps won't be allowed. If you go under your minimum reference lap time in the last 2 hours, you can't play a Joker even if you've got one, and instead you have to serve a 30-second penalty, except there aren't any penalties to be served in the last 2 hours of the race. You just get 30 seconds added to your lap, to your race time.
The absolute fastest lap of the race, by the way, was set by Stefan Mucker at 16 minutes past 7 this morning. He's done a 1:59.545 on lap 419. No one has bettered that since. We've only ever had 2 fastest laps. Martin Ragginger set the first of those 6 minutes into the race, and then we had to wait till 7:15 for the next one, Stefan Mucker. Let's head down to the pit lane and Joe Bradley, who's got a good view of a stop for one of the Porsches. Joe?
Well, it was the 26 Black Falcon Porsche that I heard you describe coming into its pit for what was looking like a very standard pit stop. Driver changed tyres, etc. Then someone noticed a little bit of a water feature on the left-hand front corner. It's basically where the radiator is housed for the cooling system on this model of Porsche, and it's we've got a little fountain coming out of there. So what that means is the radiator is hauled. So the car's in the pit garage. It's going to lose a lot of time. One of the most difficult jobs on this model of car, the Porsche, is changing that front radiator, because obviously everything is absolutely scalding hot. But the team are getting down to it now.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Another update possibly to come from the crew. And there is a very grubby-looking Black Falcon Porsche in the pit garage, as Joe says, from the class lead. And what can the 87, the 25 and the 7 do to make any inroads into that lead? Well, the number 87 car, second in the 997 class, is about between 2 and 3 laps behind Keita Sawa. So if Black Falcon are reasonably quick, they may be able to get that car back out to keep it the class lead.
Yes, just after I opened my mouth about how efficient Black Falcon had been in the pits, and I really shouldn't, should I? Especially that it would happen to the class-leading car. The Black Falcons were first and third, are still first and third in the 997 class, and so I think they were more concerned about whether they were going to be able to turn that into a first and second, as there's just over 60 seconds separating the number 87 GDL racing car from the Black Falcon 3 Porsche 997 entry. But I must admit, they were so quick at pushing it back into the box, as Joe described. I'd just noticed it had gone from the front of the pit lane, from the pit apron. I just assumed it had gone up to get fuel.
Slightly less bodywork on that number 26 now, as they continue to work away at it. So it was in 8th position in the overall standings. Just noticed that the car in 2nd position in the Carrera Cup class, though, has come in now for a stop. This is the number 87 car, which is at the moment driven by Lim Kyong Liam for GDL Racing. And the 997 working its way towards the pit area. 10th overall, but 2nd in the Carrera Cup class. Once that car gets out into the race once again, assuming this is a trouble-free stop for it, though, then I'm sure he will have been told, the driver, that there's a chance here of closing in on the leader as the Black Falcon number 26 continues to sit in the garage. I've just suddenly thought of the Mark Focus V8s that we were talking about a little bit earlier on in the race. They are car numbers 91, 92 and 93, and 92 is still in the pit lane. I still don't think that car's going to come out again. However, it's labelled as the class-leading SP2 machine, so we haven't had the shuffle at the top of the order. What we do have, though, is the sister car, number 91, hunting it down in 2nd position, driven by Peter Limhus from Australia. And, well, SP2 is still very much in the hands of Mark Carr's Australia, but not in the hands of the number 92 anymore. It's more likely to be 91 to take that victory. Admittedly, we still have 4 hours to go, though.
And as you mentioned, Pete Lemus, I remember the despondency with which, I can't remember who it was who interviewed him. I think it was probably Nick who interviewed him. Actually, it might have been Bruce at some point during the race, after the car had all manner of problems, and he was ever so dejected and announced that you can't keep Australians down and they would bounce back. They may yet bounce back, although there is a long way to go for that car to catch up, as you say, hunting down its teammate, the number 92 car. And this is one of the bizarre things about this race, is if you complete enough laps, then it doesn't matter whether your car's in the garage in a million pieces or running round as clean as you like out on the racetrack. It still gets classified in the position that the number of laps it has completed deserves.
A very late decision for Hubert Haupt to bring the race-leading Mercedes in for a stop. And we were an hour and 54 minutes into the stint for Haupt, so he could have squeezed another lap out of it, considering you can't go beyond a 2-hour driver stint. But to keep things on the safe side, Hubert Haupt has brought the 2-car in, but it looked like he got the radio message very late on indeed there to nip across the chevrons and into pit road. So the gull-wing door opened, and Hubert Haupt getting out, helping to strap the next driver in, and Joe Bradley is there.
Yeah, everything pretty standard though, as you would expect. This car has been like clockwork. The driver's door shut, just a little bit of oil being replenished whilst the tyres go on. The car pulls forward, and one of the officials has noticed something amiss, so the car's been brought to a halt. It was just about to pull away. I'm not quite sure what he was doing there. He gesticulated something to do with an arm strap, maybe. Maybe it was that. But Hubert Haupt then reopened the driver's door and then assisted the new driver. Didn't catch who it was that jumped in there. I don't know if you boys did.
We will have to check that out. Paul, you reckon that you know what the issue was for that? Was he most likely to be a door strap?
Yes, there is the requirement to have an arm strap on the door if you don't have netting. Basically, you don't want to have limbs flailing around in an open cockpit when you've got a sports car shaped body, so really just something to keep the driver safe. So obviously that's one of their major concerns. I'm just wondering about Hubert Haupt. I suspect part of the problem, inverted commas, reason why he came in late was because, of course, he was out during that code 60, and that will probably have meant that his fuel lasted longer than the 2 hours, which shows that the Black Falcon have cracked speed and economy, it would seem, with that SLS.
Alexei Vasiliev bringing the number 10 car into pit road from 17th position. This is the 10 machine run by GT Russian, the GT Russian team, and one of several SLS cars in the entry. Comes to a halt then, and the gull-wing door is open. Driver stepping out, Alexei Vasiliev out of the car, and the new driver in. And this gives us an opportunity to look back on the race so far. It's been a very dominant performance from the number 2 Black Falcon car, which continues to lead at nearly 500 laps. We're closing in on 4 hours to go of this 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours at the Dubai Autodrome in the Middle East. Klaus Bachler we got a glimpse of there in the number 7 car. There have been penalties aplenty for various cars, including the 72 BMW of Jean-Jacques Ballet for racehouse performance. The Nissan from the GT Academy and Team RJN has been motoring on well with that booming engine. Gaetan Palatu currently at the wheel in 5th position. This is the Red Camel Audi R8 that had a pretty scheduled stop that ran like clockwork for the lime green and white car. Rolf Goethe had a good scrap with one of the Porsches. It was number 45, tucked in behind of Gregor Matschulski. And Rolf Goethe in car 69. Jamie Campbell-Walter now on board, but Rolf Goethe at the time. And we go back to live action in sound and vision. It's radiolemans.com with Paul Trustwell, Johnny Palmer, and down in the pits, Joe Bradley. That's the number 96 Mike Racing Mercedes-Benz getting a pit stop, and we will do likewise. It's Abdelaziz Al Faisal now out in front. Same car, number 2, the Black Falcon, which is now on to its 500th lap. So a little milestone about to be hit next time around for the number 2 car. Al Faisal on an out lap. Thomas Jaeger in second position in the 30 car for Ram Racing. Third place is an A6 amateur car. Mohamed Jawar in the Dragon Racing 88 Ferrari. Third position for that. Ahead of Stefan Mucker in the Aston from KPM Racing. Gaetan Palatu, I mentioned that name a little while ago. The Nissan GT Academy GTR, which is still in the top 5 overall standings. And Filip Vlasic for Atepto Racing, completing the top 6. The number 99 Porsche going well. Now, just outside the top 7, Jiri Pisarik for Scuderia Praha has skipped into the top 8, I noticed, courtesy of those 2 pit stoppers. The class-leading 997 car we know all about has come in for a stop. Klaus Beckler driving the number 7 Lechner Racing 997, which is in second position and a full 13 minutes behind Keita Sawar, but bear in mind that Keita Sawar stopped in the garage at the moment. Klaus Beckler's come in for a slightly more routine stop, I reckon. Second in the 997. Third in the 997 class is, well, it was Lim Kyong Lim. There's been a driver change in the 87, so who's on board that now? Likely to be Paul Stuber, the Australian driver. Could be a bit of change in the 997 situation relatively shortly. Beckler is in the fueling area, so about to rejoin, and no sign as yet of Sawar's car coming out again. And Joe Bradley told us that it was a hole in the radiator that had been punctured somehow. That's the 150 GC automobile car that is 6th in the SP2 class. Former class leader, if you remember, far enough back in the race, but it's had 1 or 2 issues, which has dropped it back in the class order. So, with just less than 4 hours to go, likely change in the 997 class at the pointy end of the field of that division, and also within SP2 with the Mark Australia cars about to switch around. 92 heavily damaged, 91 the sister car circulating in second position in SP2, and closing in then on that car that is stuck in the garage. That is 500 laps for Abdelaziz Al Faisal. We're still on for, what did you say, 600
and something.
609?
It's 606.
606, okay.
So
still under green flag conditions at the moment, and just after 10 o'clock in the morning here in Dubai, so we have less than 4 hours to go. That's a European Le Mans Series still to elapse. Thomas Jaeger into the pits. You join us here at the Dubai Autodrome for the 10th running of the Hankook Dubai 24 Hours, and the car from second position coming down pit road. Abdelaziz Al Faisal safely onto his 502nd lap now. A little bit of a slow one last time around for the number 2 Black Falcon car, but there was some traffic to deal with during that. Still plenty of cars in this race. We started with 89, 1 or 2 have fallen away, but you're never going to get a clear lap around this 5.3 kilometre circuit, which is very similar to a Silverstone Grand Prix sort of length. Imagine starting 89 cars at Silverstone. That's exactly what we did at 2 o'clock yesterday here in the Middle East. car 58's been called to the penalty box, one of 17 997 Porsche Cup cars. An HRT Performance, therefore, having to wait, a stop and hold, and Creventic official, or is that one of the team members actually looking after the penalty?
It's a team member who has to look after the penalty. There are other members who are allowed to stand by to help push the car if it doesn't start, and that's why the chaps are behind. He's not allowed to, those aren't allowed to do anything else, though, other than just help get the car started if necessary.
The driver's having a little bit of a dance there just to keep the blood flowing. Maybe a hand jive whilst he was given then the signal to trundle down the pit lane. And it will go towards the pit box, just doing so now. So it's Thomas Jaeger in the fueling area. Car 88, Mohamed Jawar for Dragon Racing in third position. Stefan Mucke remains in fourth place in the number 28 KPM Racing Aston. We'll head down to the pit lane and Bruce Jones, who has Devashin Padiachi to speak to.
Is leading the class now, number 91.
Yeah, for us it's been a pretty crazy race. We started the race basically in the pit lane. We had an oil pump failure and we spent I think 1.5 hours at the start of the race in the garage. So to be leading the class now with just under 4 hours to go, we could have never imagined it.
Well, I mean, this race always throws a lot of things up in its path, but I think perhaps this year with 90 odd cars starting the race, maybe not being on the track in the first hour and a half wasn't a bad thing.
Yeah, it probably was. We didn't get our hopes up once that happened, but I think it was kind of like my job and the rest of the guys' job just to keep everyone motivated, especially the mechanics and the other drivers, because we knew we had another 22 hours to go. And I just pushed on in the night session, no mistakes, just clean stints from then on. And now we're leading and we just got to basically finish the race and keep circulating.
And is the car in good nick at the moment?
At the moment it's good. The balance of the car is probably not ideal. It's quite soft. It's quite a soft chassis, so as rubber goes down, it doesn't handle it too well. But mechanically the car's fine. It's over-engineered to do a 24-hour race, so we should be okay to go to the end.
Who's driving at the moment?
At the moment, Peter is driving. I'll be jumping in next, and then Keith Kasulki is going to finish. He's a car owner, so it'd be good for him to cross the checkered flag, get the checkered flag.
Well, I think after your dreadful start, you deserve to get there. Good to speak to you.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
It's Bruce Jones down in the pit lane, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Catching up with Devashin Padiachi. Meanwhile, Thomas Jaeger has been fueled in the Ram Racing car and heads back out onto track. I'm saying Thomas Jaeger, may not be him. That is a glitchy transponder, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. It depends. I think what happens is that they go back to the original protocol, which is that the team tells race control, and then race control decides to update what the timing screen says, and that will take a little while.
I suppose it could be Chirag Arya back on board, who we haven't seen since the daylight hours yesterday on board the car from memory.
I think that's a good call, because he didn't drive it at all during the night, and so yes, I think probably now is a good time for him to be at the wheel. If it's not, then my money would be on Tom Onslow Cole, but I think Chirag's turn could be up now.
So Mohamed Jawar in the number 88 Dragon Racing car there in third position. The best of the A6 AM cars. Stefan Mucke on board the KPM Racing machine. That's the number 28 Aston Martin Vantage, the GT3 effectively car within Class A6. And then the number 23 Nissan GT Academy GTR, run by Team RJN. Gaetan Palatou, the Frenchman, behind the wheel as we speak. Then it's the number 99 car, the Attempto Racing machine in the top 6, and that is an A6 AM car also. It, in turn, is ahead of the 69 Lamborghini in the Gulf livery. It's run by Gulf Racing UK. So, perfectly understandable that they decided to go with the classic Gulf colours of sky blue and orange. And Jamie Campbell-Walter back on board the 69 Gallardo to run in 7th position, ahead of Jiri Pisarik in the Scuderia Praha car, up to 8th place. That machine started from, well, pit lane, wasn't it, yesterday, the number 4?
That's right, yes. It effectively at the exit to the fueling fuel station. And so they've had a good run. I think they could still be ruining, not that they started from the pit lane, because that wasn't really what did for them, but just about one long pit stop, I think, was the only problem they had. In some ways, a bit like the number 8 888 car, which say Charlie Hollings is still going well in, and it again with just one significant problem which caused that car to fall a long way down the list, and then you end up spending the rest of the 24 hours trying to see how far up you can catch. And in the case of the number 8 car, that is up to 6th place in GTE AM. In the case of the number 4 Ferrari, that's 4th place in A6 Pro.
We have had that change in the Carrera Cup class, as over the line goes the number 25 car, which is the other Black Falcon entry, Burkhard Kaiser at the wheel, and it is now leading the class, number 25. 26 is back out, I notice, with Anders Fjordbach now at the wheel, so they've sorted out that punctured radiator, but the car has lost the lead in class as a consequence. And 3rd position is the number 7 Lechner Racing entered car, Fahad Al Ghasaibi now at the wheel, the Saudi Arabian. And just hearing now from Bruce Jones that the number 87 car in that class has a gearbox problem, so number 87 has made a stop to try and rectify that. Paul Stuber, the Australian driver, having brought that in. So this is how the 997 class sits as we go into another period of code 60. There, the purple flag you can see waving from the starters gantry. 25, 26, 7 and 87 is the top 4 within the 997 division. But it's the number 2 car of Abdulaziz Al Faisal who leads the race after 504 laps. This is the 505th, and it is another code 60, Paul Truswell.
The 13th such period, although mercifully most of them have been pretty short. The longest one we had was way back yesterday, just after 6 o'clock, which would lasted for 29 minutes. And I say that was the longest one we had, although when you add 12, 13 short periods together, you still end up with something like 3 hours under the caution flag, code 60. And now we really want to have a look out for that Audi R8 without the dashboard to see how they're managing it. I think it's still Rick Breukers behind the wheel of that car. That's the car without the dashboard, and the reason for the code 60 is an accident at Porsche Curve, where the corner that caught out the Ferrari, indeed. Car number 49 it is, the Porsche that's gone off there, and it's gone in at both ends, front and back. This is one of the 997 cars, Johnny, number 49, which is currently in...
was 22nd in the overall standings, car 49.
Yes, and 8th place in the 997 category, the Ledigu Racing Porsche, Jean-Luc Rion at the wheel at the moment.
That was a very pretty car at about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, and the TV pictures picking it up, squashed at the front and also at the back, and that will mean that we've got liquid to clear up from the track, and also a damaged car which is going to need to be retrieved, and the flatbeds usually being fairly careful. There might even be some tyre wall that needs being repairing there as well on the outside of the exit of the left-hander. On the inside, beyond the exit of the left-hander, driver's left is where the car has gone off.
Jean-Loup Rion at the wheel, the Belgian driver and also entrant. So he'll be paying the bills, and unfortunately that's big damage on front and rear of the 49 car. We'll take some recovering that together with the debris. May have got off onto the marbles there, and then Jean-Loup not able to get the car back again before it clouted some of the circuit furniture, as you can see, front and rear, and there's an awful lot of fluid pouring out the radiator. Jean-Loup Rion still sat in the car, awaiting presumably a flatbed that is being called. Let's just look further down the order in terms of the SP2 lead, and the 92 car no longer has it. We were expecting the 92 car to disappear down the order, because that, I reckon, will take no further part in this race. But the sister machine within Mark Australia and the Ryan McLeod entered Mark Focus V8s. There were 3 of them here originally. One of them no longer in the race, that's the 92, but the 91 has taken the lead away from the sister car. It's running pretty well, in 40th position overall, but takes the lead for SP2 now.
Guy Tom Palatu coming into the pits with the Nissan GTR after a pretty long stint there. 39 laps for the Frenchman. And that's the number 23 Nissan then coming in for a routine service whilst the track is under code 60, and pretty good timing for him, I would suggest, as a result of this incident, because that was a long stint for Peloton. And the car in the pit and is now released by the garage, and off he goes again. So the Nissan will go up and get refueled. And other people choosing this moment to come into the pits include the Lamborghini, number 69, Jamie Campbell-Walter, bringing the A6 AM car in, the 7th place car overall, which has been going pretty rapidly. And I must say, Johnny, I'm fairly surprised, pleasantly surprised, I hasten to say that the Lamborghini is still running pretty strong. Looks the part. Nice looking car, that the Gallardo in the Gulf colours. And both Jamie Campbell-Walter and Stuart Hall off, I can imagine now, to Stuart Hall's probably having his sleep, and then Jamie will be going off for a bit of a kip soon as well, because they've been doing the bulk of the work during the night, whilst Frederick Fratan and Roald Goethe have been resting. We can go down now, though, to Bruce Jones in the pits.
Charlie Hollings, it was cool at night. You look as though it's quite hot now. The temperature has really risen up, but
it's nice. The sun's come out this morning, and we've got a sweat on again, so it's nice after a cold evening. But yeah, it's good. Just finish off and obviously try and get to the end of the race.
Obviously, the 888 BMW Z4 had that setback right at the start of the race, and you've just been catching up ever since.
Yeah, it's a real shame. We were obviously just plugging away at the start, trying to stay in the top 4 or 5 of our class, which was the aim, right from the start, and just keep going, really. The BMW is normally faultless. We've had an issue with the diff. We've lost about, I think, 45 minutes, nearly an hour in the pits. Gone back out, changed it, and it's just running perfectly again. So I think we'd be in the mix of a class Pro-Am podium if it wasn't for that. But that's racing. It hasn't missed a beat since. We haven't touched the car, touch wood, no issues at all, so it's a shame.
Now we've got yet another code 60. I'd have thought once we got to daylight, things should be a bit easier. We just had the number 49 Porsche sliding off at the end of the lap. What are track conditions like? Why is this happening?
I think there's just obviously a lot of marbles offline, a lot of slower cars kind of nursing their cars home at this stage in the race, so the speed differences can often be quite different. And then again, a lot of tired drivers, so a lot of drivers just maybe lapses of concentration and creating errors.
Do I take it now that's your final stint in the car?
I think we're going to cycle through all of us an hour each to the end. I'm not sure how long's left, but I think about 3 or 4 hours left. So, we'll finish off with an hour each and just get to the finish.
Good stuff, Charlie. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Charlie Hollings from the number 8 BMW Z4, run by 888. And car on the apron, that almost looked like it was darkness, as if it was a shot from much earlier on in the race, but that is full daylight. And the 74 BMW being pushed into the garage. A little bit of wheel spin there from one of the many Mercedes SLS cars that has just had a stop and returns to the race.
Yeah, that BMW was brought in on the back of a tow rope, Johnny, and is now being pushed into the garage. You say that's the same one that we saw with some kind of clutch problem, we thought, because every time they turn the engine on, the wheels start going round. So possibly a recurrence of that problem, or maybe lost the gears out on the circuit, and the car then stalled with no way of restarting it, because no way of disengaging the clutch, if that is the correct diagnosis. Between the three of us, which we think might have happened up here, a message has come up on the screen, and if you've got streaming video pictures, you'll be able to confirm this, that the recovery is going to take some time. Although, having said that, it's proceeding apace. The Porsche is being lifted, pulled onto the flatbed trailer, and then it's just going to be a matter of putting down some oil dry, quick dry cement in order to seal the surface, and then whilst it will take some time, it's not going to be that long, I don't think. I'd put it probably around about half an hour that will be in caution period 4, and having a look at it, we've already been under caution for 8 minutes, and the car already on the back of the flatbed, so the Dubai rescue teams have been busy over the course of the last 20 hours and 20 minutes. And in my left ear, I hear that the 997, number 87, has rejoined. That's the second of the two GDL cars. And in fact, both of them, 67 and 87, one's in the A6 AM class, one's in the 997 class. Both now going back out onto the circuit, one being released from the fueling area, the other one being released from the pits to go up to the fueling area. Cars being waved off the circuit, not in a permanent fashion, but just to avoid the site of the incident and allow the rescue workers to do their job without endangering anybody. And so that the car is now being moved off. The drivers not keen to go off the circuit if they don't have to, and kind of making their own decisions there as the rescue unit comes through.
Well, that is Porsche Corner, and that is just about done as far as the collection is concerned, but there's going to be a little bit of barrier repair to do, I think.
Yeah, I think barrier repair and track treatment are the two things that need doing, John. Although it's the first Porsche that Porsche Corner has caught.
Yeah, we've had a Ferrari in there.
It's had a Ferrari and a Ginetta so far.
So we've got just on 3 hours and 40 minutes to go in this race. At the head of the field, it's far from sorted, with just sort of 6-7 minutes between 7-8 minutes between the two cars leading. And it is Abdul Aziz Al Faisal who leads for Black Falcon. Does look as though the German domination on this race over the last 10 years will continue. And by that I mean the German manufacturer domination. Mercedes-Benz looking strong at the moment. They share the wins with Porsche and BMW. And it is BMW with 4, Porsche with 1, and Mercedes with 3, I think, from memory.
I'm just getting out the relevant page. I'm sure that's right. I'm just looking back because whilst last year's podium was German-dominated, the year before did see a Ferrari in second place and an Aston Martin in third place. Although Mercedes took the overall honours, and it's far too early to be suggesting who might finish second or third or even first. But at the moment, at least, it is Porsche and then the Mercedes, followed by the. In fact, it's Mercedes, Ferrari at the moment, isn't it? Because of the way the pit stops are unravelling. But the Ram Racing Ferrari still being shown with Thomas Jaeger at the wheel, but we think that might now be Chirag Aria, John, because of the problems with the transponder on that Ram Racing Mercedes. So
it's been troubling them, hasn't it?
Well, apparently the transponder broke and was never repaired. It's all being done by somebody pressing a button at the appropriate moment or keying numbers into a computer manually, rather than it being identifying itself automatically.
Which relies on somebody on the team sending a switched message or something like that to say
exactly
so-and-so's got out and so-and-so's got in.
Exactly
I don't think there's an observer at the end of the pit lane who's checking helmet colours.
No, and whatever you do with the switch, it doesn't work because the transponder doesn't work. So.
Yeah, understood.
But
however, the backup systems are working. Those of you back in the UK, around the Midlands area, if you can get 95.6 BBC Radio WM, Johnny's about to join the breakfast programme there. So still 3 hours and 35 minutes to go, and we're under code 60. This is the... We must be well into double figures now.
Yes, that was the third. So that was. 13th. This is the 13th.
Oh, my goodness.
And we've now also gone over the time spent under purple last year as well. Although last year's race only had 10 periods under yellow, this year's race has now gone over that with the 13 purple periods, and in terms of time we're at 3 hours and 12 minutes. Last year's race spent 3 hours and 7 minutes under purple, so it's now looking a little bit unlikely that we'll hit 600 laps. We might be down in the 590 something at this rate. So the remaining work is largely around ensuring the track is in a suitable state for racing. Looking down there, a lot of cement dust has been put down there, and I can't see any workers continuing.
I think
to work
that's
there.
done.
I think it's just a case of having the safety vehicles check it, give it the thumbs up, and then get out of the way. And
the car's already been delivered back to the garage.
Push the man with the purple flag off the edge of the marshal's post.
Hello, sir. This is your Porsche, or at least what's left of it. Ah, excellent. Thanks very much. And do we have to pay for the 2 bin bags that we'll take it home in?
I'm sure there's salvageable parts. There always are, and I'm always amazed at...
Oh, look, on eBay right now, one Porsche front bumper, barely used. Less than 24 hours on the car. Not pristine, it says here. Some marks, worn.
Signs of severe use.
Yes, absolutely. In the 28, Aston Martin, Stefan Mucker is still there in 4th position. Fastest lap of the race to Stefan, obviously. That was during the nighttime hours. I think we decided there was something like 425 laps between the original fastest lap set on lap 2.
417.
417, was it? Yes, his 417, because it was on his lap 419.
That's right.
But he was behind the curve at the time. The leader had done
That's right, yeah.
more laps than that.
And it was done at 7:50 or 7:16 to be precise.
Is it that long ago?
when it was just about daylight.
Race leader has gone down the pit lane, and Abdulaziz Al Faisal has passed Bruce Jones, which can only mean, Bruce, that he is heading for the fuel-only sort of pit stop. And he has disappeared into the fuel, I think, has he?
Yes, he has.
Thank you, Bruce. And he's already done 30 minutes in that car. Now, this is interesting. That's an interesting one. So that's going to get them through to somewhere around about an hour and 45 minutes in that car. Maybe a tad more. Just looking at the other class leaders, it is the Black Falcon number 3 team. This is the 25 Porsche that leads 997 by just over a lap from its teammate, the number 4 team, which is the 26 car. They are in 9th and 10th position, and they've got the Lechner Racing 7 car, which refuses to give up. It's been, I think, in every position in up as high, I think, as 8th position at one stage.
Well, talking of refusing to give up, do you remember the interview that I think it was Bruce did with Peter Liemhaus in the middle of the night, John, when Peter was a very disappointed Australian, but equally stubborn in saying, we're not going to give up, we're going to bounce back. Well, they now lead the SP2 class. So if ever there was a reason not to give up, however glum you're feeling, Peter Liemhaus, if they can survive the last 3.5 hours of this race without anything else going wrong, then they'll be able to get that up onto the top step of the SP2 podium. The second place car in SP2 is even further behind, so more than 5 laps behind.
SP3, 21st and 22nd is the battle there, but there's 5 laps between the Optimum Motorsport number 163 Ginetta and the 169 Ton Oliphant at the wheel of the Speedworks car. I think there's been that much of a problem with the 163, but the 169 and the 167 have had their problems. Might try and get a word with Tom Oliphant when he gets out of that car. We had all the leaders together. It was rather useful, wasn't it? We've got the A2 leader, which is the VDS Racing 117 car, which seems to have led that category for the hot hatchbacks for quite some time.
That car has spent the least time of any in the pits so far.
We're back with the top 10 997s in the top 25 as well, by the way, the Carrera Cup class. The Cup 1 is the 76. This is the BMW 235i Cup class. There's half a dozen of those, and that is in 26th position. That's very well up the order, higher than I thought it would be. 95, we've mentioned the A3T category. That's down in 31st position. A5 is the 75, the Hofer Gaspera BMW M3. And the, as you mentioned, the Mark Cars Australia SP2 leader. I'm just trying to see if there's any tight battles there. 1 and 2, no, they're different classes. I think the closest one is the 2 Ginettas, and they're about 5 laps apart, although together on the timing screen. We have seen people dealing with the nighttime hours pretty well, in fairness, as we get the word from race control that Code 60 will end in a minute. On board with the 23, what a story this is. And with the Nissan Gaming team, this is Ricardo Sanchez, the Mexican who's on board, just heading onto the back straight now as we look out from the Nismo onboard camera. And once again, the beauty of Code 60 is that everything is sorted. We don't have to wait for the leader to come to the line, and we're waiting to release the cars. There's the green flag on the start line. It's green flag everywhere else, and the noise level rises with the adrenaline. You've really got to keep your wits about you. And Ricardo Sanchez heads down towards turn 10, the hard right-hander at the end of the back straight. It looks like everything is spinning around the car, and he just about holds onto it on cold tyres. Remember, this is a GTR that doesn't have all-wheel drive, just the rear-wheel drive. Just the way the wheel's being driven is the 57, the lap 57 Honda Integra Coupe gets a spin as well. It was 3 abreast for a moment, and the Honda Integra perhaps just taking his eye off the ball there with the Nissan in front. Was there a little touch? No. Cold rear tyres on the Honda. Oh dear, that is very, very unlucky, but it's no harm, no foul, I think. Pointing in the right direction now and heading up the hill towards turn number 12. The BRM watches hairpin. Not up to speed, that lap 57 racing car. Now, I'm just looking at the back. There might be a left rear puncture on that. We'll see it better perhaps as it comes down, and that could be another reason why it's spun. No, hang on, it's getting back up to speed. Wrong gear then. Driver just perhaps slightly disorientated as he was passed by Ricardo Sanchez in the quicker GT3 car. 57 guys have been great supporters of this event and indeed of the other Creventic events, the FIA International Endurance Series as it is now for 2015. It's not up to speed, that lap 57 car, so there's an issue. Well, I wonder then if that is a gear selection issue, and that is another reason that he could have had a box full of neutrals as he went into 10 and took too much speed in. So we'll give the driver the benefit of the doubt. And the 57 car at the moment being driven by Rupesh Chanake, the UAE licence holder from Sri Lanka. As everybody settles themselves back in again, out has come the Attempto Racing, 3rd place in A6 now. Our onboard camera on that one as well. We've had some great shots during the night from that car. Just looking, haven't had the drones up today, but it's a bit blowy actually. The wind coming in from the east, north and east perhaps. Well, that's good news, because if it's coming from that way at ground level, it tends to mean it's not coming off the desert behind us, which could bring the dreaded sandstorm.
No, I think although it's the sun is now shining, it's still mist in the distance. It's
we can't see the coast at all, can we?
We're set fair for the rest of the day, the rest of the race at least. That last little Code 60, a big Code 60 really, it's still all done and dusted in 22 minutes, which I mean, if that's if you need to have a reason for voting for Code 60, that must be it. 3 hours and 19 altogether of the race under Code 60 in 13 separate periods. But as I say, with a substantial impact like that, damaged car to be removed, medical facilities to be sent to the driver who was still in the car. I mean, he's okay, but he
3 hours and what did you say?
3 hours and 19.
Right, so that is 200 minutes. And
it's about an eighth.
Yeah,
12%.
And 13 neutralisation periods.
Yeah,
that's not bad. It's not 15 minutes ago, is it? And when you consider that some of the things that had to been done, that's I think the payoff of Code 60, I'm sure people will say it's not perfect, and I don't say it is, but the payoff is you do get back to racing quicker. And
I think the teams accept that it's largely random.
Yeah.
You know, whether you win or whether you lose, it's not anything that you can do about it. It's not that you can be clever. It's just, I'm shaking a dice and it's come 4.
Many of the things that have caused issue in the last few years are regulations that have been put in place for the best intentions to try and mitigate the effect of safety car or multiple safety cars in multi-class racing. And unfortunately, I think you've just got to accept that sometimes you're the windscreen and sometimes you're the fly.
Yeah.
And the more regulations that you write for it, the more that people are going to be annoyed that they're on the wrong side of the regulation. And if you do it, keep it simple. And a standard safety car, the simplest procedure is close the pits, scramble the safety car, try and pick up the leader. If you can't, we understand sometimes you have to neutralise. That's fine. Then get the leader to the front of the queue as quickly as possible. As soon as he's at the front of the queue, let him be the first one to have the opportunity to come in the pits. After that, get back to green as quick as you can. And there should be no more than that. You don't have to write 5 pages. Back on board with Ricardo Sanchez, who is heading in the first part of the lap down towards 5 and 6. Love that part of the circuit. Very, very technical.
More trouble, John, for Mrs. GT, the number 20 car, MRS GT Racing team. Both cars that they've got have been in difficulties, both number 20 and 46.
9th and 10th in class and 24th and 25th at the moment overall.
Okay, so they're still on the top screen of timing from the BRM chronographs screens, but that car coming back through what is effectively the service roads under its own steam. Quite how it's going to get back into the pits, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to try and get back onto the track. Or quite how it's going to do it. Meanwhile, proof that the track is in good condition, John,
is that Joe Osborne for 888, the Singleton GT3 spec BMW Z4 for our American listeners, has blown out of the bracket again. 203.360. They must be getting tight now, Paul, because they burned a few at the beginning of the race. It's a 204 bracket for that car, and they've taken 7/10 out of that as they try and chase down another position. 6th at the moment in A6M.
At least 7 jokers used then by 888. Maybe they think they get 24 jokers. No, so they've used 7, possibly more. Say the last update I had was at 10 o'clock, so we're only running 45 minutes behind at the moment on those, and but you're right, they do have to be careful. On the subject of jokers, I still have to remind you that the number 88 car, apart from the 2 that Matt Griffin did early on, early this morning, which he still claims were by accident.
They were big ones, though.
They were. Yes, it was a bit like. The little boy with butter in his mouth, but apart from that they haven't done any more, and I just wonder whether they say, look, we don't even need to break into jokers in order to go well in the class. We've settled into our rhythm. If we start getting used to going through it, then we might kind of unsettle the rhythm.
They've got 78 minutes to do it because you're not allowed them in the final hour. What happens then if if the 88 car, it's got 7 jokers left, but in the last 2 hours, that's it. They use them or lose them. What happens in the final 2 hours?
You can't use your jokers, but at the end of the race, you can go into Cafe Nero and get free coffees for every joker you've got left.
It is that time, isn't it? People coming back to the track, and Jody and Joseph and the rest of the team are still serving barista brewed coffees down there, and very good toasted sandwiches, as Graham Goodwin will testify to. A rather battered Maserati coming through. They're on the first floor at stair 3 here at the Autodrome, and Nick is about to say, oh, okay, Paul.
So whilst Nick and John confer, the race positions still misleadingly showing that Thomas Jaeger is at the wheel of the Ram Racing Mercedes. That it's still drawing away from the number 88 Dragon Racing Ferrari. Now that's no fault of Mohamed Jawa, because he's driving exactly on the limit of where he needs to at 2 minutes 4, but as I say, with the Mercedes being able to do whatever lap time it can, inevitably it's just slowly getting further and further away. In 4th place, still the Aston Martin going very nicely indeed, and up into 5th place, despite having just made a pit stop, is Roberto Sanchez with the Nissan GTR, and that's particularly impressive. I mean, we've been saying all along, haven't we, how impressive the Nissan's been going, but now it's beginning to come I was going to say, come home and bring home the bacon, but I'm not allowed to say that, am I?
No, you're not.
Veal bacon.
Turkey bacon.
Yes.
Right, veal.
But I think it's a result of some really sensible strategies. Just been down talking to a couple of the guys in the RJN pits, had a quick chat with Florian Strauss and also with Gaetan Peletu. And they're not running to 204, they're running to 205 under their own control.
Yeah,
to make sure that the
good
guys
idea.
just retain a little bit more control. And it's working.
So we about to jump down to the 88 team as that car is coming in shortly, and it is Mohamed Jawa as into the pit lane. Mohamed Jawa is in that car at the moment. As into the pit lane comes the 88 car, leading its class at the moment, which is the amateur version of the GT3 A6, and it is going down towards Bruce Jones, and Matt Griffin is ready to get in that car, the rapid Irishman, all the way down to the far end of the pit where Bruce Jones is waiting. Yes, go ahead, Bruce.
Looked, he said we have air conditioning, so Matt Griffin with that fair Irish skin has nothing to worry about when he hops on board. But it's hotting up in the car, isn't it? Second overall, first in class.
That's right at the very extent of our pit lane, so we'll pull the string as tight as possible as Mohamed Jawa, who has been very, very impressive the whole of his stint. He disappears not onto the track, of course, but turns right into the fuel station. 167, more Ginetta. I've never seen so much trouble from Ginettas. This is the car that replaced its engine early on and now stopped at turn 7, Paul.
I think they're taking in turns to have a stop at every turn around the circuit, because
they're ticking them off of a list.
That's right. Going to have a little picnic with friends at each of the various turns. This is the 167 Nova race Ginetta, which, as John says, has had a very troubled time of it.
That was an hour and nearly 15 minutes for Mohamed Jawa, albeit a lot of it behind the safety car.
72nd overall at the moment. Roberto Ferri currently at the wheel.
And has made it back to the pits.
Already there, yeah.
Not sure you were here, John, were you, for the overnight hilarious interview with Henry Fletcher about this car?
No.
Where he was talking about the various woes.
Oh, no, he was, yeah. Yeah, but apart from that, it's been fine.
It's been great. Everything broken.
We've changed everything, but other than that, it's been great.
One thing I did notice, by the way, back down in the press room was that we're definitely going to have 2 further driver changes for the lead car. Because if you add together how long Abdulaziz Al-Faisal had done the car to the amount of time to go, it goes to about a minute over the race length.
Right.
So they're going to have to stop again.
Right.
Sorry, it's more than it's a minute. It's 4 hours and a minute, I think.
Yeah.
So they're going to have 2 driver changes.
Right.
What may.
I do hope they're timing the race to
2 minutes past
race time and not to the actual time.
Right, we've been promised you an interview from the leading A6 AM car. It is Dragon Racing, and Bruce has been waiting patiently, and Mohamed Jawa has been waiting with him. Great stint again by Mohamed, Bruce.
Mohamed, that's 2 really good stints in a row from you. You're getting the hang of this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting... You know, the car is great. Honestly, the team has done an excellent job. The car is fantastic. The tires are also amazing, and we're just trying to keep as consistent as possible. I mean, until now we're looking good.
That does seem to be the key. Obviously, early in the race, Dragon Racing Ferrari was down the order. You've worked your way closer and closer to the front. Now second overall. You've got to be dreaming of riding on a camel.
I don't want, of course I'm happy. I mean, I can't believe the screen. It's unbelievable, but still it ends on the checkered flag, so we can't say anything now, really.
but you got quite a useful person taking over, Matt Griffin.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm very honored to drive with Matt, Jordan, Rob. That's really, three of them, they've done an excellent job as usual, and it was a pleasure to drive with them in the same car.
Yeah, but Mohammed, your speed in the car has been spectacular as well. We've been reckoning you're one of the stars of the race so far.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, of course, the training, definitely. I would like to thank Michael Vergas. He's been my coach for the last 3 years. So we've been working hard to reach that level. And definitely hard work will pay off one day.
Looks like it's doing it today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, Michael Verges is a pretty good person to have in your corner, as it were, for driver coaching. There's not much that Michael doesn't know about pedaling a racing car.
Mercedes pitting as we speak. Second position overall. So that's Thomas Jaeger out of the car.
I don't think it was Thomas.
We're still in that.
We still think that they've got a wee bit of an issue with their transponder. Not sure that's ever been fixed since the start of the race, to be honest, Graham.
Okay.
We thought it might be Chirag Aria getting out of the car, and in that case it's Tom Onslow Cole, I do believe, getting in.
3 hours and 10 minutes to go. He can't do all of that. Matt Griffin turned straight on. He is another one of these plug-and-play drivers, isn't he? Ah, yes, look, the Ferrari Cliente Corsa catalogue. Nice pair of driving shoes with the Ferrari logo. Lovely watch and bright red strap. And, Matt Griffin.
Small Irishman.
Yeah, small Irishman, plugged straight in. Instant performance upgrade for
Absolutely.
Ferrari. Yeah, very
just
good.
like chipping your 458, isn't it? And he just likes some chips, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, well, we disagree about very few things, Matt and I, but we have a major disagreement about the best fish and chip shop in Thrapston.
Oh dear me, that can only end one way, can't
Heresy from him.
It's a chip off.
He's gone to the incomers, and
it's a small village.
I can't even think about that without getting annoyed. You know that. Seriously,
I'd report it to the parish council. Get it to move his bins. That's what I'd do.
Abdulaziz Al Faisal still leading, 2:04.4, doing exactly what he needs to do for Black Falcon. Ram Racing are in chase mode now, but really, unless something goes awry, you can't imagine them grabbing back 4 laps in just over 3 hours. It's RadioLeMans.com around the world, powered by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. There is the 69 car. Jamie Campbell-Walter, former winner of this race, is in the Gulf Racing UK machine, which sits in 7th overall, but 4th in the A6 AM category. Graham Goodwin and Paul Trustwell alongside me with, down in the pits, Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley. Nick taking a well-earned rest at the moment and just downloading some lyrics from Show Tunes. We'll get a bit of Frozen anytime now. You know that.
Absolutely.
So, Paul, something's gone awry here with the number 30. I know what's happened. 2:02 for the 30 car. But of course, that won't, because they've had a driver change. It's not a 2:02 stint. It will only go to when the car came into the pits.
Precisely.
And it will start for the new driver when he rolls out of the petrol station. So I just saw 2:02 and oh heavens, but no, it's not.
That's right, but I've got a feeling that it'll take a messenger to take a piece of paper from the Ram Racing team into race control and to have that signed off before we actually see the name change on the screen because of the broken transponder on that car. So although we're seeing Thomas Jaeger on his outlap, and we're probably going to see the time continue to tick upwards. It's not true, because there was a driver change at that last stop, and I think it's Tom Onslow Cole back at the wheel of that car. But if one of the pit reporters can confirm that, obviously that will help a lot, or get somebody from Ram Racing to confirm that. That will help a lot as well, because as I say, one of the things I did find out was that during my breakfast break was that car's transponder has been broken and hasn't actually been replaced throughout the race. The other thing that we found out was that the official protocol for changing the name, if your transponder is working, is to drive through the pit lane, which we observed happening a couple of times. But as a lesson to the drivers, in order to get them to turn the switch into the correct position before they leave the pit lane, if they don't do it, they then have to come through the pit lane in order to trigger the system. So that works to the benefit of the timekeepers and also as a penalty.
We've been watching, while Paul was talking, the Racing Divas, the 76 Racehouse Motorsport M235i Racing Cup car. Lisette Branche, Shannon van der Sloot, Gabby Uji and Max Partel is the interloper this year. They are leading their class.
No, they're not.
Oh, they're not?
No, they've dropped way back. They had a problem, I think, an hour or so ago, a bit longer than that probably. Now they've dropped off the lead screen, in fact, for that class.
All right.
So they've dropped well back, so it's a bit of a fight back now for the Racing Divas.
They've done it before, in fairness. They're coming off the back of a class win in...
last year, in fact.
Last year's race, yes.
I think they came back from way back in that BMW 3 Series 4-door, didn't they?
Yes, that's right. That was a former World Touring Car Championship shell, wasn't it?
I don't think it was quite as late as this in the race, though, that they did their return drive last year, though, so it's got the work to do.
Let's go back down to Bruce. We're spreading the love down in the pit lane, and we're having a word with some of the other teams. Who have you got for us, Bruce?
Well, I thought I'd speak to one of the teams that carry the onboard cameras, HRT Performance Porsche, and Santiago Creel, who I think is enjoying his first visit to Dubai.
Of course, it has been a wonderful race. We had a little bit of problems with the gearbox and clutch and some contacts, but we are doing okay and we're going to finish the race strong.
Your sister car is parked in the garage number 59. Why is that retired?
Yeah, they had some gearbox problems and they couldn't fix them, so it's retired.
So did you manage to become experienced in endurance racing and sleep in the night, or did you just sit down?
A little bit of both. Enjoying the race also.
And it feels so different, doesn't it? Your last stint, I guess, was at night time, and now you're going to come out in full sunshine. And it's getting warmer by the minute.
Yeah, it's getting warmer, and I think I'm going to finish the race, so it's going to be a very good experience.
Because one of the things about a 24-hour race, wherever you finish, it's just so much emotion comes pouring out.
Yes, of course. First you got to finish the race, and finishing the race is really difficult, so it's a good emotion.
And are we going to see you and Oscar come over from Mexico for some more endurance races?
Of course. We want to do the whole series here, and maybe in a couple of months for the next race.
Sounds good to me. Santiago, good to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
They are sitting in that 58 car in 33rd position, 11th in the HRT Performance Porsche Cup car, just rounding the BRM hairpin at the moment. That's at turn 12, and they've had a reasonable run. I can't say we've seen them off the circuit or things like that in the past. It is in the car at the moment. It is Kim Andre Hauschild, the German part of that team. We're good to see some South American drivers coming over to get a bit of experience. Coming down towards the final corner. Do I go down the inside or not? Go on, I think I will. I'll stick the nose in, get it turned in, ride the curb, roll off the lock. I wonder if we can stay all the way down to the first corner here, because this first corner, diving into it, it's absolutely fantastic. As he goes down towards the braking area. There is Matt Griffin just coming through as well. 2:04.5 for Matt. Back on board with the 58. HRT performance through 2, plenty of room. Oh, he was carved up a little bit by the Porsche there as he was trying to get through. The Porsche ahead of him, similar car, and wisely, discretion was the better part of Valle as he tried to go down the inside. Is that the 14 car in front of him?
No, it's not the 60. It's the 60 car, isn't it?
Okay.
That one's been in the barrier more than once. In fact, we've got 3 of the 997 class cars in line astern there. So that'll be either fun and games or slightly frustrating, depending on your point of view.
A little bit of a early exit from the Banks hairpin at 8 and 9. Now down the back straight. Check your gauges, check your mirrors, scratch your nose, pull the belts down tighter, settle yourself down into the seat, brake hard for 10, middle of the road for 11, turn in, climbing the hill now up towards the BRM Watchers hairpin. BRM, our official timing partner here at the 2015 Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, with the software information brought to you on the screen and on the web, of course, at timeservice.nl. Fast part of the circuit through 13, then heavy braking into what's almost 2 corners, 14.
This is a tricky moment for Matt Griffin, trying to pick his way through cars having their own battle, and he's got to either make sure or hope they've seen him. Manages that.
There is such a skill, isn't there?
Yeah.
In fact, no, there is an art, and I mean that in every sense of the word. There is an art to passing slower traffic in a decisive yet simple way that doesn't mess them up and doesn't put you off the track.
Well, all of that, he still produces a 204.4, 4 tenths of a second outside the bracket time.
Tells you how quickly he was pushing in the early part of the race. Back on board with the HRT Porsche. Just really interested to see. He takes an early entrance to turn 3.
Lines, aren't there?
Yeah. Well, you don't know what his tyres are like. He's been in that car nearly an hour now, and he might just be feeling a little loss of grip. They are, however, are they catching that Mercedes? Yes, they are.
They are.
That shows you how good and competitive these Cup class Porsches are. You just can't knock them back, can you?
Fatigue showing.
Fatigue is showing. Yeah. Those are the classic early morning shots. Clearly they need to nip round the back upstairs 3 to Cafe Nero, grab themselves a quadruple espresso. Worked for you last night.
It did. I've not felt any different.
And the breakfast wedge this morning.
Oh yes.
Toasted breakfast wedge, as endorsed by Daily Sports Car editor.
And indeed my post-Christmas paunch.
That's the very bright red Honda, which I saw earlier on and thought, oh, there it is. That's the car that I can't remember having seen in the whole race. This is the 117 car, the Royal Curie Azure, the Belgian Type R, the EP3 A2 category car. I looked at it from the front, and just the way I caught it, it looked like a Daihatsu Charade, and I thought, we haven't got one of those.
It's strange, isn't it, what colour and vinyls can do to the overall look of a car. If you'd have just shown me that very quickly in that post there, no way I'd have had that down as a Civic Type R.
No, absolutely. I looked at it out of the window. Oh, now more problems for the 163. Now this is significant. This is the SP3 leader. This is the Twisted Land Rovers sponsored Ginetta, and this is problems again with the clamshell bonnet.
Yep, they've got 5 laps leeway over their rivals in the class, and it's a battle of the British teams here because it is, right, it's Optimum from Speedworks, isn't it?
Correct. 163 from 169.
And third in the class is the second Speedworks car. It's the Aston Martin, the 170 car. Flick Haig at the wheel of that car at the moment. It's a little way further back. But battle of the Ginettas, the G55 here, and the G50 from Speedworks.
Smart move from Flick Haig to move up into endurance racing. Former Caterham champion, if my old senile grey matter is working at this time of the day. 11, less than 3 hours to go. And they're back with the 117 Royal Ecurie Azure. Surely, if it's called Royal Ecurie Azure, it should be blue.
Yeah.
And it's bright red.
Might be blue on the inside.
Maybe it was blue once. But then it cheered itself up.
I'm at that stage of the race now where I'm looking for battles.
Yeah, me too.
The one I'm looking for at the moment is that final podium slot in A6AM. And the reason I'm looking at it is because it's got one James Campbell-Walter in fourth position at the moment. Paul?
I can offer you another battle, just for the final, not for the final, but for the second place on the podium in the 997 class, because the second of the Black Falcon Porsches in the 997 class is very close indeed, being pursued by the car that won't give up, the number 7 Porsche, which I thought by now should have given up.
Yeah, there was a long pit stop for the 26 Black Falcon. That's the fourth of their cars, 17, nearly 18 minutes. Those guys have been out of the pits almost exactly to the second. There's 6 seconds between them, the time they've been out of the pits. So in terms of tyres and probably fuel, they're going to be pretty equal at this stage of the race. And the 26 and 7 are separated by 16 seconds. 1-6.
Yeah, it's been a little bit like an uneven boxing match at times, hasn't it? They've kind of come and battered away at the challenger head, then been dealt a heavy blow and had to fight back, and it's happened at least 3 times in this race. The sense of frustration, I know when the guys have been talking to the drivers down in the pit lane, has been palpable.
Interesting that, I mean, the 997s, the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, 997s or 991s, I don't think anybody at the head of that field has had a completely clear run.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Because we, of course, they're
coming up to. In fact, the leader has passed 500 laps, though.
Yeah, because we've got now those 3 cars are all on the same lap.
Yeah.
So the 3 lead cars in that class are on the same lap, albeit only just.
Yeah.
So 16 seconds, Paul's absolutely right, between the 26 car in second position and the 7 car in third.
But look at the fact that the leading car has only done 13 pit stops, though. That's the big difference. And Paul will be able to tell us the difference in time.
Yes, I haven't had the time for that. Oh no, we do have the time for that final pit stop from the 16, from the 26, because that's on the screen.
Yeah, 17:46, that is.
17:46.
25, 26 and 7, 13, 16 and 16 visits to the pit lane. They are first, second and third in the Carrera Cup class.
So 26 has had an hour and 17 minutes in the pits. 25 has had an hour and 2 minutes in the pits, and number 7 has had an hour and 40 minutes in the pits.
Well, there you go. There's the tail of the tape. Matt Griffin has been unleashed again. 204s is what he's been running. 201.2.
Oops, accident.
It's forgotten again.
Yeah, that joker.
Oh, yeah.
That one.
We'll call it Andre Lotterer syndrome from now on. This in tribute to the Audi factory driver who clean forgot what kind of car he was driving in the World Endurance Championship.
In the first lap at Fuji.
And ran out of hybrid power in an embarrassingly abrupt fashion.
Why suddenly am I going backwards kind of way?
In a rule-changing fashion. Because they've changed technical regulations now so that you can tell when a car's doing it.
Yes, with the flashing rear lights.
Flashing rear lights.
Yeah. So 201.2 for Matt Griffin in an AM car. They're getting great fuel mileage out of that car as well. Matt's been in the car 20 minutes, so hasn't taken the best out of the tyres, clearly.
And he doesn't do the fuel consumption a great deal of good when he does a 2 minutes 01.
Well, there is a stage though, Paul, when you get in the car you feel so comfortable, you don't feel as though you're doing anything different, you're just rolling on and off the throttle, and then you look down at what revs you're pulling, through the middles of the corners. It's your middle corner speed and your exit corner speed, and then you realise that you're 200 or 300 revs up on that, or if you've got a speedo or sort of race logic box or something like that, hang on a second, I'm 6 miles an hour up than what I was, and I didn't. What did I do?
I was surprised.
That's why I'm not a racing driver.
I was surprised, I must admit, that we didn't see something similar coming from Rob Barthart earlier on when he was tucked in behind the Ram Racing Mercedes, and he had every opportunity just to sit under the rear wing, catch a bit of a toe, and get a couple of joker laps in, and effectively 2 or 3 seconds, maybe 4 seconds on a lap, for no use of extra fuel.
There's only 51 minutes that they can use their jokers.
I can tell you part of the story, which is they have no intention of doing joker laps.
No, Paul was saying that earlier, yeah.
No intention whatsoever unless they absolutely have to. And
this is the 88
it
car
was a
we're talking
mistake
about
for Matt. Now, whether or not that was another mistake, we'll wait and see. But
is that because they don't want to stress the car, Graham?
Well,
is that what we're saying?
They've got no reason to, I think is the point, is that their strategy's worked. So why would you need to change it when you're not under pressure? The only pressure they've got is for an overall podium here, and even there, they're 2 laps to the good.
When you're going to do 600 laps, why bother about 10 of them being even 4 seconds a lap quicker?
Yep.
Leader in the A5 class is the very pretty 75 BMW. This car, the Hofer Racing Hop Suisse entered team, Bernd Cooper for Martin Kroll, Chantal Kroll, Sarah Tonluti and Hal Pruitt. So more female drivers there.
2 more joker laps busted, one for the 67 car, which is sitting 5th in the A6 Am, and I keep nearly saying that, don't I?
No, I think that's okay.
204.9, which is, of course, this is the car that's got a 206 bogey. Whereas the number 6 Gravity car is one, I think, of the ones on a 204, Paul, and that's just on a 203.042.
That's 8 joker laps then now used for number 67. And the other one you said was number 6.
Correct.
Which has been far more economical. That's how its 5th joker.
There's a problem, for that leading car that we're watching. Last lap was a 240. And that's not right.
The 75 car?
Yeah, that's the leading car in A5. They should be going. I've raced against these things. They are mighty quick and seem to have a huge amount of grip. Now, in fairness, I was driving an old Aston Martin DBS.
It's Hal Pruitt, isn't it?
It is Hal Pruitt, the American, that is behind the wheel of that car.
He's only on his 2nd flying lap.
Okay,
so,
well, maybe he's just dialing the car in.
Cold tyres and all that.
Okay.
But there may be something that he's nursing, and he's just getting used to how to drive the car
around the issue
without 3rd gear.
It's a car that's not been without its problems. That car certainly I've seen crawling back to the pit lane at least once.
Well, he stayed out as he goes past the pit lane entrance now and down towards the final corner, turn 16.
No, that's why I think it might be nursing a problem, and Hal's just working out how you deal with it.
So hang on a second, when I turn it to the left, it actually turns right. Now you see, I'm joking about that. I know somebody who put a Alpha twin cam engine in a Ford Escort Mark II, and when they refitted the steering rack, put it in incorrectly, so that's exactly what happened.
Oh dear.
So obviously he drove it around for 2 weeks with it like that because he couldn't be bothered to take the installation out.
You said you know somebody.
Still alive. Yeah,
not somebody that we know as well.
Here.
He lives in Thailand now. And,
after all those driving convictions, it probably was a good idea.
You've seen nothing. I've driven a reverse steering car, and there is a skill to it.
Driven a combine harvester, it does exactly the same.
Paul is miming exactly the right thing. You have to put your hand on the bottom of the steering wheel and treat it like a joystick. Move your hand left to go left, right to go right. And I won a reverse steer auto test competition in a mini metro that was done like that. But this person, who shall remain nameless, one of the Dangerous brothers from the northeast, drove it for a fortnight. I suppose you get used to it when everything's going right. It's when you need to put opposite lock on. Amazing stuff. Joe Bradley is giggling away in my ears because he remembers that very well indeed.
quick times coming now from a number of the drivers, including a quick lap from Matt Griffin, another 2:01 from Matt Griffin. 2:01.403 is the quickest lap of the race so far for the number 88 car.
Well, that is... if that is a mistake, then it's a useful mistake.
Yeah.
Because he's just taken 3.5 seconds out of the guys that are chasing them down. And he's taken better part of a second, 0.8 of a second, out of the guys he's chasing.
And it's now the fastest Joker lap, if there is a reward for the fastest Joker lap.
Yeah. Fastest Joker for any of the A6 arms.
For any of the A6 arms, yes.
The reward, of course,
Matt will take that.
Is the driver themselves having a very warm feeling afterwards.
Yeah. And having one of those multicoloured jester's hats. I think that's what you should get for that. Matt Griffin then continues to defend the third podium position, but is still leading, of course, his class, which is the A6 arm. Well, gentlemen, I don't know what to think about Matt. It's impressive. He's been in the car less than half an hour. 2:05.0 next time around. That's just traffic, isn't it?
Probably.
Yeah.
The trouble is, there's going to be a cynic in the pit lane, in the Dragon Racing pit lane, that's saying, well, if you do a 2 minutes wob followed by 2 minutes 5 and then do another 2 minutes 5, why didn't you just do 3 laps at 2 minutes 04? Because what you're gaining on one, you're not doing anything with on the other. But the other telling remark is, and again, I can't remember if it was Matt or Rob that was asked this question, but they said they could have done equally well had they have competed in the pro class. Although that may have stressed everything that much that, who knows what might have happened. As soon as you start a question with if, it all...
I think that's a perfectly sensible observation. At the end of the day, they've decided to run the race they've run within the rule set they've got, and look where they are. There's an awful lot of cars we've been talking about just 10-15 minutes ago, Paul, that aren't even on the first 2 screens because of that very point.
And exactly the same approach that Bob Neville and the team at RJN Motorsport have taken with the Nissan GTR as well, because they've taken the same approach and given their drivers a kind of more constraint than they actually need to, just so that they don't have accidents, and they treat the drivers, yes, with kid gloves, but also with a firm hand.
Well, it comes down to some strategy again. It would have happened this way in Group C a few years ago at Le Mans because of the fuel regulations. You were given a target time to run to, and talking to drivers of P1 cars and saying, well, it's all changed now, hasn't it? Because you're watching your dash, and even people like Johnny Herbert, Christensen have all said, well, we all drive to a delta time. We always have done. It's right in front of us. So it's just a different type of delta time. 2:43 to go. It's this wonderful battle at the front of the field that we're watching between Ferrari and Mercedes-Benz.
A warm time for you out in the car there, Kevin, but is that the end of your running in the number 10 Mercedes?
Yeah, it's all for me. I have done all my stints, so now we just have to hope that we bring the car to the finish.
Obviously, there have been setbacks for the car, but is it going well now?
Well, yeah, actually, we had only one setback, but it was the problem of the gearbox, so it took like 1.5 hours to change it. And after that, I think the pace could have allowed us to make maybe second or third position.
Marco Asma has taken over, but at the end, towards the end of a 24-hour race, do you feel quite sad when you've had your last stint?
No, I don't. Somehow I feel sad, but it's my second 24-hour race, and I did the Spa 24 last year, and then I could only try one stint, so at least now I've driven all my stints. I get some mileage. I think team is also not too sad if you finish the race, so it's okay.
And also in a 24-hour race, you learn how to try and at least sleep in the night. I don't know if it worked for you. Did you sleep?
Well, as we have like around 3 hours between the stints, so I tried to get some sleep and maybe 1.5 hours together during tonight.
You're looking all right on it, Kevin. Well done.
Thank you.
It's a bit of a star, the Estonian driver Kevin Korhus in the GTR Ocean team.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team I saw for the first time. I've not been following the GT calendar as much with our travels, John, with the World Endurance Championship, but they were out here in the Gulf last month for the Gulf 12 Hours. Actually finished the race on the podium, but then they were then relegated because one of the drivers had actually exceeded the driver hours, so lost out on a podium finish last month, just down the road in Abu Dhabi, the Yas Marina circuit.
Amazing to think that within a relatively small radius, I think there are now 5 Class 1 circuits, certainly 4. You've got Lusail, Bahrain, Abu Dhabi and here.
Is the circuit in Saudi in Riyadh a Class 1 circuit now?
Oh, don't know. Good point. That would be the... but that's certainly 4. Fascinating conversation earlier in the week with the man who designed the circuit, and setting up for a longer version of that chat on radiolemans.com, and I know you were keen to talk as well.
I'll be catching up with him at some point the next week or two.
I thought the little thing that came out of that was most interesting was that right now Apex, who are the company who we're talking about here, are in the process of designing a circuit for M Sport Bentley up in Cumbria.
Yes, interesting that. They've got plenty of hills up there at least.
And another manufacturer who shall remain nameless. I would put money on that being Jaguar.
Well, Jaguar have got, in effect, they've got a very flat and fairly featureless test track, haven't they? But lots of land. And have just bought more.
Huge tracts of land.
Huge tracts of land. Because they're now considerably richer than now in the West Midlands.
Oh, little touch there, and that's not what you want at this time of the race. Perhaps the Black Falcon, the Mercedes-Benz ahead of the Black Falcon was being a little ambitious there.
67 car. That's Max Brahms.
That's Max Brahms, who's been pushing on in 11th position and 5th in A6 time. He's got a place back, but he went up the inside of that Cup Class Porsche there, exactly where the driver wouldn't have been able to see him. We're going to get 3 abreast here, aren't we? Look at that leader. This is the leader going 3 abreast, and then Max Brahms tries to outbrake him down the outside into turn 10. This could end in disaster. Abdul Aziz Al Faisal must be very careful here. The GT86 Toyota has Mercedes-Benz either side of it, and Al Faisal goes through, but those pictures will have had the team manager down at Black Falcon. Really, blood pressure up. Oh, that was rather too much, in particular when he'd seen Max Brahms pressurising that Porsche earlier in the lap pool.
I've been impressed by Al Faisal actually this weekend, because he
toughed that one out.
He had confidence in his machinery. He put it, as you say, he toughed it out. He knew where he wanted to be at the times that he wanted to be there. You could see him braking much earlier for the hairpin. Here we go with the replay on the screen, Graham. But you could see him braking much earlier than the 67 car once he got to the hairpin, in order to ensure that he was safe, even though he was up on the inside.
And that looked clean at that stage, didn't it? Look, okay, that's done. But all of a sudden, Max Brahms decided, hang on a minute, there's an opportunity here.
This is where it's getting very squeaky for the car on the inside. You don't want to run on and run into him. Then you've got the Toyota. Now remember, it's a left-hander coming up next, so the leader in the black Mercedes-Benz is on the wrong side of the corner. Look at how much curb Max Brahms took on the inside. That, just taking that much curb, unsettles the car and pushes it forward. He could have easily understeered into the leader right there.
I think Max had already got some rubbish on his tyres, because he'd already been offline on the earlier in the lap, so I suspect he might have got some pickup on his tyres, and that was making the car harder to drive than it would have been otherwise. So, but top marks to all of them. They all survived it. They all managed to keep going. And from the point of view of the race leader, Abdulaziz Al Faisal, he lives on to fight another day. He's coming towards the end of what is probably going to be a 2-hour stint, dictated more than anything else by his own endurance or his ability to stay out there, because he came in during the last purple period.
That's right.
Top up with fuel. That will give him enough to get him to the not to the end of the race, but to the end of his 2-hour allowance.
And here's the man who's chasing him down, if you like, albeit some 4 laps in arrears. It's Tom Onslow-Cole, thoroughly enjoying his endurance, his newfound endurance career in the burgundy metallic Ram Racing Mercedes-Benz. Last time around, 2:02.4 for Tom. He has, I think, really found a niche. We had a chat together many years ago when I was extolling the virtues of endurance driving to Tom. He's now in the traffic at turns 6-7, heading up to 8-9, that banked left-handed hairpin that leads onto the back straight. Now, up or down, up or down. It's the Miltech car. He knows that one. He's driven it before. He won in that Golf at Anglesey for the Race of Remembrance in November and made his debut here in that car exactly 12 months ago. Deals with that. That would have been embarrassing, running into your old team car, wouldn't it? Welcome along to Simon Hodge, who's joined us. Good morning, Simon.
Good morning, great to be here.
Yes and no. How much driving have you done this week?
Let's just say under 20 laps all weekend, so a little bit disappointing on that front, but still a fantastic opportunity to experience my first 24-hour event.
You were meant to be in the very beautiful STP colours and the sponsorship on the 62 car, is that right? I didn't look that up, that was purely from memory, which, well, it came a cropper not of its own making.
No, it was very, very disappointing. Dan had just jumped in the car for the qualifying 3 session on Thursday evening, and apparently one of the Ferraris hit some oil and made very heavy contact down into the hairpin at the back of the circuit. So that ended our weekend, unfortunately, but just been trying to salvage what I can from the weekend from a learning perspective.
What's your background, Simon? What have you been doing before?
This is my first meeting in anything with a roof on it, so debut in a lot of things overseas. First race overseas outside of Australia, first endurance event, and first.
So you've been doing what, single seat Formula cars?
Yeah. Up until this stage, just done Australian Formula Ford and won the 2014 Australian Formula 3 Championship.
And you hold, I think now, the outright lap record in competition around Mount Panorama, is that right?
Yeah, certainly do. It was a fantastic lap at the end of the second race at the Australian Formula 3 round there this year. So that's what I'm looking to sort of put on the resume for a Bathurst 12-hour drive coming up soon.
Right, stop right there, because I've driven around Bathurst. It's not very great speed. In fact, driving around it at 60 k's, which is the speed limit, is pretty scary in parts. Doing it in a GT car or a Super V8, you know, there's a lot of metal around you. You went and did that in an F3 car. Are you completely bonkers?
Yeah, sort of. I guess that's a good question. But
what does it feel like, first of all? I mean, there's so many places that I want to... Right, Griffin Bend, going through there, there's a huge wall right in front of you.
Yeah, that's a fantastic feeling, braking well under 50 metres out from the corner at over 240 k's an hour. Basically, we're flat from the cutting right across to Skyline. So
what?
Yep, 6th gear, over 230 kilometres an hour across the crest of the hill. It's unbelievable feeling. You never feel it anywhere else.
Also, what's it like in a single-seater with your backside a couple of centimetres off the ground going down through the dip of it?
Phenomenal. The ground, when it drops away, you lose the aerodynamic effect of the car, which is what those cars rely on. So it's like just sliding down the hill in a bathtub, effectively. You don't really have much say over where you go, and it's just a lot of commitment and a bit of luck to get the car down the hill.
Just watching a phenomenal story unfold here with the Mission Possible guys in that 235i. All these guys have come together using social media. We've seen them at the 12-hour race, also coming into the pit lane, the very pretty gold and chrome green 930 Porsche. But the Mission Possible guys have really made an impact in these Creventic races in the best possible way with this little 235i Cup car, which is there's half a dozen of those here, and they've been going very well. Simon Hodge is with me. Still trying to get my head around being flat from the cutting all the way across the top in an F3 car. You came here with high hopes, but you haven't, as you said, managed to get very many laps in here. I mean, you couldn't have a bigger contrast between the closeness and tightness of somewhere like Bathurst and then coming to here with big wide open spaces. There are a few nice camber changes and rise and falls, so very nicely technical track here.
Yeah, the laps I did across practice and qualifying really enjoyed the track, so I was very much looking forward to racing it, and it's still on the bucket list to come back and complete the race. But yeah, first impressions of the circuit's phenomenal.
How old are you, do you mind me asking?
20 years old.
Right, so you are right in the zone for single-seater drivers. What has made you decide to come and look at GT racing and endurance racing rather than continuing through, maybe coming to Europe and doing some Euro F3 or whatever the other choices might have been for you?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I guess there's a lot more opportunities, not just in Australia but across Asia and my corner of the globe in GT racing as opposed to open wheelers. And maybe that's because of the relevance of these categories to the road car markets these days. And I guess the days of the traditional single-seater racing are starting to die out or struggle, and with CAMS and Formula 3, Formula 4 going through a bit of a redevelopment in Australia. I'm sure in time we'll see those categories back to how it was once upon a time. But for now, I think there's a lot more opportunity for me to make a career out of GT racing.
Jimmy Camel-Walter just heading into the pit lane and through to... Now, I think Jamie stayed in on that. Yes, he didn't even go for tyres. He's turning right to go into the fueling area. You need to explain about the CAMS Academy. You're wearing their polo shirt at the moment, so some support from the national body in Australia. How's that come about, and how does it work, and what form does that take, Simon?
CAMS have been fantastic, helping me at the moment with my development. I'm part of their academy, which means they're helping me with all the kind of stuff off track, if you like. Yep. The mental, the physical component, and mentorship as well. So it's the CAMS Academy. It's a new initiative launched by CAMS, taking over from the old AMSF foundation that they used to run. So they've definitely revamped that, and they're very serious about it. It's headed by Carl Reindler, who's putting in a very big effort on behalf of CAMS and all the guys there to really help the young Australian drivers overseas. And so far, so good. I'm here this weekend, so I'm sure if I was out on track, I would have been able to put my learnings from the academy to good use.
Well, whoever did your training and your media training, you look as fit as a butcher's dog, and your media training's gone down very well. When do we see you back in a car, and what will it be? Is it still going to be another Formula season in Australia, or are you looking for something else when you get back down under?
I certainly would lean towards at the moment a season of some form of GT. We're working very hard at the moment to line up something for the Bathurst 12 hour.
Right.
So
good luck with that.
Thank you. So I guess, especially now not having been able to complete our objectives here at the Dubai 24 hour, we're looking very hard at trying to line something up similar for the Bathurst 12 hour. So any possibility of any opportunities there will be very seriously considered, and I guess the rest of the year will be looking to build on these opportunities early in the year that we've had in the GTs.
Final question on that. How important is the rise in popularity and visibility of Australian GT? GT3 has really helped that championship and standalone races like the Liquid Moly Bathurst 12 hours. Has that made you look at those even more seriously?
Oh, definitely. The Bathurst 12-hour event is just going from strength to strength, and it's something that I really want to be a part of for a number of reasons. firstly, just the amount of miles that you get over a weekend for a young guy like me is phenomenal. But also, the event is always building in profile, and it's raising the profile of GT all across Australia. And so I think the gap now, as V8 supercars in Australia, the local touring car championship is going through a bit of a restructure. We're looking almost at the category gaps closing, as V8 supercars have just announced their Gen 2 specification they're going to in 2017. It's almost coming back to a GT3 specification. So I think in Australia the gap there is gonna shrink. So we're going to see in a couple of years a very, very interesting situation between the two categories, and almost a bit of competition and crossover between them.
Well, that's Simon Hodge talking to us. Clearly someone who is not only in the sport but a student of the sport. Fantastic to have you here. Good luck. Hope we see you on the grid at the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 hours. He said 24 hours there. That would have scared James terribly down there. The Liqui Moly 12 hours at Bathurst, beginning of next month, just about a month away, isn't it? So good luck with that, mate.
Thank you very much. Great to be here. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Great stuff, and do like speaking to young gentlemen who are confident, not only in their ability but about the sport as well. On board with the HRT Performance Porsche just for a moment there, and we'll catch up with some times in just a moment's time. Just seeing Luke Brahms has taken another position, but only overall, not in the category. The 67 car back into the top 10 at the expense of the Black Falcon 3 car. But it is still the Black Falcon 26 that leads that 997 Cup class. And their lead car, of course, is leading the race as well, with Tom Onslow Cole doing his best to chase it down. So, Paul, what a confident young man he is. I saw you pull that face when he said flat from the cutting all the way over the top. You've driven that in a road car, even moderates. I can't even begin to think about that.
It was a bit when he talked about the aerodynamics going away, because of course the aerodynamics go away. I mean, you only have to ask Mark Webber or anybody else who's been involved in a blowover in a sports car, because the problem is, as the car drops away, or as the road drops away, you do get this the fact of aerodynamics going away, and as you say, I always worry when people come into the commentary box and I wonder who that is, and you don't know anything about how they're going to be able to talk, whether they're going to be able to express themselves, and all that kind of thing. And couldn't Simon do that? And then when he said he's 20 years old,
scary, isn't it?
I thought, I wish I'd been like that. I wouldn't have had any problems at all having a girlfriend if I'd been like that when I was 20.
Jeremy Shaw, late of the UK, now many years stationed in Southern California, and his Team USA scholarship. He never ceases to amaze me how he finds these young drivers in their late teens, or at the very latest in their early 20s, who not only are very, very quick drivers but can sit down and have a conversation about various areas of the sport. They're rounded people, and that is very important for Jeremy to do that. And you can see why when you sit and talk to someone like Simon, part of the CAMS Academy in Australia, who clearly have done a very good job.
But again, I claim that you can't teach somebody how to do that. If they've got it, then you can hone the skill and you can tell them what to say and what not to say and how to say it and how to do it. But if you haven't got it, you can't teach that. And however skilled of a racing driver that they are, if they haven't got the personality, they're not going to be so valuable to sponsors and to the people who actually finance this whole operation. So,
well, if you're a sponsor listening to that, you'd have no problem about putting him up in front of your clients, would you?
Exactly.
And that is such a big part of it. On board with the HRT Performance 1 car, this is the 58 Porsche, coming up through turn 14 to the end of the lap. And indeed, diving into the pit lane at the end of the lap, the 58 HRT Performance car. 2:22 and 22 seconds to run all the twos. And Paul Trustwell says, I can think about strategy for the leader. Oh, you talk, sorry, I can't even read, I'm so tired now. Would you like to talk about strategy for the leader, Paul, then?
Well, yes, why not? Just because Graham was saying that the leader might possibly have a problem getting to the flag on 2 more stints. Well, I think I've worked out the scheme that they've got at Black Falcon, and that is bearing in mind that the way the stint timing counts is pit out at the start of your stint through to pit in at the end of your stint, unless it's the end of the race, and then it's across the start-finish line at the end of your stint. Abdelaziz Al Faisal has done a wonderful stint, and it will be his final stint, I'm pretty sure of that. He will drive the car pretty much up to his limit at 2 hours. They will then spend about 3 minutes checking the car, which will be a lap. Having checked the car, they'll then put somebody else into the car, and probably that should go to Yelmer Berman, I think.
They won't need to do that, Paul, because if it doesn't start till he leaves the pit lane, he's got to get fuelled.
He's got to get fuelled as well, so they need to spend enough time checking the car so that he can get fuelled, and then whether it's Yelmer, Ollie Webb, who does the final stint, or Hubert Haupt, then he will be able to then go out and do the final 2 hours. He'll have to come in at some point to refuel unless we have a final code 60, but they will be able to do it, Abdelaziz Al Faisal, to the end of this stint, and then another driver to be able to take it to the flag.
I'm just watching the onboards from the HRT performance guys. New driver got in there as they're having to push start that Porsche. That's perhaps another car then with an issue. I think that was allowed, if I'm honest, but there are the turbo cars that don't even have to stop their engines when they stop, either in the fuel station or in front of the cars. It was very funny watching the mechanic strapping the new driver in and saying, this one here, but don't touch that one at all. Which I thought was really good. Let's head down the pit lane. Whilst the HRT car is going for fuel, he'll turn hard left anytime soon, and his team personnel will help him fuel up. Still the fueling on the front of the Porsche with this absolute standard pistol grip goes in there with the two mechanics in the full race overalls, and that's where they do have to wear the fireproofs. But as you can see, that's exactly as you would get your normal fuel in the car. It's just going into a slightly different place. Let's head down to Bruce Jones, who's been waiting patiently while we watched a bit of this fueling. Thought it might be interesting for people to see that. Bruce, where are you?
I'm with Anders Fjordbak, who's just come in from the lead in the 997 class. It's a good battle between the two Black Falcon Porsches, but you're leading.
Yeah, until now we are leading. We had a leak in our radiator here just 2 hours ago, so before that we were 7 laps in front, so now we really have to push to keep the lead, so exciting.
Well, it's like a film script. It's made in Hollywood.
Yeah, almost. Actually we thought this will be easy, but it always turns out it won't be.
And now the temperature's rising up, so you thought it's too hot in the car, give it to Keitasawa.
Oh yeah, you definitely feel it on the brakes. It's the main issue, that they are really hot now and they are struggling.
Well done. Back in the lead, but still in the lead. That's the main thing.
Exactly, thanks.
So whilst we've had that interview, we're continuing with the refueling. I thought for a moment the picture had frozen there, but we continue to refuel that Porsche, and just noticing that there is a small advantage to refueling a Porsche because the refueling nozzle, where the filler cap goes, if you will, is in the bonnet of the car. You get a little bit of gravity feed to helping you along there as well, because the fuel filler is that much lower down compared to a Mercedes, for example, which is kind of halfway up the B pillar of the SLS AMG, and thus you don't get that extra bit of gravity. You're purely relying on the pump to get the fuel into the car. So just a little thing that I'm sure Mr. Porsche didn't think about when he actually designed the 911 shape. Meanwhile, the Lamborghini Gallardo in the Gulf colours is having not quite its final refuelling stop, but it's Jamie Campbell Walter's
99 just went straight through for refuelling, so no interview with 99
of the car. So Jamie Campbell Walter then at the wheel, or getting out of the Gulf Racing Lamborghini. He's had a good run in the second half of this race, and has been able to really consolidate that position in the A6 AM category. 4th place in that, and in 8th place overall. The top 8 cars, all A6s, with 4 pros and 4 AMs in the mix there. 2 pros at the top, and then the Dragon Racing AM car, number 88 of Matt Griffin. I don't think it's really in catch-up mode anymore. They've recognised that the 2 Mercedes in the pro class, well, they're not in the same class, are they? So Matt Griffin proves me wrong. He puts another fastest lap for that car in, goes still faster. Another indication of breaking through the bracket that he's supposed to be in, his minimum reference lap time of 2 minutes 4, and he puts in a 2 minutes 1.385 for Matt Griffin. So he's quite impressed by that. And so Matt Griffin going very quickly, John.
Sorry, I have now lost the ability to push buttons, think, talk and listen at the...
Just took a tenth longer than it usually does.
At the same time. See, if that's the case, just running a sound desk, listening and watching and trying to take information, what must be like driving a car?
Same.
Yes, exactly. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane with news of late dramas, I think. What's the issue down there, Joe?
It's the 87 Porsche. I think it was quite high up in the A6 class.
I give you rubbish information there. The 87 was I think running 4th at one stage in the 997 Cup class. What's happened to it?
All right, yes, it came in with a problem, and when they refired the engine, it was easy to see what the problem was. It's only running about 2.5 cylinders. It's done an engine, so that's it, done.
That's the GDL racing car that has Nigel Farmer, the Hong Kong driver, on its driver roster. That is cruel luck with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. Just a quarter of an hour to use up any jokers. If you've got them, get them out and put them on the table. Graham Goodwin from dailysportscar.com is back with us.
Just as I came back, just noticed, not sure whether or not you guys noticed as well, that we've had a bit of a delay in the pit lane for the Gardo as well, because Jamie Campbell-Walter has just got out after 7.5 minutes on the pit lane. He hasn't fueled the car.
No, he did fuel the car. He went straight through and into
he was on the apron. He was on the apron.
Oh, well, he's come back in again.
It's a second stop.
It's a second stop. Because he drove straight through and into the pit lane whilst I was interviewing Simon Hodge.
So that might be one for maybe Joe or the guys to actually have a find out what's going on with the Gardo, because that has dropped back at least one further position.
Sounds like an accident to me. I mean, if you see the track ahead of you, the racing driver's going to go, right, I've done my pit stop, I'm going out onto the track. Did you turn right, Jamie? Oh.
No, he did. I saw him.
In which case he's come back. The car was definitely on the pit apron as I sat down here.
So I think he's gone out, fueled, and had to come back in again for some reason.
And indeed has now done 25 stops, the Lamborghini.
It's dropped the position.
His
last lap
overall
was
not in class.
No, indeed. He just got ahead of the Scuderia Praha car actually on his last stint, and he'd gone past Max Bramsch, or at least the 67 GTL racing car.
Definitely 2 consecutive stops on 2 consecutive laps. So nailed that one eventually between the 3 of us.
It's that time of day, I'm afraid. RadioLeMans.com around the world, and with our syndicated TV partners both in sound and vision. Brought to you by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. And the 23 car is still there. Now second in A6 AM and 5th overall. Now that's the highest that car's been. That is its joint highest position.
Yeah, it's slightly worse for Lamborghini, because Jamie Campbell-Walter's got to pit again within 10 minutes because he's nearly got his driving time up. So he's done 1 hour and 50 minutes. Now,
well, let's speak to Bruce and find out what was the problem that brought JC.
The problem was he was stuck in second gear. And so he's come back round. They've had thrown in the part, cost them 2 laps. and he's back out, and it's running fine, but just what you don't need with just over 2 hours to go.
I don't understand why. And did Jamie stay in the car there,
I
Bruce?
understand entirely, John.
Right.
It's because they need to keep him in the car.
Yes.
They only have one more driver change.
Yes.
And as I
okay.
think Paul's already shared his view on what's going to be happening at some point with the Black Falcon team, it's going to be the same for the Lamborghini team.
Yes.
It's less costly for them to hold the car in the pits for a little wee while than it is to actually have another driver change.
Yeah. No, agreed. Sorry, that was again fatigue and idiocy taking over. At Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans, I will get that back up in front of me now that I've managed to prise my computer away from young Palmer, who was
Candy Crush Saga again.
He was he was speaking to the West Midlands on BBC WM.
It's much the same, in fairness.
Very good. Hello to Alan McNish, who is on Twitter at the moment, and I'm sure he's either listening or watching as we go on board with the Nissan. Into the pits comes the car ahead of it, which is Johnny Adam in the 28 Aston Martin. Nissan number 23 on the run back towards the pits now through the amazing turn number 14. Up over the rise, not too much throttle here. You'll slam into the wall on the left-hand side. Through 15 now. Can he make a move down into 16? He'd have to dive out to driver's right now. Thinks better of it, and wisely, I think. Wasn't really there. Oh, big slide by the Porsche ahead of the 23 Nissan. And that is Nick Hamann, the American driver, although he races on a British licence, of course, having done his qualification for International C. 11 signatures all told. In a ridiculously truncated period of driving that is expertly monitored by the Nissan GT Academy and Bob and Liz Neville.
Leader in the pits.
Yep, an interesting timing for the Aston Martin pit stop. We'll share that theory with you after we've watched this pit stop.
Yeah, still 10 minutes more than a single driver is allowed to do.
So you would presume from that they're going to put Paul White in for the end of the race, which is perfectly appropriate. There's not a lot to be gained on pace at the moment from that effort.
The other thing they can do is to do a driver change on the next stop. They don't have to do 2 hours. They come in, they do a driver change, and if they do that, then the clock stops whilst the driver change is taking place. The only time that the driver change continues is if they stay out whilst the driver change is taking place.
That was a neat and tidy stop there from the Black Falcon team. The car rumbles down pit lane and will turn right, we presume. Didn't notice which driver got in there, sorry, because I was talking about something else.
At Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans on the Twitter. As we're watching the number 99, which is the Attempt Tour Racing car in now 6th position. This is the 3rd place car in A6 AM, and they have done that stealthy rise up the order. When I started looking at them, because they're one of our onboards, they were well on the second screen, and they've not jumped up at any massive time, and they were hovering for quite some time around the early teens. Then they broke into the top 10, and now all of a sudden they're in 6th position. Their timing with their drivers are perfect, because currently that car has been out in the hands of the driver for an hour and a quarter, 1 hour 45 minutes. In the hands of, let me see, it's Andreas Lehm, who always seems to be at the wheel of that car when I start to mention it.
8 jokers used for that car, John. And none of them really used, if you know what I mean. They all look like accidents. So
okay, so all just a couple of tens here and there.
Exactly so. But you worry when that happens, because if that happens in the last 2 hours, it's going to cost them 30 seconds. So we'll see how they manage with that one. Just wanting to suggest as well on the number 2 car, the lead car, on the rotation, it should be Ollie Webb getting into that car if they stick with the rotation. But obviously with only the possibility of Ollie taking it to the flag or done the driver change after another hour, then there still could be another driver change before the checkered flag.
Let's go down to Joe Bradley.
I'm with Vincent Rademacher, who's just jumped out of the number 6 Mercedes. Vincent, you know that your body's surely telling you, all right, mate, let's lie down now and go to sleep, and yet the sun comes out and makes this race even more grueling and physical.
Yeah, the Mercedes is quite a good car for that. We have the air conditioning in the car, so it's quite comfortable. It's just physical, or muscle and stuff like that, but on temperature is really nice in the car.
And in comparison to other 24-hour races, or indeed other circuits, Dubai looks to be a very physical and demanding, from not just a bodily sense, but also a mental sense.
Yeah, mentally it's very difficult to drive fast and to be careful with the other. So it's quite, it's an experience. but it's the game. You have to do quick lap time without touching another car or being touched by another car. So it's a strange exercise, but it's quite pleasure.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Vincent, is that your Dubai 24 Hours 2015 done now? Is your job done now?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure 100%, but normally, yeah.
Can you sum up your race then for us so far? I know the race is not over, but for Vincent Rademacher, your job's done. Can you sum it up?
We start quite well. We were 4th in the class GT3 AM, and but during the night, one of my colleagues have an accident, and we lost 2 hours to repair the car. So we were 70 when we get back on the track, and we are back on 25th position at the moment. But of course, 2 hours in the pits is not possible to catch.
Still an achievement finishing this race. Well done. Thanks for talking to us, Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Bradley with Vincent Rademacher. And let's head to the other end of the Powered by Nismo pit lane with Bruce Jones.
Bruce Jones with a man who's finished 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th. He's not won this race yet, and he's not counting his chickens. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, number 2 Mercedes, has been going in the lead for such a long time. Just over 2 hours to go, and you're out of the car. How are you feeling? You just finished your last stint.
A bit tired. I haven't slept much, but I think the performance that we put in and the amount of the lead laps that we have. So everyone's done a really good job. The car's been really good so far. So hopefully we still have 2 hours to go, and hopefully we can win this race.
How much harder would it be if your sister car, the number 3 Mercedes, was still in the race?
I mean, for sure, your biggest competitor is your teammate. So for sure, we're going to be battling it out till the end. But as you know, a 24 hours race is a long race, and a lot of factors get into it. So it's unfortunate for them to go out so early in the race, but it could happen to anyone. One mistake and you're out. So we're just keeping safe, trying to bring the car home.
Oliver Webb took over from you, but he took over the car just more than 2 hours before the finish, so someone else has to go in for the finish. Is it going to be you, Abdulaziz?
I don't know, but I don't think so, because we have a sequence with the drivers, so it wouldn't be fair if I take someone else's turn. But anyone finishes the race, for us, as long as we finish, that's the most important part.
Very calm, great drive, well done.
Thank you. Cheers.
So that was Bruce Jones down in the pit lane. Heading towards the last couple of hours. 4 minutes, couple of laps to play any jokers if you want to. And after that, it's play by the rules or start getting penalised. Graham is about to write something down. It's easy to just talk to me.
I'm not sure I want to share this one on air. I've got some position about this, so I just want to ask the question, which we may or may not know the answer to.
Right, if you listen carefully, you might hear Graham writing this down and be able to work out what he's actually writing. It's a possibility. At Specutainment, at Radio Le Mans, somebody out there will be able to do it. Yes, okay, very good. Not sure. Yeah, that's one of the teammates. Yes. Okay.
Well, can I share that?
We'll ask. We'll ask
the question first about that one. So I'm not sure that's right.
Okay.
And a note from Paul Trustwell, who points out completely correctly that none of the drivers of the number 2 have won this race before. Overall,
I'm not allowed to say that, of course.
Which is why you've written it down.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
Otherwise, it is the Trustwell Speak of doom.
Speak of doom.
Yeah.
But what we have got with Ollie Webb is someone who's stood on a class podium last year. We've got Abdelaziz Al-Fazl, who stood on an overall podium last year.
So we are counting down towards midday, which will give us around about 2 hours and 2 minutes to go. You're listening to RadioLeMans.com, powered by Nismo. Hashtag Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. Not much of the sleep part in this particular race. It is still Ollie Webb at the wheel of the Black Falcons number 2 car. His stint has been 4 minutes and 49 seconds. So that's going to be interesting when we come round to the end of the race. Have to see how that plays out. So, if you are just joining us, welcome to the final 2 hours of the Hankook 2015 24 Hours of Dubai. 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, we set off a 89 car field in the Dubai sunshine. 26 degrees it was, and everyone had high hopes and personal goals to fulfill. And it was an untidy start with the first of the Code 60s on just lap number 2, but the racing has been excellent, although it's not been plain sailing. The number 9 Mercedes-Benz into the barriers early on, and that car, well, it would not trouble the top of the field after that. Ram Racing, they've got a story to tell. Made their international endurance racing debut here a couple of years ago in a Ferrari, currently sit in second position with Tom Onslow Cole. The nighttime hours are always, well, interesting and challenging. The racetrack takes on a completely different atmosphere. Drivers love it or hate it, but you've got to get through it. 13 hours and 20 minutes makes the Hankook 24 hours one of the races in the world with the longest amount of darkness running. There were plenty of incidents during the night, which meant that we've already gone through our record number of Code 60 applications. And whether it was small spins, big contacts, engine issues, or just driver fatigue, we're now well into the teens of the Code 60 here at the Circuit of Dubai. Now those with cool heads, good tactics and fine concentration were able to weather the storm overnight, and it's left us with a battle royale at the head of the field, with just 2 minutes separating Matt Griffin in third from second place to Tom Onslow Cole, and 2 laps separating Tom Onslow Cole from Ollie Webb, who's just out of the pits for their penultimate stop for the number 2 Black Falcon Racing. So here is the confirmation of the standings then, with under 2 hours to go now. We start at 2 minutes past 2. Our official timing partner BRM Chronographs bringing us the news that Black Falcon number 2 from the 30 of Ram Racing, 2 Mercedes-Benz ahead of the Ferrari of Dragon Racing. A German mark has always won this race, nothing else has. In 4th place it's Aston Martin KPM Racing. And then the battles down through the top 10 include the 1st, 2nd, 3rd of the Porsche Cup class, headed by Black Falcon as well. In fact, they're 1st and 2nd with the 25 and 26 car. In SP3 in 21st position, Optimum Motorsport have the lead with their Ginetta Speedworks right behind them, are also in class. And how about the Racing Divas in the Cup class, 76 car, leading their category in 24th position. Further down, our leaders in A2, the 117, that's already in the top 30, and in 29th position the A3T 95 car along with the 75 BMW in 30th position, all class leaders. And finally the SP2 leader is the Mark Cars Australia 5-litre Ford Focus, the number 91 car that is sitting in 35th position. So all of our class leaders well within the top 40 runners. Of course, now for many of the drivers and teams, particularly those in this part of the field, it's not about where they're going to finish in terms of their position, but that they get to the checkered flag. And a perfect example of that, running in 70th position, the chrome green and gold team 930 Porsche, who are still turning laps after an awful evening that has seen many problems for that car, but they refuse to let that car stand in the pits. They've fixed it and sent it out. Many of these cars that you're looking at now, not now circulating, although if they've done the requisite number of laps, they will still be classified. You don't have to be racing and cross the line at the end of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai to get on the results sheet. Well, hello there, I'm John Hindhaugh, and alongside me is Paul Truswell and the editor of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. Inside the last 2 hours, Paul, tactics at the head of the field. It looks like something's gone wrong with Black Falcon, and a driver can only do 2 hours, and Ollie Webb got in that car rather early.
Well, yeah, what I suspect they're going to do is they're going to bring Ollie in at some point, and another driver is going to go in to take the car to the flag. When they do that, the time that they spend in the pit lane, which will be of the order of 4 minutes, including the refuelling, although they won't have to refuel it to the brim, they might as well do. Certainly they'll need to put some fuel in to get it to the finish, and that will eat up the time which takes between the 2 hours altogether that's remaining on the clock. So I think the teams will have thought of that, even though, as I say, intuitively it might have seemed to be a mistake right up at the beginning. So that's good. So an exciting last couple of hours, John.
Let's head to the pits to get some of the atmosphere and excitement from the drivers and Mr. Atmosphere and Excitement himself, Nick Damon.
I'll certainly take that, John. And the atmosphere from when I was last here and shivering is completely different. The sun's out. It's absolutely boiling now in the pit lane. So I shall be suntanning between garages 7 and 8 for the last 2 hours. But I am, more importantly, with Andreas from the car 99. A fantastic performance of your Porsche. It's done a stealth job from nowhere to third in class.
Meiner so ein fantastisches Job gemacht hast, weil auch von nichts unser Team jetzt so weit vorne ist.
Yeah, it's a nice race. It's a hard race, and we have little problems with the gearbox and the clutch, and we can now in the moment not more pushing as a finish. We can drive, and I hope we can finish.
6th position overall, a great performance. Do you think perhaps your team should have chosen to go into the pro class?
I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe next year.
Yeah.
Maybe next year.
I mean, sorry, your name is?
Julius.
Julius, are you the team manager or just a helper? I mean,
just a normal helper.
I mean, what is it like for one of you guys who's working on a car that's had to come up through the field? Is it very exciting for you guys in the pits?
Yes, of course. It's always exciting to take part of a 24-hour race and at the end be so far in front. But still, it's some time to go, and I don't want to say I'm happy right now, but for now it's okay. And I hope we did a good job, and I hope we take it home, huh?
So at this point, are you just very, very nervous and not really enjoying it at all until the final flag?
I think it's a 50-50 thing. I think the team and the drivers, we both are nervous, of course, like always. But of course we're happy, we're looking forward. We don't have any big technical issues on the car, just this little issue now, but it's still driving. We almost drive the same times we did before. So yeah, basically we're happy now, but don't be too excited.
Andreas, who got in the car, who replaced you, and will they be driving the car to the end?
Was? Der jetzt als letztes gefahren ist.
Wer was
der jetzt fährt.
Ach so, weiß ich auch nicht. I don't know. Remember me, Philip. Is a fast guy from Germany, my colleague, and he make a good job.
That Thanks, Andrea. So, Philip.
Little moment. The important is the greeting to my sons and my daughters.
Always great to remember family. So that's Philip Vlasic, who is taking over the car. That's Andreas Lehm from the 99 machine. The stealth Porsche up to 3rd in AM and 6th overall.
Well done, Nick. Nick Damon down in the powered by Nismo pit lane. Hashtag eat, sleep, race, repeat. Inside the final 2 hours now. The Ollie Webb car. A number of people have noticed the same thing that we've just been talking about. He's been in there 14 minutes. There's an hour and 52 left. You can only do a 2 hour long stint. So clearly he will have to get out of that car before the end, as will Tom Onslow Cole. He's got 45 minutes left of a stint. However, Jordan Kroger in the Dragon Racing car is fine. He can go to the end should they want him to. And Stefan Mucker, 15.10. Yep, no, he's okay. Oh, no, he's not, is he? So he will have to stop. The Aston will have to stop again in 4th position. The Nissan GT Academy car will also have to stop again because Nick Hamann has done 25 minutes in. But the Attempto Racing car will not, and that's the top 6. Work that out amongst yourselves.
I think you may have to stop just for fuel.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah,
so
sorry.
When
I should have said change driver, not necessarily stop. Yeah.
We have, while you've been working through pit lane comment there, John, seen pit stops for both the 2nd and 3rd place cars. Tom Onslow Cole came in for full service, including fuel, of course, and stayed in the Ram Racing car, stays in 2nd position. Jordan Grogor got aboard the 88 car. Matt Griffin getting out of the car, the Dragon Racing car, that stays ahead of the opposition in the A6 AM category and stays 3rd overall.
Okay. In the classes, we mentioned the leaders in the Cup class, SP3, Optimum Motors, Speedworks, 21st and 22nd, 4 laps between them. The Cup class leader for the BMW category. This is the Cup 1 class. These are the little 235 BMWs Racing Divas. Sandra Schluth is at the wheel of the 76 car. How have they got that back to
apologies, that was I read the timing screen incorrectly. I didn't think to look at the first screen for the lead car.
Okay.
So that's my fault. I gave a dot steer while the Racing D was having fallen down. They hadn't.
Okay.
They've gone up.
And there's a hit squad of fans coming towards you. The 3997s, by the way, are effectively on the same lap.
Well, they are on the same lap. It's
very
minute
close.
40 seconds apart, the top 3.
Into the 20s, and the 117 VDS Racing car leads here too for the hot hatchbacks in the pits at the moment for their... Do you know, that might not be far away from being their last stop.
Which one, sorry?
The 117. Can they do an hour and 50? Probably not, actually.
Yes.
Yes, they can?
Yes.
Okay, right, sorry. That's sort of just
That's all I was trying to catch up just having some system issues on that side. But yes, that will now be the final stop. They'll be able to do that hour and 50 minutes.
How many cars are actually running, Paul? How many are not actually circulating at the moment would be the easiest thing to say. We saw 80 on the graphic when we came back for this last 2 hours. But we started 89 and there's been quite a bit of attrition.
I'm guessing there's a fair few that will be put out for a bit of a last gasp run to the flag.
They don't need to, of course.
They don't need to, but I think they'd like to.
It's a pride thing just to have yourself out and...
the Nico Rosberg effect, I think it's called now.
With a race time.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing at all. I say that with no hint of irony.
Absolutely.
So to answer the question, it will be something of the order of...
Paul doing a bit of addition on fingers and toes.
21 cars.
Not running.
21 cars have been retired out of the 89 that started the race.
I think I just caught a glimpse of the KPM Golf running very, very wide and possibly off course entirely a moment ago, so let's keep an eye on that one. That might just have been an avoidance of a very busy track at that point.
On board with the 135 Seat, which has the name Dan Wheeler on it.
It's the yellow and blue car we're seeing on screen now, make its way down the back straight down towards turn 10, I think it is, isn't it?
Andrew Hack and Kane Aston, along with Klaus Kresnik. Is that Dreads Dan Wheeler? As in Joe Wheeler's brother. I know he's done a bit of racing in his time.
I genuinely don't know.
I wouldn't put it past Dan to be in that car. The 135 that goes through the BRM Watches hairpin now. And now dives down the hill. These Seat Leon Super Copas are very popular. They've become a very popular endurance racing machine. Through to turn number 13. Under an hour and 50 minutes before we crown new champions. It will not be Stedler Motorsport again this year. They are out of the running for the 24 hours, the Hankook 24 hours of Dubai. Well, Joe Bradley has wandered down to Ginetta 169, and a fan favourite is Tom Oliphant. Let's have a word with him.
Just before I speak to Tom, I've got to tell you this little story. I've been caught out again with the 169 Ginetta Speedworks. Ginetta there coming in, and one of the mechanics carrying a little tin foil full of boiled eggs out of the car. And earlier on this morning I thought, they can't really be serving the driver breakfast in the car. When I looked closer, it was egg-shaped balls of ice for the goon suits.
Very good.
But I don't know whether it was my tired eyes or just my imagination. Tom Oliphant, though. Tom, you've just handed over the Ginetta there. It's getting to the very closing stages of this race. What, in your opinion, has been the key to getting the Ginetta to this stage?
Well, first thing is stay off all the curbs. Second is just, be careful with it. Don't make any rash decisions, overtaking. Be careful when letting the GT3s through, and just play it safe, really. We've got quite a good team. Two of our drivers are quite safe on the car, and me and Ollie can push it a little bit. So between us, the car's only really working at 100% half the time, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've got here without any troubles. Touch wood.
The Dubai pit stop's pretty unique insofar as there's no refuelling done. When you leave your pit garage here, being a racing driver, you see that pit exit. Has there been any time that you've thought, oops, nearly forgot there?
Yeah, no, it's quite hard, but I raced in Estoril and last round with V2V, and they do the same thing. So it wasn't too much of a change, really. Plus, it gives you, it means you can shoot away from the pits and sit there for like 20-30 seconds and sort yourself out before you go out. So if anything, it probably saves you a few valuable seconds in the pits.
Thanks, Tom. I'll leave it to cool down.
Cheers.
Tom Oliphant just out of the Ginetta with Rick Parfitt tuned in. Hello, Rick. Congratulations on that drive for the pair of you with the LNT Works GT3 in British GT Championship. That's going to be a cracking championship next year, or this year now, should I say. Still hopeful that we might be able to get a bit of coverage of that on RadioLeMans.com. Working hard through the winter to squeeze more endurance racing coverage into an already packed calendar. The 92 Ford looking a little second hand around the front end, but this is the Mark Ford Focus. Under there is a 5-litre Ford Mustang engine. Oh no, that's not going to work, is it?
That's not for the first time that's had front end damage.
Well, that has worked, you see. I was completely wrong.
Well, I was down the pits a little while ago, quite a while ago now, that they were rebuilding the entire front end of that car.
I was going to say, I think that's been fixed and is now having to be repaired again, having been out on the track for
I'm not sure I call
minutes.
that fixed. I think it might be fettled.
Jury-rigged.
Yes. Now, the 69 Jamie Campbell-Walter had a bit of the issues of the day. He's showing us 2 hours 20 minutes on this car, so he's gone well over his driving time, if it is indeed him still in the car.
But if he's not, then he should presumably have done a pit
drive-through to reset. Of course, what you're going to do, you're going to first of all set the driver ID system in the car and then drive through the pit lane.
Yeah.
It doesn't work if you do it the other way around.
Yeah.
That car still circulating inside the top 10, 8th position overall, but frustrating 4th for the team in the A6AM category. Has been in a podium position, but then the incident, unseen by me, hopefully seen by you, with the 69 car and the number 4 Ferrari coming together, which saw both cars suffer a loss of time, but the more so for the Lamborghini, I believe. Rather frustrated Peter Cox in the pits, having finally got the car into the top 10, saw the car, number 4 car, plummet down again a little, but that's recovered. Matthew is a single track position ahead of the car we're looking at on track, the 69 Lamborghini. So 2 Italian cars running 7th and 8th, the Pro Class Ferrari, the Pro-Am Lamborghini. Nissan continues.
5th position still for the American.
What's been a pretty metronomic run so far from the Team Argent GT Academy car. And it is indeed Nick Hamann who's back in the white, red and black Godzilla.
Back in the mountain in a month's time with a Nismo prepared car. Sadly just the one. There was hope that some of the Aussie V8 drivers would take the second car, but of course the dates clash by Aussie V8 onto the Liquid Moly Bathurst weekend and the enforced attendance of said drivers has put the kibosh on that, frankly.
You don't want to go on about that anymore, do you? I get very cross when I think about that.
Darren Cox summed it up. This is a man that speaks for Nissan and Nismo, their motorsport arm worldwide. He said on Midweek Motorsport many weeks ago now, quite unequivocally, it's not good for V8s, it's not good for the Bathurst 12 hours, but don't ask people to pick, because the V8s aren't in the position they were a few years ago.
No, they've shot themselves in the foot, reloaded and shot themselves in the foot again. But let's not go on about that, because we've got a very good motor race to watch here.
The start of the FIA International Endurance Series, of course. Paul is at the moment playing Steve Miller as we get the Joker summary. Number 6 has 7 left.
No, done.
Done. Excuse me. Okay.
Because there are no more Jokers left in any case, because we're in the last 2 hours.
Yes, indeed. So this is how they were used then. The number 6 used 7, the 23 used 5, the 67 and the 69 both used 9, the 88 used 3, and that was all Matt Griffin.
Yes.
Number 99 used 8, and the number 8 used 8 as well. That's the AM cars.
The point in saying that is, if anybody now goes underneath the minimum reference lap time, they have to come in for a 30-second stop and go penalty. Sorry, they don't come into it for a 30-second stop and go penalty. They have to take a 30-second stop and go penalty on their race time at the end of the race. So they won't have to do any more penalties. The penalty box is sort of being dismantled now.
Per lap.
But it's a... No, yes, per lap under. Yeah, so it's a 30-second addition to their race time at the end of the event.
There is the view from, I was going to say, the driver's seat. Of course, the driver's sitting to our left there. It is a left-hand drive car. Paddle shift. Effectively a 2-pedal car once you get it moving. The Singleton Toyota GT86 goes another lap back to Nick Hamann. This has been a sterling effort by the Nissan GT Academy Team RGN.
I was having a quick chat with Nick down in the pits a couple of hours ago, John, and asked him whether or not this was the first time he'd actually raced in the dark. The answer is no. The GT Academy guys were entered in the Donington night race.
Yeah, smart move.
Absolutely, but just 25 cars around that track. A little bit more challenging here.
On board. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess they did that in one of the RJN 370Zs.
Correct.
This is an altogether different kettle of fish.
What's interesting, of course, is coming up through their apprenticeship, and I'll use that word, the graduates of the GT Academy are often in the best machinery and slightly better off than some of the guys that they are racing, and they are told quite sternly by Bob Neville, don't mess with these people's races, you don't lean on people, you don't mess about, stall for the 930, which I think is one of the last running cars. Go on, fire. It's still looking in good nick. It's had some issues.
Not too closely. Okay. There's corners of it that aren't as Porsche.
Okay. Not as they came out of the wind tunnel in Stuttgart. Okay.
It did fire in the end and headed off down the pit lane of its own volition. The team member who was there to impose the penalty kind of gave it a half push, but I think in the end it wasn't anything that he did which made it work.
The other big story of the race for me has been the yo-yo nature of the Walter Lechner Racing Middle East car. It's back up to third position in class now and still trying to get back on terms with the two Black Falcon cars ahead. So this is a class here, the Carrera Cup class. It's called the 997, but there are some 991 cars in there. This has been dominated by Middle Eastern teams.
Absolutely, John.
And a very, very good Middle Eastern GT3 Cup for Porsche here. Some 18 cars, 19 cars. And I think I'm right in saying only 3 European drivers now.
In fact, all 3 of the top 3 runners are running 991 versions of the GT3 Cup.
Spot that with the very, very tidy engine cover, which is a sort of a reverse aero device. Very neat and tidy indeed. Fan favourites we've been talking about, certainly for the locals, Lechner Racing Middle East are one in third position. Over the last few years, the Racing Divas have carved their names into the history of this event, and Nick Damon is inextricably drawn to them.
I'm inextricably drawn to Lisette. Lisette, we've had conversations about 4 different race circuits, 5 different events, but I don't think I've ever spoken to you when you're comprehensively winning your class.
Yeah, it's I drove the 24 hours of Barcelona with M235 as well, and I'm driving at Bonk Motorsport for a year now. Last year I drove with the M3, and this new Cup 1, it's really great. It's there are 6 cars competing, and from the beginning I'd said we had a very strong team, and now it shows off.
You're 17 laps ahead. We spoke to Sandra many hours ago, and she said that it was her desire to put the band back together, put the Divas back together. Unfortunately, of course, you got a male drummer, but never mind.
Well, I already said to Bonk that I was going to drive with him, and then Gabi and I said, let's join in the team, and that's how we get the team together. And there's just one guy, it's called Max Pardel, and now we call him Ken because we're his Barbies.
Now you're in another unique position in that your husband and son are also racing up the road on the GDL Mercedes. I mean, how much can you concentrate when your little lad's driving round?
Well, I know, I look at the screens and I know what their ranking is at that moment, and in that case I get into the car and it's my race as well. So there's no competition because we're in another division. At home we drive against each other, my husband and me, and
that must make some interesting dinner conversations.
We're the only totally racing family in the Netherlands. So we only talk about racing at home.
Oh, it sounds quite good, actually. Can I come round your house one time?
Oh, yeah, it would be a pleasure.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lisette. And congratulations. Let's hope you stay safe.
Can I say hi to all the people at home? Thank you very much for watching and supporting us and keeping us up all night. Thank you very much.
I can't say any more, John.
I noticed that the I Respect Franks even went on for that interview. He is so money, isn't he? He is so money. Nick Damon with Lisette Branch in the Racing Divas pit. The band was certainly put back together in short order. 3 weeks, I think we heard from Sandra Sluther earlier on. And it's Sandra in the car at the moment, 17 laps up on the rest of the field on this little BMW M235i, which has the Divas hearts on the more traditional BMW motorsport paintwork. It's a good little car. You guys had a good look at it in dailysportscar.com when it first came out, if I'm not mistaken.
We did, and I just think it's exactly the kind of car we need to see in this level of the sport. It encourages more people to step up. It's BMW's throw the dice, having seen that there's a kind of an ageing population, if you like, of BMW touring cars style endurance races out there, and this gives them something to aspire to. I think it's fair to say it's an accessible car for an aspiring group of gentleman drivers perhaps to get involved with a range of national and international championships and individual races. And we've got 6 of them here, John. This is the first opportunity for this car to see action at the Dubai 24 Hours. 6 cars is no bad thing. Quick mention as well, by the way, as we look at the Racing Divas on track, the 5th place car, and I'm lost in admiration for the efforts of the number 70 car, the Mission Possible guys. Still circulating, I believe, Paul. 456 laps now under the wheels of the number 70 car, and looking set fair for a very impressive finish. What can you say? Crack little car. I'm sure you'd thoroughly enjoy a run around here in this, John.
Oh yeah, love it. I think it's exactly the right sort of thing. It looks racy enough without having all the appendages on it. So we are moving into the last 90 minutes. We've got the length of a football match. We won't be changing ends at half time though. This is still a race to the finish. And remember, even with 5 laps between them, that's less than 10 minutes between first and second. So the chase continues for, well, I'm not sure, is it a chase? 2:04.3 from Jordan Groger last time around, just doing what needs to be done. Stefan Mucker some 2 laps behind, so 4 minutes behind this car. The red number 3 illuminating on the door panel, Paul, showing it is in 3rd position overall, but leading A6am. What a result this will be for these guys. Been disappointed in the past. They've had oftentimes the quickest car here, but they have not been able to get that car to the finish and trouble the front of the field. Ferrari have not won here, remember. Only German manufacturers have taken the top step.
No, I mean, I think the order of the day at the moment is really just to get the cars to the finish, but do it safely. I think what they're not trying to do at the moment is to put any stress on anything. Of course, as soon as somebody shows the slightest hint of having a gearbox problem, then all hell will break loose and nobody will know quite what to do. But at the moment, because it seems from the outside that everybody is running smoothly, then, as I say, if there's a little problem somewhere, or if somebody's feeling a tightness in the engine, or all this kind of things, particularly with the Ram Racing car in 2nd place, and this has had a good run, and you were talking about the performance of the Dragon Racing Ferrari. The Ram Racing Mercedes has also had a bit of a dream race, because this is a team that's gone through a lot of problems, and they've put together this superb looking car, and it's been a very good entry as well, and it's had a couple of little hiccups, but it's kept out of trouble and it's kept going very strongly indeed, John, and this again will be a high cause for celebration in that team, the Ram Racing team.
Yeah, this is the place that they made their endurance racing debut a couple of years ago, and Dan Shufflebottom team are back. There's no doubt about that. They've changed machinery, but they are running well. flash of the headlights from the Ram Racing number 30, Tom Onslow Cole, has taken to endurance racing like the proverbial duck to water. A bit of dust on the front of that car. We know that when Rob Barth was in the car, Alexei Vasiliev nerfed him in the door at the hairpin, but other than that, and
not Rob Barth.
Sorry, not Rob Barth. That was the 88 car. I am confusing my British drivers. Sorry, I will go and reset my brain and come back. In which case, the only problem that they've had is the transponder and a few little niggles on a brand new car that had done about 19 miles of racing, 19 miles of running before it got here.
I think, like everybody else, they've had a few runs off track, a little like that one, maybe a bit further than that one on the odd occasion in avoidance, but it certainly is looking very much as the maker intended, isn't it? It's the very pretty livery on the number 30 car.
Yeah, the decisions being made when to pit being the only thing which cost it time, having a bit of bad luck with the Code 60s early on, and one pit stop as a result, going up to 7 minutes, and then towards the end of the race an extra long stop there of 10 minutes whilst they, I think that was whilst they replaced the discs at the front of that car.
You've got Matteo Malicelli at the moment harassing Tom Onslow Cole. Matteo in the number 4 Scuderia Praha car and looking for a way by to unlap himself from the second place car again. This car, the number 4 car, now running 7th position overall, and what's that, 14 laps down on the Ram Racing car. It's been a while since we've seen Matteo at the wheel of a GT car. Had a very troubled start to his United Sports Car Championship season, and is looking for a route by Tom Onslow Cole now. It looked like he might have done it up the inside of the final turn, but Mercedes just has too much power along the start-finish straight. The Ferrari tucked back in again. Number 80 car now there on the pit lane. Back with this battle for track position, but not for overall position, as it now becomes a 3-car train, because these two are now catching Nick Hamann in the RJN GT Academy Nissan. So Nissan on track leading the Ram, Mercedes leads the Praha Ferrari. And that was a slightly risky look up the inside there from Onslow Cole.
What is important about this, though, if Jordan Groger gets by, which he's...
Not Jordan, that's
sorry, it's the other car.
Malicelli.
Sorry, it's Malicelli. He will get a lap back. No need to fight. No. Come on, Matteo. Yeah, very nicely done. Matteo, of course, was the car not involved as he just squeezes by. You've got to be so careful there if you're the car on the inside, because you can be squeezed so much but no more by the cars going by. Matteo Malicelli in that number 4 car, which remember started from the petrol station.
Yep.
He was the car that wasn't involved in Mark Webber's incident at Sao Paulo. He was right there.
That was Matteo Cressoni.
That was Cressoni, of course it was. Yeah.
And these two are still battling away. This is, you had a grandstand view from the £5 seat of Nick Hamann behind these two.
You don't think that Onslow Cole has mistaken it for the Dragon car as well, do you?
Well, I was just wondering
if he's not really focusing, it's a red Ferrari. And
big picture here, Tom, big picture.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Well, it would be important if it was Jordan Groger, because it would put him back on the lead lap, which is what I was going to say.
Exactly.
But this is, well, maybe just Tom having a bit of fun. Tom's only got 15 minutes left before he's in the pits anyway, Paul. So it will come to an end in around about 7 or 8 laps time. Whereas the 4 car, Matteo Malicelli, is just halfway, in fact not even halfway through his stint, 45 minutes in. I wonder if, well, the next 2 cars ahead of Malicelli are AM cars, so he won't improve even if he catches the number 99 or that's the Attempto Racing Porsche, or the 23, which is the Nissan. He should take 1 lap back from the Nissan there, but he's still 5 back.
It's certainly not a point in the race where you want to be too aggressive, is it? There's not a lot to be gained, an awful lot to be lost. And big gaggle of traffic ahead now for the Ferrari to deal with, first of which is the number 91 Mark Focus V8. That's, I think, is that now the class leader? It is. Now the Bezos Mini, and then it's the Mike Racing Mercedes-Benz. Good to see the KPM Golf is back out after that slight whoopsie earlier. The Ferrari deals with that gaggle of traffic in short order and safely, and then comes across the Sayat brothers around the outside of the 135, and I think that's the 80 car ahead. Past those two as well, and coming round now to finish his 548th lap.
Well, we've been talking about some of the class leaders. Car Collection if 6am, by the way, has just done its fastest lap of the whole race with just an hour and 22 minutes to go. Let's go down to the pit area of the SP2 leader. This is the Ryan McLeod ended Mark Focus V8, and the Australian driver Deveshan Padiachi is with Nick Damon.
Your class, and it's a good comeback for the team, isn't it, from some real problems during the course of the last 22 hours.
Yeah, we started the race pretty poorly. We had an oil pump problem, and we spent 1.5 hours in the garage, so we dropped all the way to dead last. And we've just had a clean run since then. We just, we try to keep the motivation up. We knew that we were, down at the start, but just clean driving through the night. And at the moment, everyone's just, we're not about all outright pace. We're just staying out there, no crashes, no accidents. And now we're leading, which is something we wouldn't have thought about 22 hours ago.
Spoke to your teammate Pete Lienhaus, and he was saying, us Aussies never give up, we're never going to give up, we're not going to give up, and it's paid off, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we're fighters in Australia, we don't give up, and it proves that the Mark Australia guys have been really good. We've had trouble with all 3 cars, and all 3 cars are back out there, so it's been good for the team.
The car's an interesting concept. It's a Ford Focus, but it's over a tube frame chassis. Could be anything. What's it like to drive? What would you liken it to? Is it like a V8 supercar? Is it like a single seater on steroids?
It's hard to say. I haven't driven anything. Like I've only driven go-karts, Formula 3, and Porsche. So
just Formula 3.
Yeah, and this is the first. So it is different. It's a lot heavier, but it's over-engineered. It's got bigger drive shafts, like stronger bearings. It'll do 48 hours if you wanted to. So it's actually quite an easy car to drive, and I've had a great time this weekend. I've never done a 24-hour race. I've never raced here or even seen the car until Thursday, so it's been a great event.
So, brings to mind, what made you decide to come and do the Dubai 24-hour? How did your thought process work? I'm going to stop doing a bit of karting, a bit of Formula 3, and I'm going to go and do an endurance race over in the Emirates.
My sponsor was actually meant to race here, and he had something to attend to in Australia, so I think he called us up on 1st of January and told us take our seats, so we just booked the flight, flew straight here. Never seen the track, never done anything like. I've never driven in the dark before, so everything was new this weekend, and it's something to put on the list. Like I want to race overseas again in Europe, and I want to do touring cars and like something like Spa 24-hour endurance racing. So this is something good to have on the CV to go approach teams afterwards.
That's fantastic. Thanks, Dale. Fantastic performance by 91. Why can't I have someone just have something else to do so I can race here?
All right. So the leader in the 997 class is the 25 car up in the top 10. Good run from them. Not clean though, Graham, in fairness.
No, it's what I just should make clear, by the way, the sponsor who was talking about that didn't make the trip, I think, is Tony Quinn, VIP Pet Foods, because it's that branding on the car, and I think business commitments elsewhere kept Tony from actually travelling. It's a grand gesture there to put someone he's backing into that car, and clearly excited by that prospect. Still, John, we have we did until I just noted that the number 997 class car is on pit lane. Those top 3 cars in the 997 class led by the car we're looking at now, the number 25 Black Falcon Porsche, on the same lap with its sister car, the 26, and until just a few moments ago, the number 7 Lechner Motorsport Middle East car too. But a very close-fought battle with these impressive Cup cars. 9th, 10th and 11th overall, the top 3 in that class. And Matteo Malicelli's charge, meanwhile, is beginning to have an impact here, in that he's now, 100 seconds back from the 6th place car overall, which is not a class battle. He's in a pro car. That is, it's Vlasic, isn't it, in the Attempter Racing car, the 3rd position car in A6 AM. But Matteo seems to have kind of target engaged there, and is taking quite slugs of time out of the Attempter car at the moment. 9 seconds last time around. So let's keep an eye on that. There's the 25 car, which is Manuel Metzger. Carries on, and he's dealing very well indeed with the traffic. And his advantage over the sister car, the 26 car, which has Sawa at the wheel at the moment, is about 91 seconds. Keita Sawa, Japanese driver in the number 26.
I know there's been some issues for the 997s, but I still maintain that is a favourite car to run here. They are legion. The 997s particularly are the older version, so you can pick them up at a reasonable price.
You can indeed. You say, John, that some of them have had issues, but the lead car is running in 9th position in a race where over 20 A6 cars started.
Absolutely. 28 A6 cars started. The Racing Divas, we've mentioned this team before. Such a fan favourite wherever they go. They were up at Zandvoort as well. There's that Daihatsu charade again.
And down the start-finish straight coming towards us now is the unmistakable profile of the Nissan GTR.
Will they be happy with second in A6 AM? I think they will.
I think they should be. Let's put it that way.
There is the Mission Possible BMW. The same sort of car as the Divas are running. Now, their goals very, very different indeed.
It's Mark Dillier at the wheel at the moment.
They are 5th, by the way, in class. Now, it's a 6-car class, before anybody says, but they are running inside the top 50 of an 89-car field that started a 24-hour race.
They're running.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen them have an issue.
Not so much, no. No, we haven't.
They lose time in driver changeovers. They know that. They don't ask for any special dispensation because of that. And they have just gone about their job and, gone about their business properly.
Absolutely right.
Paul?
Looking forward to Tom Onslow Cole bringing the Ram Racing Mercedes in for what's probably going to be its last pit stop. It should be able to do an hour and a quarter fairly easily on a full tank of fuel. And Tom will... the only question in my mind is whether he will stay behind the wheel or whether he'll change. No, he'll have to change, won't he? Because he's already been in the car for a full stint. So Tom Onslow Cole to bring the car in, let's say within the next lap or two, I would expect. Whether that will go to Chirag Ayria, Adam Christodoulou, Thomas Jaeger, I'm not sure, because they've kind of changed the rotation on that car during the night in order to do most of the driving without Chirag Ayria, but they put him in the car early this morning. They may put him back in to do another stint now. We'll have to wait and see, but Tom Onslow Cole must himself bring the car in very soon.
So we're moving down towards the last hour of this race. It may be that there's still drama 69 car, Jamie Campbell-Walter, in the pits after a mighty long stint, if it is Jamie in that car.
I'm pretty certain with those 2 stops they must have put another driver in that car.
Pulls into the Gulf Racing UK pit. That looks like Roll Coulter getting in. Who's that getting out? I don't think that's JCW's helmet.
I think that was Stuart Hall.
I think you're absolutely right. 8th position for that car anyway. And Ollie Webb leads for Black Falcon. Matteo Monicelli was involved in the crash at Daytona, wasn't he?
And made a bit of a mess of it, Sebring as well.
Yeah. I got me Matteo's and me Ferraris mixed up. Well, thank you for joining us for this amazing start to the motorsport season in 2015. Quite the best 2015 start I think we've ever had. TM.
For me, it tops the 2015 24-hour races of the year so far.
Yeah, I think this has been the best 24-hour race of the year. 126 with an issue. This being the Team Sally Racing Renault Clio Cup car.
Here it comes. Doesn't look that slow. Oh yes, that's why. Now we see why.
I'm thinking that the left front wheel is
touch of toe in.
Touch of toe in, yeah. Left-handers are going to be much easier than right-handers here. Coming up towards a left-hander at the top of the hill. This is the BRM hairpin. And 15 class, you know, for this little car. And that's a track control arm that's gone there. The wheels, the front wheels on a Clio Cup car of that era are very highly cambered, and it's easy to catch a front wheel on another car. So the Team Sally car coming in at a reasonable clip. The drive shaft is still definitely attached because the left front wheel is still pushing that car forward, but it's at a jaunty 45-degree angle. And getting it into the pit lane and round the corner might be a work of art. How that is going around left-handers, I have no idea. Oh, and the wheel pops round to straight again.
That'll feel better for a moment. Until...
So the left track control arm on the Clio number 126 causing the left front wheel to be at a rather jaunty angle.
That's the Ram car behind this car in pit lane, I think, is it? It is, and it's bolted behind the car. So this is Tom Onslow Cole bringing the 30 car in.
Something less than the pit lane speed limit of 40 kilometres an hour with that little Renault in the way.
How has that wheel popped round the straight and stayed where it was? That's quite remarkable. But he's got it in. As soon as he turns right, though, it's going to pop hard right again. And kicking out down at the Ram pit, Nick Damon.
And the car glides to a halt in front of me, showing a fair amount of old scuffage and damage around the dive planes, both sides looking slightly worse for wear. Out against Tom Onslow Cole, the driver who we expect to take it to the flag will be Adam Christodoulou. So we had already known that Thomas Jaeger had run his last stint. They'd already tweeted that, but they've decided not to put Sherrick Ala in the car, and they're going to finish with Adam. Final tyre going on. It's just as always these Mercedes, it's always getting the driver in which takes the longest amount of time. They are limited, it appears, by trying to squeeze me into the space frame of that letterbox hole, the gull wing, and any second now Adam is going to fire it up, take it away, and he has an hour and 6 minutes to go.
I presume, Nick, that he headed into the fuel bay straight away there.
He's not got there yet.
Yes.
Thank you. Tom staying in the car. He's been in there.
Adam Christodoulou's just got in.
That's interesting.
It changes as they leave the fuel.
Okay. Stint time jump from 1 something to 120 something to 159 though.
Just underline a little as we see the number 10 GT Russian car a bit squirrely there out on track. Real interesting mix of nationalities are going to be involved if this podium stays the way it is at the moment, John. We've got obviously Abdulaziz Al Faisal in the leading car at the moment, and Mohamed Jawab would make it 2 Saudi drivers on the podium, in addition to which we've got 2 other drivers who are based here in the Emirates, both of them in the one of them in Ramcar, because Chirag Arya, I believe, lives in the United Arab Emirates, or he's an Indian national, and Jordan Groger from the Dragon Racing team based here, but of course a South African national. But British drivers in all the top 3 cars at the moment. Ollie Webb, Tom Onslow Cole, Adam Christodoulou, and
so Tom Onslow Cole out of the 30 car, and that means Nick Damon can corral him and have a word with Toc.
Johnson Throwaway calling you Toc. I've got a corral Toc apparently. I just thought I was going to drag him in the back. Well, Tom, that was another long, chunky, difficult stint, and completely different because the temperatures are right up now, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a lot warmer now than in the night stints, but we have the luxury of aircon in the SLS, so you know.
Have you got a CD player as well?
I wish. I can talk to these guys on the radio, but they don't strum together a good harmony. But I think out of all the drivers in the pit lane, I've probably got least to complain about right now.
Well, especially, of course, your car's now running a very comfortable second.
Yeah, I'm not sure how comfortable. I've only just seen the TV, so I was going to go and have a look. But we're currently second, and hopefully we can hang on to that to the end.
I mean, honestly, when you got here with this brand new car and a reformed team, what were your actual hopes? Was just to finish somewhere?
No, I think you always come here planning and aiming to win, so you prepare best you can. But I think realistically, if we were top 5 or on the podium, we're going to go away over the moon. So fingers crossed we can leave with that feeling.
I think you'll be somersaulting over some satellites, that's for sure. Thanks, Tom.
The question from Tom was, how comfortable is their lead? Well, the answer at the moment is about 1 minute and 40 seconds, but I think I'm right in saying that Jordan Groger will need to pit again for fuel at least, Paul.
Absolutely right, yes, and the hard bit is just working out quite where Adam Christodoulou will resume. Depends a little bit how long, if at all, he has to queue for the fuel at the end of the pit lane, and also then how much fuel they put on board, because he's not going to need a full tank full to get him all the way to the checkered flag. He can do it with a part tank.
Apologies. Just said something and the question was answered immediately because it didn't immediately change to Tom Onslow Cole on screen, but it now has. So Adam Christodoulou is now shown in that car. He wasn't as the car actually left the fueling bay. It still actually showed as the car got back on track as being Tom Onslow Cole, but it's all fine.
Somebody has to push a button in another place.
Absolutely. So Ollie Webb still leads the motor race. We've now got 64.5 minutes remaining of the 24 hours. So the number 2 Black Falcon Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG GT3.
Stefan Muckers did a good job this weekend, and but for a little bit of problems with the right rear hub, wasn't it, that they had a couple of issues with. Eventually had to replace the hub assembly.
They also, John, had a problem from probably about halfway through the race with the jacking systems broke, and every pit stop then took an extra few seconds whilst a manual jack was brought out.
And Nick, that car's due a pit stop, I think, is it?
It is, and I can see that it's Johnny Adam who's suited and boosted and will take over from Stefan Mucker. Quite slightly worryingly, there is a trolley jack placed in the position where the the left rear would be. Now, whether that's because we have seen this car, of course, have problems with its air jacks earlier during the night, so that may be to make up for an air jack failure rather than any indication that the car's going to have to go into the garage.
Stefan Mucker made a very, very late decision to come into the pits there and went right across the cross hatching on the entrance to the pits, all 4 wheels. That will be looked at by the team by the team in race control. And he is with Nick Damon now.
He arrives, and again another car that's looking slightly. We can see what that toy jack absolutely is for the left-hand side of the car. The jack's not really getting the off enough. There's a slight failure, I think, on both sides. It's an air system failure. Kind of it's pumped up now by the traditional old-fashioned scissor jack. Already out is Stefan Mucker, and being installed is Johnny Adams. So Paul White will watch as his car come to the end this last 50 minutes or so, an hour or so. Everything seems routine apart from this air jack problem, which is obviously cost him a little bit of time. Certainly when they release the car, it costs him some time. But as we look round, it is interesting how all these leading cars have got lots of little bits and bobs of minor damage at the front. Some of it, I'm sure, from things that are thrown from the track, but a lot of it, I think, from just getting a half an inch too close to other cars and just getting a bit of carbon fibre nibbled off their splitters, and also a bit of crushage to the light fittings and that sort of thing. So even the cars that have been right at the front aren't coming out of this unscathed.
What a lovely noise. Sixth position for the Attempto Racing Porsche. One of the... You know, if somebody said that was a colour scheme from a 917 in the late 70s,
you'd have
go with that.
By that, yeah. I think we're going to see the leader in the pits next time around as well, John. The Black Falcon team are ready, actually with two pits. The 25 997 car. This is the leader, of course, in the class, is at the pit bay now for a driver change, and will lose the lead as a result of that. Keita Sawa will take the lead at least briefly, but I think we're going to see the lead car in immediately after that.
Joe Bradley is down at the Clio 126 that we saw coming in with the broken track control arm, Joe.
Yeah, it wasn't actually the track control arm bit that broke, it was where the track control arm fits to the upright, which, to be honest, is designed to do that. It's designed to shear there rather than a whole steering rack. What that has meant is the team, clearly very experienced in running these Clio Cup cars, had a full upright and strut complete with damper ready to replace. So it was the whole upright with the strut and damper that came out. A new one's been bolted on. That car should be out in about a minute, I would think.
Well, you know that one inside out. It was
absolutely. We didn't have to. We didn't have any rush jobs like that though in Clio Cup. You would have been out of the session, but obviously these longer races, that's clearly what the team's geared up for. Just that eventuality, great to see.
Run a lot of camber on the front wheels, which leaves the front wheels slightly vulnerable because they're sticking out from underneath the bodywork, aren't they, Joe?
Yeah, that's right. You run a considerable amount of camber for such a. But then again, it may look like a Renault Clio. In fact, there the car goes now. It's out on pit apron. That car has never ever been a road car. Renault make those cars as pure race cars, and the front suspension is completely different to the road version of the 197 Clio.
Yeah, Renault Sport doing the business, taking a shell and doing much the same as Porsche do, in fact, with Cup cars. Well, the Cup cars are they do have a production line of sorts. Let's go down to Nick Damon, who's got more for us.
With fresh out the Aston Martin, Stefan Mucker. Stefan, you're in fourth. If you get it at home, you probably come fourth, but I suppose you're disappointed. What was the problem that slowed you so much over the night?
Yeah, actually it happened in the morning. We had a problem with the wheel hub on the rear right side, so we had to change that twice. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of laps there. Otherwise, the car is running really good. We are quick out there. So it's a bit of a shame. A podium would be our hope, but okay, fourth place, not too bad. Still 1 hour to go. Let's see.
You say you had to replace it twice. Was it just bad luck that the first replacement failed, or was there actually kind of a batch problem as such?
No, it was just bad luck.
Now you've just come out. It's the first time I think I've seen you drive all around the world. It's the first time I've seen you look hot and bothered coming out of a car. Is it very tricky out there at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very hot, very dusty, no air conditioning. So yeah, I'm finished now.
I've got a hint for you. If you drive for Mercedes, they have got air conditioning in their cars. So just have a word with John. Say you've got to keep up.
Yeah, I will speak to John about that.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Evan.
A very relaxed Stefan Mucker, the leader, coming into the pit lane. So Nick Damon is going to be busy again as the Black Falcon number 2 with Ollie Webb at the helm is in behind a very, very slow lap 57 Honda Accord. Such an imposing machine, the SLS, coming to the end of its life, of course. A replacement already been seen on road car level, at least. Hjalmar Berman is about to replace Ollie Webb. Nick Damon?
Yeah, I nearly got pulled over by an air hose because they're stopping 2 cars at once. They're stopping the 26 Porsche 997 class car right behind the leader, the number 2 Black Falcon. As you say absolutely rightly, Hjalmar Berman has hopped in. Ollie Webb is helping him do up his belts. But it's an odd decision, I think, by Black Falcon doing both the cars in at the same time. It's caused them, no end of problems, and they've had to already shuffle back the Porsche once. The Porsche is also ready before the SLS, which we know takes a hell of a long time to get the driver belted up, and so he's now having pushed back again. So that's not joined up thinking from Black Falcon, but in fairness, only the Porsche was actually compromised. Oh no, hang on, now there's a kerfuffle as the lap 57 Honda was pushed back to avoid the R8 of Jordan's, and out goes the Black Falcon, almost running over the lap 57 Lollipop man. Fantastic. No harm, no foul.
Phew. It's that time of the race where you really don't want any problems for anybody. It's been so hard fought, and joining us now, I'm not sure I'm going to talk to you about, Darren, because I daren't talk about the 23 car at the moment. Darren Cox, the global head of Nismo at the moment, enjoying the final 56 minutes of this race. Are you enjoying it, or are you gnawing your fingernails down to the quick?
Well, I had my first smile for a while when I heard on a live commentary the word kerfuffle by Nick Damon there. So I think everyone must be getting tired and we're falling back on some excellent words like that. Am I enjoying it? I'm not actually enjoying the racing. I'm enjoying being here because we've got a lot of guests from around the world, both press and from Nissan markets, that are talking about GT Academy and obviously enjoying that. But that means that I don't get to see any racing. I'm making sure that they have a good time and understand what we're up to. So this is the first time I've seen any racing cars going around the track for about 12 hours. So it's good to see, and a fantastic view from your commentary box, John.
Yes, should have brought the Irish specs with me. It's getting a bit bright there. I noticed Nick had his Franks on early on. Don't go away, Darren. We've got a bit of racing to go and a bit of chat to go as well. Ollie Webb has been installed in the leader. He's in the fuel at the moment, and that will be his last pit stop. So, does it take the pressure off then if you haven't seen the racing, Darren, or are you starting to get a little bit worried about looking at a second place in A6M?
No, I think that I think you just get used to it, don't you? Having the pressure of Mardenborough and Szulzicki and Brundle leading Le Mans with 22 hours gone was. You don't get much more pressure than that, so you get used to it. But you still have the same pressure if you're at a brick car night race and watching these guys going around. So you get used to it. But yeah, of course, there's nerves in the garage, and hopefully there's no nerves in the car.
We'll talk specifically about the 23 car in a little while when TV comes back to it. But we talked yesterday more broadly about how important the car culture is to this part of the world, and how this race has brought motor racing into Dubai. This facility apparently works something like 350 odd days a year. You can run 3 different configurations at the same time. Is that the right way to, if you like, light a fire under the interest of people in this area for motor racing?
I don't think there's a silver bullet.
There's not one single answer.
You have to have the facilities, you have to have the track day availability, you have to have high profile races like this, you have to have a Formula 1 race in the region, i.e. just down the road in Abu Dhabi, you have to have accessibility via go-karting. There's a nice go-kart track out the back of here which seems to be well used. Hopefully we continue with the GT Academy programme to give people access to that. As you say, the car culture is significant here. There's a lot of road racing going on as far as I can see, whether it be in Lamborghinis or in Nissan Patrols. So there's certainly a car culture, and I think it just needs to be converted into that. What's interesting is it's not traditional car culture, and we just need to take our brains out, our Western brains, and not just copy-paste what we've done. And things like, for example, at the moment, drifting is massive here, and we've got involved in that a little bit as Nissan. But we can't just do what we've done 30 years ago and expect it to work in a new market.
We're with Darren Cox, the man at the head of Nismo, global head of Nismo, which is, if you didn't already know, the motorsport arm of the Nissan Motor Company. And we're under 55 minutes to go. Now, welcome back to our TV viewers around the world. 52 and a half minutes to go. Darren Cox stands to my right-hand side, anxiously eyeing the 5th place 23 position on the timing screen. Florian Strauss behind the wheel of the GT3 version of Nissan's legendary GTR. Obviously only a two-wheel drive, that car, not the all-wheel drive you get on the street car. We'll talk about how he feels about where that car is and what the last hour will bring in just a few moments' time, but we need to bring you up to date with exactly what's going on at the front of the field. It's Jelmer Berman who has been installed in the Black Falcon number 2 and has around about 8.5, 9 minutes of a lead, if you want to put it into time. That's the better part of 4 laps for Black Falcon ahead of Ram Racing, coming back into international endurance racing at the place where they made their debut a couple of years ago at a GT3 Ferrari. It's Jordan Groger taking that one to the end it's Adam Christodoulou taking that one to the end in 3rd place. Jordan Groger for Dragon Racing is ahead, but needs to stop before the end of the race.
Just had his stop.
Thank you. So he'll drop back. Thank you. Johnny Adam in the Aston Martin is in 4th position. Looking down through the top 30, all of the leaders in the respective classes are inside the top 40. Yeah, 36th. The Mark Cars Australia, the V8 engined tube frame car, is down in 36th position. And with Keith Kasulke on board that. Oh, I took a deep breath there for just a moment. I saw the silver and thought it was the Ram Racing car. It isn't. This is the number 6. It's still tragedy for anybody getting this far. The Gravity Racing International car has had its issues and has come to a halt on the infield of turns 5 and 6. Now, will that bring out...
Currently 26th overall, 8th in A6 AM, John, with Gerard Lopez behind the wheel.
And Gerard Lopez, along with Eric Lux, part of the... currently is still called Lotus Formula 1, about to change its name apparently. It's the rest of the field that's still running. So the little 126 team, Sally Cleo coming in with broken steering. That car's gone back out in here too, the hot hatch category, hard fought as ever. Boots Engineering Racing is the Maserati, one in this race of that, but nice to see another brand here as well. It's not been trouble free for them either. We've probably got somewhere in the region of early 60s cars still running around. There were about 22, 23 that weren't turning laps about an hour ago, although some of those are still being worked on. And though you don't have to cross the line here and take the checkered flag to be on the results sheet, I have a feeling that so many people want to be on that BRM Chronographs results sheet that they will pull the cars out just for the endurance sake of it, because that's what they want to do. And I kind of like that never say die attitude. Rather closer to the front of the field than what we've just been looking at is Florian Strauss in the GTR. Darren Cox, global head of Nismo, is with me. 5th position and 2nd in A6 That's your best finish here, isn't it?
By a mile. We've obviously won the racing class in the 370. We did that last year. We had 2 cars on the podium, and that's why one of the reasons we got the GT3 car here is like, well, we've done that, tick that box, so let's go and see what else we can do. And for you to say those words, Florian Strauss in a GTR in a Pro-Am car in 5th place overall, if you'd have said that to me 23 hours ago, I'd have laughed at you. So it's a fantastic effort so far.
You put the car in the AM category, so you had the 2:04 lap time to go for. Any thought now, or indeed at any time through the race, when I know you'll have been talking to Bob Neville, that you might have had a go at just being unlimited and going in the Pro category?
We'd all be very, very clever if we had hindsight, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
And to be honest, I think the cleverest thing we did was going Pro-Am, because, look, let's just remind ourselves, Florian Strauss has been put in the car to bring the car home because we were a bit marginal on rear brakes, because he's the most experienced guy in the car. He's been racing for 14 months. So he's our pro, if you like, when he's up against a chap called Matt Griffin, who's a Ferrari works driver, and a chap called Rob Bath, who's not a bad peddler, and also, annoyingly, one of our GT Academy judges. So we've tried to get on the radio and tell Rob that's those great phrase, Rob, please confirm that Florian is faster than you, but we haven't got any response yet. So, but the fact is, no, we're in the right class. We've got 4 guys in that car that started racing in September, and for them to be 5th overall with the restriction of having to do 204s is there. To be honest, during the night, it was a struggle to get down to 204s at times in the big traffic, so I think we made the right decision.
Nothing other than a German manufactured car has won this race in the 10 years. It's been Mercedes.
That's a different question you're going to ask me, which is, if we had other drivers available, could the Nissan GTR have had a good result overall? Of course it could have done. If we'd have had a Mardenborough, an Ordonez, a Matsuda and a Buncombe in the car, then you never know, but we would be hopefully chasing the guys at the front, definitely.
This started off coming here as the prize drive for GT Academy, and it has been such a great proving ground for all of those names that you have mentioned. This GT3R now is a very well proven and reliable machine. We're going to see it at Bathurst.
Correct, yeah.
Just the one car again for that, though.
Yeah.
Which is, there's all kinds of controversy about
Let's
that.
not get into that.
We'll not go in that again because we just want to enjoy the motor racing. Competing in Blancpain as well in the Blancpain series. Customers beginning to take it up as well. It was always designed as a customer car though, Darren, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that the 15 car, which was previewed at the Nismo Festival when we celebrated 30 years of Nismo, is another step forward, but clearly this car is very reliable, it's on the pace, but a lot of the cars have been improved year on year, and that's what we'll do with the 15 car.
Does it surprise you as we look at the car that you guys are effectively racing against? That's the leader in your class, 3rd overall, with Jordan Kroger, who, by the way, has impressed me mightily.
I've got to say, he's done a brilliant job. If you look at his lap times, he's just done a 4-6, even at night in the big traffic he's doing 4s consistently, which is fantastic.
They've broken out of their bracket 3 times. Matt Griffin did it 3 times, twice in one stint and once in another. It's been a very, very reliable run for this car. Are you surprised that a Ferrari hasn't won this race, or an Aston Martin hasn't won this race in the past, and it's only been Porsche, BMW and Mercedes-Benz?
That's a question I could never prepare for.
Well, you're an enthusiast. You're an enthusiast.
I am surprised, yes, I guess. Having said that, we know the relative efforts that the different manufacturers put behind their cars, and the fact that Matt Griffin's sitting in a Ferrari means that obviously Ferrari have got some interest in it, but they're in the AM class, so actually they didn't have a chance of winning this time. That driver lineup, 3 out of the 4 of that driver lineup, maybe could have been at the front if they weren't restricting themselves to 204, but I think they made the right decision on that as well from what they knew at the beginning of the race. So maybe I'm surprised, but then if you look at why those other cars have won and which drivers they had and which support they had from the factory in it, then maybe I'm not so surprised. But I think what it is different people realise the benefit of this race at different points, and therefore different amounts of effort going at different times. I think maybe the Germans realise the benefit of this race in this market sooner than some of the other manufacturers.
It's interesting. This is an event that starts now, the FI International Endurance Series. is there still place for one-off events? You could come here and do this one-off event quite clearly. The Nordschleife, Spa 24, Bathurst. A lot of people get hung up on championships, but these are events that gentlemen, wealthy gentlemen, albeit, can come and do with their GT3 car and pick and choose, cherry pick throughout different parts of the world.
Absolutely. I think there is place for individual events, and there's also, I think, a good movement of grouping some of these new individual events together. But absolutely, look at what we do. Maybe now that Bentley's doing that as well. I don't know if that's something they'll continue to do, but pick those, cherry pick those events, as you say, Nürburgring, Bathurst, this race. That people are focusing on those big races and not necessarily doing the championships, but also doing the championships.
Yeah, absolutely. From one head of a major motorsport organisation to another, Bruce Jones with Gerard Lopez down in the pits.
Gerard, you don't need me to tell you 45 minutes before the end of the race, why is the number 6 in the garage?
The gearbox just went, so the drive shaft just went on the straight, so maybe a result of the accident yesterday, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess it runs on. I feel heartbroken for you because 23 and a half hours. There's no chance it can be fixed, you don't think?
We're going to have a look at it, but the result wasn't that great anyhow, so but it would have been good to finish, but it is what it is.
It is. It's the Dubai 23 and a half hours. Anyhow, lots of driving under your belt. Have a good season, Gerard.
That hurts me. I hate to see people going out at this stage of the race. I always remember one of my early Le Mans trips when Jesus Pereira ground to a halt with, I think, about 15 minutes to go after he'd done, I think, pretty much all of the night running, because one of his co-drivers had been injured in the Peugeot support race, as it was in those days, and it ground to a halt at Mulsanne Corner, and he walked away with nary a backward glance. It was awful.
But that was the fact that Gerard's in that car shows what this event's about. He's obviously not as busy as he is during the Formula 1 season. He's a busy guy, but he comes out here and does this event. He's doing it in a GT3 car. Of course, he was on the podium last year with us in the GT4 class, effectively, although they didn't have a GT4 car, and he's now progressed to the GT3 class. So it just shows you that these, as you say, these gentlemen drivers that haven't got, and I'm probably doing them a disservice there a little bit, but that haven't got the time to do it, come and do this race, but also progress. They've moved from GT4 up to GT3 after some success in GT4.
I'm going to ask you a follow-up after we've gone down to Nick Damon, who's in the pit lane. Nick?
Yeah, with the Mission Possible guys, with Matt Warren, who I was with earlier. Matt, how's the race gone? First of all, though, of course, you just had a long stop. Was that a problem, or just checking everything okay for the last 45 minutes?
From what I could tell, it looked like it was down on oil a little bit, and it's probably put the car into some sort of limp mode. So they've topped up the oil, it seemed to rev all right, and it's gone back out. But that is the very first problem we've had with the car all week. So a bit nerve-wracking that it happens with an hour to go. So Gustav's in the car now. He's our number one driver, so he should be able to bring us home.
I mean, it's a fantastic achievement. You're still inside the top 50. I've watched some of your changeovers. You do lose a bit of time, but it's a fantastic achievement for you guys. And once you get out on the track, I mean, do you forget the problems and just concentrate on being a race driver?
Absolutely, and that's one of the great things about doing these sorts of sports and getting back out. And you do sort of tend to feel a little bit isolated and a bit different when you do end up in a wheelchair, because we all come from motor racing backgrounds. I used to race bikes, and the other guys have all got racing backgrounds as well. So it's great to be back out in the car, especially it took me a little while to get used to the car, the controls, the track and everything else, but I've sort of progressed about 6 seconds a lap every session that I've been in the car, so I'm right up with the other guys now. And especially when you start overtaking people, you forget all about wheelchairs and everything else, and you're just an endurance driver, and it feels fantastic.
I mean, it's an important point. I mean, out of it, obviously you don't have the use of your legs. I mean, how do you actually brace yourselves in the car? There's a lot of G-force in these machines. There's a lot of corners in this circuit. Is it perhaps more physically tiring for you than for someone who's got fully able-bodied?
The guys that have got less sort of upper body, they tend to use a little bit more padding around the seat. But I find once you belt it in, you're pretty much in there. So you might have just a little bit of movement, but I just rest on the belts or rest on the side of the seat, and yeah, it's all fine.
And did you get to drive at night as well as the day?
Yeah, we all shared all the different stints. So I actually did the sundown stint and a night stint last night, and then one of the guys went a bit longer than expected, so it was actually daytime when I got back back in the car this morning, and straight away I was about 4 seconds quicker than I was during the night, so very happy with that.
And do you have obviously you're the Australian kind of wild card. Any plans to race with the team again after this?
Most definitely, and the whole idea about this week was to prove the Mission Possible team is a competitive team. I mean, we're sort of in there and we're in the top 50 still now, so we've proved the concept actually works, and now it's all about going out to the corporate world and trying to get the backing to keep on and keep going. I'm actually going to be doing Mission Possible Australia, and we'll see if we can get a team down there. There's a few guys down there in wheelchairs already that want to get involved in motorsport, and we can see if we can start developing more and more drivers, and I'm sure in the not too distant future we'll be right up there with everybody else.
Matt, fantastic. Good luck for the next 45 minutes. Thanks
very much.
Brilliant story, and never complain about not being comfortable in a driving seat ever again when you see those guys. They've done a cracking job, and as I said earlier, I'm going to say it again, people joining, some of them have had to relearn the hand controls because they're not the same as the vehicles that they run. So it's not just meeting a new set of people that they've got together with on the internet. It's not just learning a new circuit, it's learning a whole different control system. It's like taking the pedals and steering wheel out of a normal car and saying to somebody racing it. It's brilliant stuff. Darren Cox is with us. The question I was going to ask Darren, Gerard Lopez is here. Toto Wolff won the first race here 10 years ago. Lots of people who are in motor racing still are involved in motor racing. Is it important to keep the link? Somebody like you, head of Nismo, big motor racing part of Nissan's planning and going forward. Is it important to keep the link with grassroots motorsport and motorsport generally, as well as looking at the big high value programs?
I think you've got to understand everything. By the way, I wouldn't call this grassroots.
No, it's not. Sorry, no.
Yeah, you've seen me. I obviously with the GT Academy guys, we go to a lot of club races. I go to club races because I'm a fan as well. But you've got to understand that. Others who don't understand the business model, you've got to know what's happening, and I think that's that's definitely the case. And I think it's
is that the mistake some people make, that they think that it's only about the top and everything below it doesn't?
You're trying to make a Formula One comment here, aren't you?
No, not at all. I'm talking about how people attack a motorsport project.
Well, I think motorsport project in isolation, no, because you can be very focused on that. But I think if you're doing, we've got to link what we're doing at GT3 level back to our road cars, and therefore we've got to understand what people that are going to buy those road cars want to do and what they're involved in. How many Zs are racing around the world, that sort of thing. So I think you've got to, if you're running a wide program and you've got your not just motorsport, in my case it's also the road cars as well, you've got to understand every element of what's going on, and I think that's why you can then make some different decisions to other people, because you're not going down the same route as everybody else. We've just been having a planning meeting this morning while there's a race going on at 8 o'clock this morning, about what we do with GT Academy, and everyone thinks it's a sacred cow now and you can't touch it, and I'm like, just blow it up. Let's just get what else could we do? Let's go and do something different. Do we have to do it at Silverstone? Do we have to do they have to come and do GT racing? Why don't they go and do rallycross? I mean, we think you've got to be innovative and see what's happening. Rallycross is on the up, as I mentioned. In this region, drifting is on the up. In some of the India, for example, off-road racing, and not the off-road racing we'd know, but sort of point-to-point racing, if you like, is on the up. And if I didn't know that, then I just force everyone to do GT racing. That isn't necessarily the answer for everybody. So to answer your very short question with a very long
There's
answer.
no magic bullet.
There's no magic bullet. Of course there isn't. And if you try and copy everything everywhere, I mean, Formula One's been very successful at doing that, but it's a very strong brand. But other than that, you can't have the same model in each market. It just won't work.
What's the next thing for you? Where are you off to next in the world, and what's the project?
I'm back. Luckily, I'm back in the UK next week, and then I'm trying to think Japan the week after. So spend a lot of time, obviously, with the engineers in Japan, with the Nismo guys. We've got 180 engineers there, both on road cars and the racing
What's
side.
What's the next Nismo road car we're going to see? We've seen Duke. We've obviously got GTR. We've got 370.
we previewed a Pulsar Nismo at the Paris Motor Show, which I'm sure you saw, John, the excellent Pulsar RS concept. So we're going sort of down that route. But the one that's just been launched, which hasn't really seen much light of day yet, is the Nismo Duke RS, which is the Nismo Duke worked really well, but now we've got an RS version, and I would suggest you get along to your local Nissan dealer and have a go, man, because it is a mega piece of kit.
And it is more horsepower. It's not just a body kit.
220 PS, but with a really nice differential in it, which means you've got a huge amount of grip through the front wheels. I mean, it's great piece of kit. But thank you for reminding me to mention road cars there, John.
Part of your remit, I think.
Thank you for reminding me as we stand at a motor race here. But I think, just to say, I said it at the beginning when I was here, the organisation of this event is fantastic. It's grown massively in the last 10 years. Creventec, the organiser, should be congratulated for that. I can only see it growing further. It's a great event. The fact it's live on live TV around the world, streamed on Radio Le Mans, these guys know how to do it. And the thing I'm really looking forward to, I don't know if you can see the top over the back of the grandstand, is the celebrations after the race. Wait until you see what's going on behind there, John. I saw it walking in the paddock. We've got some dancers and some jugglers and some look like circus artists who are going to come onto the grid. So they do different stuff. It's not just a motor race. This is also for the fans locally.
And is this the only time that you can say that you aspire for one of your drivers to be on a camel? Because if that's the case, they've been in the top 3.
It's a bit random, isn't it? But, unfortunately, we're not going to be on a camel. It looked like if we keep going around, we're going to be on the podium, which honestly we didn't believe possible at the beginning of the race. So what a brilliant job these guys that have got 3 and a bit years experience between 5 of them are doing, stroking it round there. It's really good.
Best to Bob, Liz and everybody down in the pit for RGN and for the GT Academy team. Thanks for spending some time with us, and we'll keep our fingers crossed for you, Darren.
Well, thanks for the great job you do, and it's always great to hear the fans' feedback as we talk about this sort of stuff. As I mentioned, we've got to keep close to the fans and understand what's right and what's wrong, and we don't do everything right, but hopefully with some of the stuff we do and the openness that we give on most subjects is appreciated by everyone.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one. It's Darren Cox, the global head of Nismo, who's with us in the studio. Paul Truswell, we've got half an hour left to go. There will be pit stops, and it's still a bit scary. Got to come in, get the car turned round, get it back out again.
Well, I'm not sure there will be very many pit stops, actually, because I think we've had most of the final pit stops. The only reason why we might need to bring somebody in is in case they're about to overdo their 2 hours. But the only one who looked like he might get close to that, Jordan Groger, stayed in the car at his last pit stop, which was happening just as you were doing the rundown on the screen there. I'm just trying to work out what kind of number of laps we're looking at, and I'm looking at about 603 or
so we're still going to get 600 in. That's good.
However, there's only be one car that will get 600 because the rest of the field are I say the rest of the field. Adam Christodoulou is charging on as fast as he can in the Ram Racing Mercedes, but he's 4 laps behind. So I think he'll be doing well if he does get to the 600 lap mark. In terms of gaps, the chase is on, if there is a chase allowed, between the 2 Black Falcon Porsches, the ones in the 997 class that are first and second in the 997 class. They're either lining themselves up for a photo finish or they're building themselves up for a grandstand finish, and it's going to be very close indeed between the 2 of them. We'll see. They're 30 seconds apart at the moment, and at the moment the number 26 car is closing in on the 25 car. 26 is in the hands of Anders Fjordbach, and the number 25 car, which is the one at the moment that is being chased, is in the hands of Christian Raubach. So the 2 Black Falcon cars have had a great run there in the 997 class, first and second.
Got a bit of business to do, half an hour to go. We will need your thoughts for the Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award, something we always do on RadioLeMans.com. It's absolutely unofficial, there's no real trophy, but it's from you, the viewers and the listeners. Paul, you nominate?
I've got an easy one, because it's the person who types in the number for number 30 every time it goes round, because I'm sure when that transponder broke, they thought, oh, it'll be out soon. And it's gone out, and it's going to do 600 laps at the end of this one. So there's 600 manual entries that's been done by somebody.
And the driver changes as well on that car.
Yes, indeed.
Mission Possible, the number 70, that could be your spirit of the race award. What about the number 7? The Lechner racing car being up and down like a yo-yo and sits in 3rd position. That's going to be a finish on the podium. Maybe it's the 23 Nissan GT Academy drivers, Florian Strauss, for me, for what he said on the grid, just getting a little bit nervous about the fact that with 14 months behind him in his racing career, he was the most experienced driver. We had Steve Hodgson here earlier on, who didn't even get to race this weekend.
But what a spirit!
Stayed to watch.
What a spirit!
Stayed to watch. Should have been in the STP car. The stories, as Joe Bradley said, a soap opera behind every single shutter door. What about you, Nick? A quick one from you?
I've got 2. The first is the return of Ram Racing, which is kind of a thing for RLM. And the second is obviously I think the spirit of the race always goes to the car that's been in the most bits, gets repaired and finishes. And that's Scuderia Praha, Peter Cox and the Czech Republic drivers with their Ferrari 458.
There is the 54 car, of course, which did the whole race, or at least how far it went, on 2 drivers. Sadly, it only got about 3 hours in. Bruce, your thoughts on spirit of the race?
Why did Nick have to have 2 choices? Because his second choice, Scuderia Praha, was the one I was going to go for.
You can have that as well.
No, I'll branch out further. Let's go for Mission Possible, because what they've done in this race, in the heat, through the night, my hat is off to them. But, there are so many stories up and down the pit lane, and I'm sure I'll think about some more in a few minutes, but I'll stick with what I've gone with.
OK, thank you very much, guys. Vote for them, vote for something else entirely, and you do this on Twitter, at Radio Le Mans. Use the hashtag SOTR, Spirit of the Race, SOTR, and just put your nominations in there, and the responsible adult will total them up. And whilst we're talking about using Twitter, we do have a post-race tech, and we'd like to use the hashtag 24PRT, 24PRT for post-race tech. If you've got any questions about the racing weekend or what's been happening here in Dubai or even further afield. And coming after post-race tech will be our report from Daytona. Shea and Jim have been out there for us. The Saturday report comes up straight after post-race tech, and then another extra programme will be straight after that, will be Inside IMSA. Scott Atherton giving us exclusive access to how an organisation like IMSA actually works in its first season of running a combined race series. So they're looking back at their first series. Scott Atherton, Inside IMSA, after the Daytona update from Shea and Jim. And before all of that, as soon as the checkered flag has fallen and we've got our TV duties out of the way, we'll continue on radiolemans.com with post-race tech. And your questions, please, at Radio Le Mans, hashtag 24PRT. Right, Paul. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, everything crossed. Adam Christodoulou in second place, still 5 laps away, and just counting down everybody now. We're not going to have a grandstand finish in any of the classes, I don't think, this year. Well, there's only 30 seconds between the 2 Black Falcon cars and a further 30 seconds back to third in the 997 class. 3 cars separated by 90 seconds.
Absolutely right, and you can't hope for much more than that in a 24-hour race. It's more common that they get spread out like they have done. Yes, I suspect that there is some flat-out driving being done by Anders Fordbach as he tries to ensure that it is a Black Falcon 112, as it were, in the overall results and in the 997 class. The other one, of course, is Jordan Grogor holding on in the Ferrari, the Dragon Racing Ferrari. He's wound off his lap times quite a lot to keep things a bit more relaxed in that Ferrari team. And it's been a good performance from Jordan, perhaps somebody that isn't always thought of as being a top-flight GT driver.
Darren Cox had noticed it, hadn't he?
Well, quite so, and he's been one of those drivers who has certainly helped his cause no end in this race.
He has grown in stature every year that we have seen him here. Simple as that. And quite clearly, he will be a force to be reckoned with. Maybe he's the spirit of the race. I don't know. It's hashtag SOTR2 at Radio Le Mans, please. At Radio Le Mans.
Another car with possible problems, or it might just be precautionary. The number 79 crew were running up the pit lane to greet its driver as the car arrived in the pits. Number 79, then one of the BMWs making its way down the pit lane now, half on push power, half on real power. This is the RTR Projects. Sorry, no, it's not. It's the Duo Racing BMW M3. I knew we'd had it before. Maurice Faber bringing that car in. 4th place in Class A5. Team mechanics now looking underneath the car. This is exactly the sort of thing that makes you feel nervous, doesn't it, John, as the last-minute gremlins begin to strike. And the number 6 Gravity Mercedes as well, showing no signs of coming out again. Gerard Lopez did say that it was probably done for the day, but they're still running about with the number 79, the Duo Racing BMW, and trying to work out what's to be done there. They're putting it on the dolly wheels, and it's going to go back into the garage. They've got 23 minutes to get it working, and then they can get it back out onto the track. But so far as its classification is concerned, 5th place in Class A5 is what it's looking at the moment. Car number 79 this is, so another car with a little bit of drama going on. As far as the 997 battle is concerned, well, I've convinced myself that Christian Raubach is slowing down in order to wait for Anders Fjordbach. Once Anders Fjordbach catches up, then I suspect the pair of them are going to prevent the Lechner Racing 997 from catching up. But you're absolutely right, it's only a minute behind, but I suspect that that's a minute that they'll be able to protect over the remaining 20 minutes or so of the race. Another last-minute pit caller is the number 67 into the pits.
Joe Bradley has joined us. We'll have a chat with him when we get back with our team. Well, we'll have a chat with him now, but we'll keep him here for the audience. Awful time. You've been a team manager running cars in not as long a race as this, Joe, but you get towards the end of the race, it doesn't matter what position you're in, but particularly after a 24-hour race, you don't want to have a drive shaft, a driveline issue as the 6 car for Gerard Lopez has. That half an hour to go, that is a heartbreaker.
That's cruel, isn't it?
It is cruel.
I mean, you know, I have no idea what. I mean, it's intense. Being on the pit wall, being any part of any of those teams down there, no matter what you do, whether you make the team, make sure the crew's all right, or working on the car. It's intense. It's intense from the moment you get here. Right now, everyone is completely wrecked and are running on just the last dregs of adrenaline, really, and have just got the end in sight. And to be cruelly punished by a drive shaft, but you know what, that's where you just suck it up and you get on with it and you just deal with whatever's in front of you.
Well, we wondered if they'd be working on the car after Gerard Lopez bought the number 6 Mercedes in, and they are, but only to polish it and put the tools back in the toolboxes. So
that's annoying.
Total deflation for the guys. But anyhow, I suppose you could look at it. For Gerard, obviously he said we weren't heading for a good result, we wanted to get some racing in. They got nearly 24 hours. 23 and a half is close.
Just had a bit of a panic there, seeing a replay, and again great pick up from the guys on tape and replay of part of the bottom of the Aston Martin number 28 coming off, except it wasn't. It was the numbered door square from the 163 Ginetta that had been flapping around earlier and finally had dropped itself onto the start-finish line and was blown up by the car as it went by. So the end of the race is the checkered flag is only the end of the race. Our chat continues on radiolemans.com, #24PRT, and we'll go through your questions and points at Radio Le Mans, #24PRT, please, and also your nominations for the Robin Goodman I Respect Man or Person or Spirit of the Race Awards. The I Respect Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award, #SOTR, once again to @Radio Le Mans on Twitter, please. Let's get those in as quickly as possible, and we will be able to give you some results before we go off the air. Nick Damon?
Yeah, the 67, the GDL racing car with obviously featured the Brahms father and son, sneaked into the pits, I'm afraid, the car, and it sneaked in trailing fluid. Now, I haven't got CSI Dubai Mr. Bradley here, but that to me is water and not oil, because my foot doesn't slip on it. So it's leaking water. They've attached a computer to it. It's parked in, nosed in into the garage. They have tried to download what the problem is. There's a lot of standing around and looking, and my belief is that it's probably, if it's got an overheating problem, my guess is that the best they can hope to do is to push it out backwards and run it for one lap at the end, but effectively I don't think it's going to run for the other 15 minutes of the race, John.
Thank you. Joe Bradley is alongside me. Joe, your first taste of the Middle East and of the Hankook Dubai 24 hours, and well, some thoughts.
The thing I love about this event is the fact that we're talking about Renault Clios, we're talking about Porsche Cup cars, BMW Cup cars, we're talking about household garage specials. That I've seen all sorts of stuff down there, and the just the diverse levels of amateurs and professionals all in the same mix and respecting one another, just like you would expect. It's an absolutely unique and fantastic event. When can we do it? We really need to do it.
Next year,
we put a car.
Every time I come to these races,
there's Darren Cox.
I want to do it. Don't. He'll only want to do it as well. You know what you know what he's like. Spirit of the Race Award. Well, you've been down in the pitch. You've been in the trenches, if you like.
The whole lot.
There's been lots of it this year.
I know, that's the thing. You know,
old school, wasn't it, this year?
I coined it at the beginning of the week. There's been a soap opera behind every garage door, and
that's a T-shirt.
Spirit of the Race. My God, there are so many down there. There are so many. There's the Spirit of the Race right there on TV.
Yeah, right there. The Hofer Cooper Racing BMW are in their class on podium.
Well, the Aston Martin is in the pits again as well, and this is going to be
Let's go down to Nick Damon. Nick, what's going on down there?
It looks like a driver change. Looks like decided that where they are is where they're going to finish, so they're going to let Paul White take the car home. They're cleaning out the radiator at the front, diving down to that sort of big scoop where the air is funneled through the centre of the bonnet. Out has got Johnny Adam. In, I believe, is indeed getting Paul White. So they've had a chase. The chase hasn't worked, so they're going to let the man who owns the car take it over the line and then come in and look at how on earth he's going to pay for the repairs it needs, mainly at the front.
Yeah, absolutely. Meantime, Yelmer Berman continues serenely, 2:07.5. Probably one of the slowest race laps that car's done through the whole event. Black Falcon, Paul, are the local favourites always when they turn up for these events. They didn't look their usual selves in the early part of the week, but we said they may have just been either off their game or looking to do the race a different way. It certainly paid off for them in the end.
Well, I think Bernd Schneider gave us a clue, because he admitted, I think it was to you, Joe, but I can't remember to whom he was speaking, that the balance wasn't right on the car. And it was a brand new car, and they tried all sorts of things, but they couldn't find what was wrong with it. That was on the number 3 car. The number 2 car was perfect, and they just couldn't get the balance right on the 3 to make it the same as the 2. You're absolutely right. They didn't look completely dominant. And there was always this...
were they actually fastest in any of the sessions? I don't think they were.
No, I don't think they were.
And when you said that, Paul, I didn't get an opportunity to disagree with you on air. There was just something about that, whether it was an instinctive thing that I was feeling. It was kind of like, for Black Falcon, see Dark Horse. because that's what they were. They may not have been at the forefront of any of the sessions, but there was something in the way that they were going about their business. They were sticking to their programme, whatever that might be, through the practice, through the qualifying. They knew what was needed in the race, and they never wavered from that. And yes, you know what, Bernd Schneider's a race driver. He will never have a race car that is totally and utterly satisfactory. They'll always be looking for that something.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair comment. I think the other point which made them into, if not favourites, then something more than a dark horse was the fact they didn't win this race last year. That hurt because they should have won this race last year. They had problems. They couldn't overcome the problems, and this is their local race. It is their race to win.
The Dragon Racing guys, there was respect there, wasn't there, from Darren Cox to these guys who've been racing pretty much the whole race. They'll stand on the overall podium as it stands at the moment. They'll win GT. The tactics, the decisions, they were made correctly at the start of the week for these guys. Could they have gone for an overall victory? Well, maybe, but they didn't feel that they needed to, and it's been a long, hard road for the Dragon guys as well. Yes, they've got some very good drivers, and I've got to tell you that Jordan Groger, for me, is one of the drivers of the race. And that's not spirit of the race. That he, again, just impresses me more and more every time I see him.
Well, and Mohamed Jawa, because...
yes, good point. Good point.
He stepped up to the plate as well and didn't put a foot wrong, so... you can't do better than go out there and do everything that's being asked of you. And in a 24-hour race, people tend to up their game, and there's a lot of people who've done that this weekend.
Guys standing in a group there at the head of the 79 BMW. Remember when we did 24-hour kart races and you had a season of motorsport stories from one event? That's what they're starting right now. And then I did this, and then we went...
That 79 BMW should have been written off. that whole rear end was stoved in. And they've twisted the metal back into some semblance of order at the rear. I mean, clearly the suspension pickup points weren't affected, or else that would have been... Or it may have been. They pulled the wheel on that and off they've gone. Yeah. I wish you didn't get a close-up of it's the right rear quarter, and the rear boot, which has the wing on top of it, has bungeed down. Excellent. With the bungee the size of your arm. Absolute desert tactics, as we would call it.
Very good. 603 laps probably. Hashtag SOTR for the Irish Spec Robin Goodman Spirit of the Race Award to @Radio Le Mans on Twitter. And don't forget your questions, opinions, points of view for post-race tech to hashtag 24PRT Radio Le Mans again on Twitter. Johnny, step into where Joe is at the moment. Another one of our newbies here this weekend. Our other commentator here who has done a fantastic job. Johnny, first of all, thank you for being here, and thank you for giving me a bit of time away from the microphone. First of all, have you enjoyed it?
Oh, thoroughly, yes. It's been a job to keep on top of what's been going on in all 9 classes at times, and there's always been something to look at. I mean, the sheer dominance of the number 2 car has pleased me in part because it was my shout ahead of the race. You asked us all to predict.
You had to bring it up, didn't
It's not bad, is it? Beginner's luck, I know, for this event. First time I come here, and I managed to pick the winner. But, I assume I do. There's still 11 minutes to go.
Don't get too cocky.
All right, sorry.
The event itself has a particular atmosphere. We go to a number of 24 hours, and we've got Daytona coming up next, and you've done Le Mans and the Nürburgring. 24 is the common denominator there, as it is with this. But those 3 events that I've just mentioned here, Le Mans and the Nürburgring, could be no more different if they tried.
You're quite right. I mean, I'm a fan of circuits that generally, I'm a fan of circuits that kind of take you on a journey, and you can see a little bit of the lap, but they disappear. I mean, in the case of the Nürburgring, to different villages. Yeah. And kind of, such a real fast journey, lap, and you go on a journey and you kind of come back, and that's one lap done. This place, it's all sort of laid out in front of you. I mean, you made the analogy a little earlier on in the week about track design to the man indeed who planned this place out, and compared it to Scale Extrig on your tabletop, and it's a little bit like that from our point of view, in that you can see virtually every corner. That has meant that I've just been that little bit closer to every team, because you can see every lap that they've competed in, and you can see the various problems that they've had. So, a car comes to a halt at turn 7 and you witness it being picked up by the intervention vehicle and wheeled back through the inroads, and then you see it arrive at pit lane and all the work required on it, particularly, for instance, the 79 squad. I still don't know whether they've given up on that car, but it's had so much incident. So it just brings you a little bit closer, I suppose, and I hadn't necessarily put into my like for circuits somewhere like this.
We've had a change in the Black Falcons in the lead for the 997 class, because they've switched themselves around to be properly German and numeric in order. So the number 25 car, Christian Raubach, has got ahead of Anders Fjordbach, 25 ahead of 26. Now Fjordbach is right on the tail of Raubach, and I assume that's all kind of team orderly, because Raubach's times have now Fjordbach's times have now recuperated a little bit, but they've only got a minute of an advantage over the Lechner Racing number 7 car. So I think it's all well under control, but the two Black Falcon cars have swapped the order in the numbers 1 and 2 positions in 997 class.
Nick Damon?
I just wondered that it's interesting they've done that, especially as the winning drivers will get a very nice expensive watch and the second place don't. But do you think perhaps the car that's now in the lead is a full season entry, whereas the other is a one-off, and they're already thinking about the championship?
Don't know, but trust you to think about the watch.
It's all about
because
the watch.
Every man needs a good watch.
Absolutely.
We've got a bit of drama. Now, is this just the Seat number 90 taking it easy, coming towards the end of the race? No, it's too far away. There's still 8 minutes to go. He's trundling offline amongst all of the huge amount of rubber debris that's there. I would call them marbles, but they're more like squash balls. Bert Schneider looks on from the pit of the team Black Falcons Abu Dhabi pit wall. And Bruce Jones has...
Well, a late pit visitor. It's the Bezaplast Mini that's been going so well, but fear not.
Later.
It's only for a little spot of fuel, but by golly, they've left that late, haven't they?
They really have. Sorry, Bruce, go ahead.
Sorry, 67, the Brahms times 2. Houseman, and I'm trying to remember the fourth driver. The number 67 Mercedes, it went into the garage a short while ago. It's come out again. Nick was correct. Maybe he will win a watch. And is coming back into the race for the final lap.
Okay, thank you. Some final thoughts from you, Bruce, before you get involved in the media scrum in a few minutes' time, and I'll go to Nick as well after that. Another enjoyable event.
Absolutely. It's funny, it's my third Dubai 24 hours, and everyone has been completely different, and that's what I really, really love. You just have no way of predicting what's going to happen, and as the teams all start to go up on the pit wall, just the amount of emotion and hugging, it is a fantastic event, and it's only getting better.
It's hashtag 24PRT for questions, comments to us after the race is over, post-race tech, and hashtag SOTR for the I Respect Robbie Goodman Spirit of the Race Award. Hashtag SOTR, both to at Radio Le Mans. 600 laps in the book for Jelmer Berman.
I've had a nomination in from Marcus Mai for the Spirit of the Race, if I can put that into the
absolutely, stick it in
order.
there.
It says has to be Mission Possible.
A lot of people saying that. The responsible adult is doing the totaliser. Even as we speak, we'll keep it open for another couple of minutes, but no more. Nick Damon, your thoughts on the 10th anniversary of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai?
Every year it gets bigger and better, higher quality. I think it's interesting. I think I've had a conversation with Graham actually, that the extra potential 10 or 11 cars really suddenly made the whole thing seem overcrowded. So, I think that there were maybe heresy to start with. There were too many cars, which is probably why they managed to thin themselves down so quickly. But once the race hit a rhythm, it's fantastic. And I think Joe may have to copyright that soap opera behind every garage. He's absolutely right. I mean, every single there was one garage where they actually all 3 cars were out within 4 hours. And there's other garages where they've been phonetically repairing the same car for 22 of the 24 hours. But again, absolutely fantastic race, and the only place anybody with any interest in motorsport wants to be in January, that's for sure.
The Spirit of the Race Award will be announced in post-race tech, so we'll leave that open until the checkered flag. Graham Goodwin is here from dailysportscar.com as we've got the 90 car off at the side of the road. It hasn't made it round, and the Maserati, I think, was it that the Maserati involved?
Yes,
it was. That's going to be an issue for the end. They might just be getting themselves out the way to run in. Graham, quick word from you with 4 minutes to go before the end of the race. DSC, dailysportscar.com here with photographer and reporter, and you've been involved with us as well. I thought it was interesting what Bruce said. We've been here a number of years now, and each of the races have been very, very different.
Very different indeed. Just one quick minor point of interest is the positional change we've just seen for 19th position of all things has got Lee Mole in the 888 BMW team he owns, having overtaken the SP3 leading Optimum Motorsports Ginetta, a team he used to own. In fact, those two teams ran a Ginetta together in the British GT Championship a couple of years ago, I think. But it's been a great event. I think the edge has slightly been taken off the battle at the very head of the field because of the attrition in the Pro class, but the battle beyond that has been absolutely spectacular down through the remainder of the top 10. It shouldn't ever take away from the brilliance of the team that looks like it's going to win this race, but neither should it take away from the brilliance of the team of the car we're looking at the moment on screen, the 88 Dragon Racing car, locally based here of course, and they have run as perfect a race as I think I've ever seen, John.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Thank you, Graham, and thank you for your hard work in helping us get through the very long 13-hour and 20-minute night-time session here. So with 3 minutes to go, it won't be long before that car is starting its last lap. Coming through now. Ooh, might be this one and one more unless they slow right down here. Yelmer Berman may have timed this
one and one more.
Yeah, might have timed this just slightly wrong, so that'll be 6:03 if that is the case. You can see that quite clearly that the guys are starting to ease back and bunch up. It's quite a dangerous time, actually. 53 seconds between second and third here, with Jordan Groger still pushing 2:05.999. Paul White is bringing the Aston home. Florian Strauss rightly bringing the 23 Nissan GT Academy Team RGN GT3 GTR home. He's got plenty of time in the bank. I'm just making sure nobody's made a horrible miscalculation. Jordan Groger is the one closest to his time with a 1 minute 53, 1 hour 53 already rather, but with just 2 minutes to go, he's going to be fine.
Yeah, the problem will be for him
one more lap
if there's an extra lap, because by speeding up, then Yelmer Berman in the Black Falcon car can actually get through and do 604 laps, and at the moment he's around about 30 seconds short of that.
Bruce Jones?
You were talking about people cutting it fine and the car heading for victory almost untroubled in A2. The Rudy van der Straten Honda just came in for its fuel stop, and I thought, I hope he gets back out before the flag's flown. I don't know where he'd stand in the rules on that one. Paul?
He would still win, because it doesn't actually matter if you're running or not at the checkered flag, it's where your position is. So from that point of view, it's another prevent it, keep it simple rule. You don't have to worry about 6-minute final laps or crossing the line, taking the checkered flag. It's really just all about what is your position at the end of the race. I'm surprised he's actually had to do another stop, because I thought he'd be able to make it on his tank full, but that car, the A2 leader, is still the one with the least time in the pits of anybody out there for the whole race. As it was last year, the A2 leader seems just to spend least time in the pits.
So here is Yelmer Berman for the Black Falcon team. He comes through to complete the lap, and
30 seconds early.
30 seconds early, yeah. So one more on the one more. It will be a win for Abdulaziz Al Faisal, Hubert Haupt, Jelmer Berman and Ollie Webb. Good run by Ollie Webb as well. Very sensible head on that young man's shoulders. He's got a real future in endurance racing. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, I think, held his hand up. In fact, all of that team did, let's be honest. The 4 drivers there, they barely missed a beat throughout the race and did it in a less dominant, perhaps, manner than we've been used to seeing the Black Falcon racing team from Germany. The time is about to expire, and it has
expired
now.
But
yeah. So this is the last lap. It will be 604 laps, nowhere near a record. Thanks go to our technical team, Quattro Media, Florian, Stefan and the whole of the rest of the team, particularly to Ulf over here, who has kept us on the air. Back in London, Becky and Tim this week. The responsible adult Eve Hewitt, to Nismo Global, our sponsor, and to everyone around the Autodrome, including Phil Hansen, Cafe Nero and everyone else who have made our lives nice and easy. It's been a 24-hour race that has not been without incident. It's not been without stories. Everyone will take something away from this. Quite a few cars will not make the finish, but they will still have learned something, and it looks as though that the Hankook 24 hours for 2015, the 10th running, is moving this event into a new era. Almost 30 GT3 cars took the green flag, 89 cars a new record, and coming out on top of all of them and out of the final corner, Jelmer Berman brings it home and goes to the pit wall. The Nissan right there alongside as well. That will be second place for Florian Strauss. What a great run for them. Second in 2:30, 88 and 28. Then the fifth position, 23, 4, 99, 69, 26 and 25. But you knew that because you were watching on great timing and scoring on the internet. And the class winners will come through as well. Nick Damon is already down by the winning team. Nick?
Yeah, there's, as you expect, mass celebration. The 2 of the drivers are still sitting on the fence. I think they're waiting to see if they can get their Porsche 997 colleagues from Black Falcon through. Hubo Haupt, who's one of the drivers who's not quite so acrobatic over here. If I can grab a quick word with Hubert. Hubert, fantastic result for the Black Falcon number 2 team. Absolutely perfect run for you.
Yeah, and we have a new lap record, 604 laps. No one did before us, so that's absolutely fantastic. The car was perfect, no problems at all. We were just racing.
I mean, it's an interesting situation. This year, it was just really about doing your own thing, not a single problem, was there?
Yeah, we had one single problem. I lost something in the car and we lost a minute there, but everything else was working absolutely perfect. So, perfect race.
Thanks indeed, Hubo. Okay, so let's see if we can grab as they come down off the wall, and it's Ollie Webb. Ollie, well, Ollie, you started 2015 like you finished 2014 as a champion ELMS last year, and now champion of the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Yeah, great feeling. It's a good way to start the year for some more wins, hopefully.
It does seem remarkably easy. While all the others are having problems, you just kept on turning the laps.
Yeah, we just kept on extending that lead. The team were absolutely unbelievable. All the teammates absolutely great, and we're all on a great pace, so happy.
So how many more 24-hour races are you doing this year?
Oh, as many weekends as I can fit in.
Thanks, Ollie. Abdulaziz Al Faisal, the other teammate who's not in the car, obviously we can't do Gilmore, he's actually driving at the moment, so grab Abdulaziz. Fantastic, a win in the Emirates. It must be a really special feeling.
It is. I mean, we fought so hard to win this race, and it's my 9th year here, so finished 2nd, 3rd and 4th, and this time it's 1st, so feeling really good.
What was the secret? Because your car always seemed better than the number 3 all weekend.
The drivers are better. No, I mean we really did a good pace, and we had a really good setup with the car, and 3 of us as the drivers, 4 of us, we were really lapping the same lap time, so it was really good.
And the most important question, is it you riding the camel?
No, that's Elmer riding the camel. I've had enough camel riding.
Thanks, Adam. Okay, we now need to move ourselves and the camera guy off the side, so I shall... and we'll go and find all the other successful guys.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Damon there with the winners in A6 Pro and overall 604 laps. I'm not sure that is a lap record, actually, but it's still a win.
It's one more than last year. I think that's what you're
right, yes.
to.
OK, but 2 years ago there was...
628 in 2012.
As the course closing car, along with a couple of the Dubai police vehicles, heads onto the circuit. Jordan Groger coming back in the 88. That will be the A6 AM winner, and this has been a great run, Johnny, for the 88 team. Another local team, of course, the Dragon Racing guys. They've wanted this victory for a very long time.
Certainly for 12 months, because Rob Barth reminded us that at 13 hours into last year's race, the car was in second position, I think, and it was a A6 AM car 12 months ago, looking for an overall podium spot. Well, they've had to wait 12 months for it. But yeah, fabulous stuff from all four drivers in the number 88 car. Mohamed Jawar, Jordan Groger, who finished the race in the number 88, Matt Griffin and Rob Barth did brilliantly well to constantly stick to the marker of 2 minutes and 4 seconds.
Let's go back down to Nick Damon, who has the man who brought the winning car home, Jelmer Berman.
Oh, hang on a second. Oh.
Just waiting for the camera, I think, to catch Nick up. Are you, Nick?
Yes, indeed, we've got it down. And Jelmer Berman, you look fantastic, and you've made yourself look very... So you look fantastic. And congratulations, you seem to do most of the driving. Was that just an illusion, or were you always in the car?
No, I think that's just an illusion. No, I enjoyed it a lot, and the car has really been awesome. We didn't have one problem. Team has done a great job. I don't think we have made any mistakes. So it's just great to be here, and to be honest, I can't really believe it yet, but it's completely awesome.
And of course, now the hardest drive of all, you've got to drive the camel.
Yeah, that I've never done before. So.
Thanks. I don't suppose there are many camels in Holland, in fairness, so let's see if we can just sneak our way into the... very good point there made by John. There's not many hills at all, humps or anything in Holland. I think we can go a quick word with Adam Christodoulou, who brought home the second place Ram Racing car. Oh, Adam, fantastic result for Ram Racing and yourself. Almost a dream come true for the comeback of the team.
Yeah, no, it's been great. Obviously, our goal was to finish the race and obviously just get some points towards the championship and obviously get on the podium, and we've done just that. The team's done a great job. Teammates have done an awesome job as well, so...
Yeah. Hey, go a quick word, Shara. You're the guy we never get to talk to at Ram. But you put in a couple of pretty solid stints yourself as well as part of this podium position.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a great race. The team did an awesome job. The drivers were fantastic. So we're really happy with the result, and here we are.
Is this the rebirth of Ram after the disappointments last year?
Well, we did learn a lot from there, and we've come back very strong. The drivers did a fantastic job, so nothing else we asked. The boys in the pits in the garage did a fantastic job. Everything went smooth.
Jerry, thank you very much. Now let's see. Look, he's still got that. Is that hat surgically welded to your head, Tom?
Just. I'm actually bald underneath.
They wouldn't be the first. Fantastic performance by the team. I mean, yeah, you came here. You've battled with your old car and come out on top.
Yeah, we've had a fantastic week, really. You know, everything's run to plan. When you take on a complete new car, a new project, relaunch of the team, I guess you can't plan and foresee how it's going to go, but everything's run so smoothly. You know, there's obviously bits we can learn to come back with and better ourselves for next year, but this is a fantastic result, and what a way to kick off the year.
Now, admit it, secretly you're disappointed you didn't bring the car home because you don't get the ceremonial ride with the camel, do you?
I'm not so good with heights, so it's actually one I'll let Adam have.
So basically, that's why only drive a sports car, not off-road. You can't get too high, get a nosebleed.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. At least we're not on the top step today. I might start bleeding.
Thanks, Tom. So I saw Jordan go. I'm not sure whether our third place overall finish is the 88 Dragon Racing team have managed to actually walk up the whole length of the pit lane so far. I mean, I know for a fact Matt's only got little legs, hasn't he? So, Thomas Jaeger, we've not spoken to Thomas. So obviously fourth member, they'll fall over your car. The fourth member of the Ram Racing team, resplendent in your AMG overalls. A great performance by Mercedes here.
Yeah, we are very happy with the result. First of all, congratulations to Black Falcon, but also for Ram Racing, because they bought a new car, brand new car, first race for them. So great team effort. And the SLS AMG GT3 proved once again to be a very reliable and quick race car. And we are very, very happy to finish on the second place here.
When you drive the same car but for different teams, does the car still feel the same? Or is it, again, you go, oh, it's a bit different with this team?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the target to have a good setup and to bring the team forward, and that's what we achieved this weekend. That's why, yeah, it's always good to be in a new team and to help them to be successful. That's part of our AMG Customer Sports project.
Thanks, Thomas. And as we turn the camera this way, we can see the top three resplendent on their camels. And with that, I think we're handing over to Phil Anson and René de Boer for the official formalities of the 10th running of the 24 Hours of Dubai.
Thank you very much. What a comeback for Ram Racing, second place for them, completing the success for the Mercedes SLS AMG customer teams, the third victory for the Gullwing sports car here in Dubai, and also the driver in third place, and victory in the A6N class for the Dragon Racing Ferrari team. A success for the team from the United Arab Emirates, and how nice and what a great view it is to see them up here. And they will be joining us here on the podium for the prize-giving ceremony fairly soon. And while we're waiting for the official results to arrive here, it's a great sight to see so many people beneath the podium for the prize-giving ceremony. And we get proceedings underway as soon as we can. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hear, did you enjoy this race here in Dubai? That's very good. A stylish celebration for the 10th anniversary of the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. And what a great motorsport festival it's been all week long. And what a great excitement for all of us. And what a pleasure to be here once again in the United Arab Emirates. Beautiful weather, bright sunshine, great racing. And that's what we love so much. That's the very reason we came here. And we loved it. It was a great, great success. And thank you very much to everyone involved management and staff of the Dubai Autodrome, all the people of Preventic and DNRT, all the dignitaries, the people from the Automobile and Touring Club of the United Arab Emirates. I just got the information that we get the prize-giving ceremony underway in 2 minutes from now. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for silverware? Are you ready for celebrations? That sounds very good. It's a great sight here. The race cars in the top three, the camels. The race cars stand for the motor racing, the sport we all love so much. The camels stand for the Arab tradition here in the Gulf region, in the United Arab Emirates. And what a pleasure it's every year to come back here for the start of every year, actually, the motor racing season. And 2015 was no exception. For the 10th year already, and we really had the pleasure of being here for our 24-hour race of Dubai. And we hope to be back again here next year, inshallah, as they say. Somebody's standing on my cable. I can't move, thank you. So, if everybody is ready. GP colleagues are ready as well. Perfect. So we get proceedings underway, ladies and gentlemen. Prize-giving ceremony 2015. Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai, the 10th anniversary edition of this great race. And we start with the overall prize-giving ceremony. In third place, we have a team from the United Arab Emirates. Dragon Racing with a Ferrari. May I call on stage? Congratulations, Mohamed Jawa, Jordan Groger, Matt Griffin, and Rob Barth. In second place, from the United Kingdom, what a great comeback for your team. Ram Racing with the Mercedes SLS AMG GT3. Second place for Chirag Ara, Thomas Jäger, Tom Onslow Cole, and Adam Christodoulou. And last but not least, the overall winners, the team from Germany, Black Falcon Racing, the third victory in this race for Black Falcon, the third victory also for the Mercedes-Benz SLS AMG. Let's hear for Abdulaziz Al-Faisal, Hubert Haupt, Jelmer Böhman, and Oliver Webb. And to hand over the prizes, I would like to ask His Highness Sheikh Juma Al Maktoum, of the General Secretary of the Dubai Sports Council. And we start with the national anthem of Germany for the winning team, Black Falcon. Congratulations to the top three and especially to the overall winners, Black Falcon team from Germany. And to hand over prizes, I would like to ask His Highness Sheikh Jumal Maktoum, General Secretary of the Dubai Sports Council, together with Mr. Kenny Willems on behalf of Preventing and Manfred Sandbichler, Director Motorsport of Hankook Tires, our official exclusive tyre partner and title sponsor. Gentlemen, the silverware, the goldware and the bronzeware for the top three here on the podium. And also Said Harb of the Dubai Sports Council. Many, many thanks for your commitment, your involvement in making this race a success. And we always feel incredibly welcome here in Dubai. It's always a great pleasure to travel to the United Arab Emirates from all over the world to enjoy our passion for motor racing together. A great pleasure to be in your country. Thank you very much for hosting us every year. Now for the 10th year in a row already. And we feel really as friends here at Dubai Autodrome.
Yeah. Oh, look. That's what I said.
And the official limited edition watches from our timing sponsor BRM, the manufacturer from France, a limited edition 24 hours watch as a fantastic and very special prize for all the winners. Can we get the group picture of the winners and the top three here on the podium, please? Gentlemen, please raise your trophies, show them and celebrate the success you have achieved here this week at Dubai Autodrome. You can be very, very proud of it. Please wait on the podium for the winning team. I would like to ask one question to each of you. We start with Hjalmar Boeman, who drove the winning car across the podium. Hjalmar, your first ever victory in a 24-hour race. Tell us about this achievement.
Yeah, well, it started here 9 years ago when I did my first ever 24-hour race. I haven't done that many in between, unfortunately, but I think this is my sixth one. And I mean, the weekend started already on a good note. We had a very good car, very consistent, very quick. We didn't have any problems, and we managed to create a gap actually in the second stint already. And from that point, we had a nice safety margin, and we could basically do as it suited us, let's say.
Thank you very much. And enjoy your success, Hjalmar Boeman, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the driver from Saudi Arabia, also with the winning team, the Black Falcon team, and another souvenir picture. It doesn't happen too often, winning the race. Congratulations on your success. The third victory for Black Falcon, the third victory for Mercedes here in Dubai. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's an amazing result. I mean, from free practice and then qualifying and then the race, we had a good pace. The team did an amazing job with the drivers, so we earned it, I think.
Thank you very much. Enjoy your success, Abdulaziz Al-Faisal, ladies and gentlemen. So we continue with the silverware, the prize-giving ceremony for Class A6 Pro. That's the Pro class for GT3 cars mainly. And once again, I would like to call on stage the best-placed teams and drivers in the A6 Pro class. And we start with third place for KPM Racing from the United Kingdom with an Aston Martin Vantage. And let's hear for Paul White, Stefan Mucke and Jonathan Adam. In second place, also from the United Kingdom, with the Mercedes SLS AMG GT3 Ram Racing. And your applause, please, ladies and gentlemen, for Chirag Arya, Thomas Jäger, Tom Onslow Cole, and Adam Christodoulou. And the winners of the A6 Pro Class with another Mercedes SLS Gullwing car from Germany, Black Falcon Racing. Let's hear for Abdulaziz Faisal, Hubert Haupt, Jelmer Burman, and Oliver Webb. And the prize is to be handed over by our organisers and partners, Gerry Willems and Daphne Gangler on behalf of Preventic, Manfred Sandbichler on behalf of Hankook. I think you can also be very glad with the way the race went. Thanks very much for your involvement, for bringing 7,500 tyres.